It's not flat. The Earth is not flat.
Nor a spinning globe. It's a combination.
Do you know, my neighbour really thinks it's flat.
Well, okay, so your neighbor may be partially right, because water is always level. Water always finds its level, but it's not a material world that we live in, it's an electromagnetic world.
Yep.
If you've ever studied what a torus is, at the center of a torus you have this pinch point, this point at which there is like an accretion level or a layer. And I believe anyway, that we live in the center of an electromagnetic torus. We call that the universe.
Yep.
And at the center there are certain laws in place.
We're at the center, though, aren't we?
We're at the center.
Wow, aren't we special?
Well,
so
even science
So
accepts
what about
that.
the people on Alpha Centauri? Are they not the center?
There's people there?
Yeah.
Have you spoken to anyone like that?
Oh, come on.
It's only on
Well,
TV.
well, if it's not Alpha Centauri, there's got to be somebody else out there.
So there's a scientific experiment we do every year called WMAP.
Yeah.
It's background radiation, and it always places Earth right at the center of what looks like an oblate spheroid. Right. And that would be the electromagnetic torus. And in the Earth, we see tortoises and oranges have this kind of roundness to them. And an orange is a great analogy for what the electromagnetic universe may look like. But right at the center of the orange is the seeds. That's the only solid part of the orange. That's the only material part, if you like. Everything else is water.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I think that what we're in is that we're on the seeds. Yeah. Everything around us is water. Below sea level is pressure is too great, and atmosphere is water. Yeah. And above that it's gas. And that's what we see in nature, is that light things float, heavy things fall. And at the center of a torus, you have this energy accretion, as I said earlier on. Now, there's good science called the primer field experiments, where they take two magnetic bowls, oppositely opposed bowls, and they fire a powerful charge into a vacuum chamber filled with a gas. And after a time, that fires into what looks like a quasar. Yeah. And that quasar at the center forms this accretion disk. They call it an accretion disk. Yeah. It's been done since 2008, this experiment. And the accretion is an anagram for creation. So
can
believe. Yeah.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah.
Are you a scientist?
Yes.
Right. What you might.
Are you a scientist?
I've got a science background and I'm lost. Okay.
I think we're all scientists.
So your average person coming off the street is going to be completely lost. I think you've got a great message. Yeah. I am.
Okay. Well, it's really everything in the world is electromagnetic.
Yeah.
At the quantum physics level, they have to admit that the most powerful force is the electromagnetic force. Gravity comes thousands of fractions smaller, and then even the weaker and strong nuclear forces. Yep. These are subsequent or subservient to the electromagnetic force. And so if everything is light, as Tesla said, frequency, light, sound, or vibration, if everything is that, then you've got to...
Let me ponder on that for a second.
Yeah, you've got to start to think in terms of it being a frequency or vibration. Everything here is just vibrating. Yeah. Our brains are encoding it as a material, physical thing. Yep. But actually, at the subatomic level, it's just moving. It's light.
Yeah, we're all just...
And when you take a ton of wood and you burn it down, you've got about a kilo or two of ash at the end of that, and nothing left but light and heat. So our whole world, the trees, tons of trees, is just light and heat, or it's magnetism, you see, or electromagnetism.
I'm still lost, though, the fact that this is the center of the universe. I'm still lost on that one.
Why?
Hey?
Why?
It doesn't make any sense.
But we don't have empirical evidence that we're not at the center of everything. Like I said, this WMAP seems to show that. Everything seems to be moving either towards us or from us. There isn't this random, chaotic pattern, particularly when you look at the stars, who've held the same patterns year after year for millennia.
But I might not be into science. I know my statistics. Okay, right. Alpha Centauri, what's that, 4 light years away?
Or is it just 1,000 miles away?
Okay, or whichever.
We don't know.
Right. Yeah. Whichever way, it's our next closest star, right?
No.
No?
No, you're presupposing that we're a star and that is a habitable planet. What I see when I look at Alpha Centauri is a flickering light that looks like cymatics. Have you studied cymatics? It's the vibrating plate. When you take a vibration and you change the frequency, you get a new pattern forming. You can do that with ice, you can do that with salt.
Either way, so, whether it's Alpha Centauri, whether it's any other star, right, the probability density function of the universe is that Earth is like slap bang in the middle of it all.
Yeah.
Then I'm struggling with that one.
So I offer people this is crazy, but we know that we have black holes in our universe, and a black hole is meant to be theoretically a place where light is crushed so dense that it has, massive weight. Yep. Well, I suggest to people that what if we're standing on top of a black hole and light has been crushed to standing to material, and then begins its journey back up. Because in quantum physics, they tell us that there is vast, incalculable amounts of energy rising all the time that we can't register. And so it might be that we're actually the only place where light can become material, where it can form rocks and people and trees and all that sort of thing.
So given I've only got 1 more minute, okay,
Yep.
how is from talking to you going to change the rest of my life?
Well, if you realize that what if you are the center of the universe, that whatever creator exists, whatever God is, it's expressing itself through you.
Okay, no, I get I am the centre of my own universe, but I'm not entirely convinced that I am the centre of the universe.
Well, I mean, there's someone who is a random lucky speck, evolve,
Yeah.
versus someone who is created on purpose by a higher self to come and have an experience here,
Yeah.
learn something from the soul point of view. I think that learning that, wow, they've tricked us about where we live,
Yeah.
and if you don't
Yeah.
know where you live, you really don't begin to know
Yeah.
who you are
Yeah.
and what you're doing here. My name is Dave.
all right.
There's some information for you.
Okay, all right,
Nice
thank you,
chatting
Dave.
to you.
Yeah, likewise.
Bring on
Okay.
the sunshine.
All right, cheers, you too.
Cheers.
Bye.
Oh, welcome. I'm just going to put up my banner.
Now most people go out looking, if you die, is that religion? Let me give you another. Can anyone you prove that I have ever sinned? That's Jesus, he says. Can any of you prove that I am guilty of sin? That's what Jesus said. No Muhammad was out killing and taking everything they had. But when I get around Muslims, I like it. I've got a Muslim that helped heal our he just wanted to do You'll never hear Muhammad say this. Can anyone prove me guilty of sin?
Sorry, I hope that's not too... It's particular energy here today, or maybe that's with me. See how the day turns out. That American dude is here, noisy as ever. Just me at the moment. Hopefully some other folks turn up, but if not, it's all over me. I'm just realizing it's a long distance to have my banners all the way around here, but you know, because people will stand over that side and I can't communicate with them because I'm in a group with someone else. Group chat. While I'm just talking, just a thought for those in, you know, the 49th state. I think it's the 49th state. Terrible things happened there. Terrible things then. I don't know if I'll ever know the full scale of the tragedy. But problem, reaction, solution coming into play very much. And same in Johannesburg actually. A dreadful situation there. 70 or 80 unnecessary deaths amongst a lot of young Malawians, Zimbabweans, probably Mozambicans, people who were being exploited by the local authorities there and local gangsters. Which is just how the world seems to work. That guy sounds a bit like Alex Michael doing his American thing. Now, for the coup de grace, a little bit of talk down. Well, I have done some shouting in the past, but I've never shouted like that guy. I don't think you may beg to differ. I've only got less than 750 mils of distilled with me today. Or what? See, they're finding its level no matter what you do with the bottle. Always wanting to find its level.
I'm sure you better find it somewhere. Well, maybe.
There would be an irony to it.
Well, everything's made in China nowadays, isn't it?
Something's made in Taiwan.
Maybe I'll get
What are you
these
filming
guys.
for?
I want to ask you a question.
The Chinese
Can you put it,
say
I'll
Taiwan
talk with
is
you if you put the
China.
camera down.
Okay, no, I'm just filming for live for YouTube. I want to know if you'd ever seen water do anything other than that, which is to go level. Water always levels, right? I'm gonna get the chalk. I did a bunch of chalking on the way up here, actually, just to get the whet the appetite of the observer. If all right, there's not a glow, then people just rub out the knot.
Okay, now, I'm gonna ask, do you believe in these facts? Now, let me tell you how to do it. I'm gonna tell you how to do it. It's made of brick. I'm gonna tell you how to do it. I'm gonna tell you how to do it. And then they both over face up, you know, everything it needs to build a house. And then the guy came over and stuck a bomb under it. Hey, bam! That's I was in the party. I was on the phone listening. I have never had to run
See the latest Hollywood hoax. Oh, it's not Bollywood actually. On the moon, right? This guy and I agree on the Big Bang and a whole bunch of other stuff, but can't get them to accept the Bible is on what it says. I'm putting the whole word because some people don't even know what ISS is. It's so normal to us. But we really don't pay attention.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Yeah. Just one question.
Yep.
If we look out at the sky with powerful telescopes, we don't see anything that's flat, do we?
We assume
You're not
rotundity.
recording,
Yeah.
I'll go.
Keep walking there. It's all lights in the sky. You're being hoaxed by Disney, mate. Earth is flat, guys.
Yeah, we know.
You know? Where are you from?
Poland.
Poland. Okay, you got a globe on your shirt though.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I wouldn't want to wear
Just
that.
as a joke, it's like, you know, it's flat. Showing
Yeah, flat. Cheers, man. Cheers. Check it out, guys. Water's always level, and you cannot prove that we're spinning. You can't prove you're spinning. You have to take it on belief that we're spinning, right?
You use Google Maps.
Yes.
Yeah, so
They use ground-based triangulation, and then when you go out of town,
but you're happy to use technology designed by physicists, but you're not going to accept the theory.
that's stuff that you and I can test, right? I can test my GPS works in the city. When I go out of town, I'm a long way from any masts. It doesn't work. A lot of the time when driving around, it doesn't work. I can test that for myself.
I can't test it because I'm not a physicist. I just have to trust
you
what
are.
the physicists
You're a
say. No, I'm not.
scientist.
No,
you are.
I have no education in physics.
We're all scientists.
Yeah.
Have you ever put your hand in boiling water?
I know. 'Cause
No.
I don't
Why?
know my head.
So you were able to work that out. You know that when the water gets to boiling, it's going to steam. You know that already, don't you?
I
So
mean,
that
there's a lot.
makes you a scientist.
There's a lot I don't know though.
There's
Like,
a lot-
can you
okay.
design a computer?
But no.
Can you
No.
so there's stuff you don't know as well.
Yeah. But if they told me that there were little green men inside my computer box doing things that I couldn't see because they were invisible, I'd be like, I'm not going to believe that because I can't see that.
It's a very far-fetched idea, yeah, because you have a basic education.
It's a
But
far-
you can't. Can you make a
It's a
computer?
far-fetched idea to believe that we can go into a vacuum of space, into a vacuum, and make rockets work, travel for millions and billions of miles, see things that are billions of miles, have gas giants that are coalescing under their own mass and reflecting like the brightest thing because it's billions of miles away, and yet we still see Saturn and Venus and Mercury and these things in the sky every night, and they've been in the same location for
But you're happy to accept.
thousands
But
of
hang on a
years.
second. Hang on a second. You're happy to accept the fact that we can talk to people on the other side of the world, or wherever you believe it is, or video people and send it to someone else. But then suddenly, like all that stuff that you don't know about, it's just like it doesn't
Okay, so
exist. Right? Yeah.
the data that I sent, 99% of that traffic, according to the industry, is undersea cable. Are you aware of that? So sending fiber doesn't mean we can land on space. Are you comfortable with the idea that you can't prove and science can't prove that the Earth is moving?
I think science can prove it. I'm not a scientist
Can
though.
you
I don't know
bring
the
it- well,
theory.
then you're
That's the
taking
thing.
that
Is
on
like
belief.
it's like you can't know
Yeah.
everything. You sort of, in a sense, you have to trust some things that
Like
you
the
don't know.
religious people. You just have to trust that stuff that you can't test. So I tell you when you're 5 years
I
old.
mean, that's another conversation.
I
though.
tell you,
That's a very
it's-
different conversation.
It's a belief system, man.
As in,
Belief
like-
in gravity, relativity, these are
Yeah.
theories. Theories is almost the same word as theology. It's all theory. It's an idea that mainstream science is accepted.
Theology comes from the word theo, from the ancient Greek
And the
theo,
word
which
theory
goes-
comes from the same
Well, I actually
word.
don't know. It's a
theo.
okay, well, I didn't know that. Yes.
Well, think about it. think about
I don't know.
Well, isn't a theory just someone's idea? Isn't theology someone's idea of what God wants us to do?
Well, look, you know what? I don't think I'm going to change your mind, so
No,
I
of
might just
course
leave
not,
the
bro.
conversation here.
I'm here to help
But-
change other people's
But like,
minds.
but
Get
what
them
I
out
mean-
of the dungeon program.
it's not. Yeah.
You're in a dungeon
Yeah,
program.
I think
that
you should
wants
throw.
to win.
I think all these scientists though that create all these devices that you use, you should probably throw it away then, because you don't really believe in that theory anyway.
No.
Yeah,
If I
so-
could test the text, there were plenty of scientists that said the Earth is flat. Plenty. And
Okay,
all
okay.
the ancient sailors said the Earth was flat, and they devised a navigation by the stars.
I'm gonna leave it because I don't think I'm gonna change your mind.
Have a good day. All right, people. Let's put some more chalk down.
I'm running out of chalk on this piece. Get another piece. How you guys doing out there in YouTube land? It's been a while since I've been on the street. We've been fairly busy.
Well, busy being still.
Let's put a bit of P there in space. Let's put the word travel. Just to...
So now, what you notice with that young guy there,
he's got like the sort of prostitute Dave, but not the professor version of what the argument is.
so it's hard to try and bring them to a.
I'll get a look in the chat in a minute. I think you guys are doing well. If you want to support this work,
Or what I do at the moment. You can
Patreon, PayPal, coffee, etc. Not. Let's make it big. Spinning. Space.
For the next 3.5 hours, the Lord did travel to take my soul, to bring me faith in Jesus Christ. And you can all see how many have been here.
I mean, I can't say that guy's wrong, you know.
Hey, brother, you know the Earth is flat. Oh, you're on the phone. Okay, I thought you were talking to me. There's no event here today, which there was the last time I was here, and so there was a kind of lot more football. This formula here, bro. This formula here. Have you seen it before?
I'm just reading the text.
Okay. Have you ever seen this formula though?
No, yeah.
For the curvature of water on a globe? They say it's 8 inches per mile squared. When I applied that math to my life experience, I realized I'd never seen that amount of curvature. Yes, I see the ship going away and seems to go over the horizon, but if I take a powerful camera and pull that ship back into view, then I know it hasn't gone over no horizon, it just went perspectively, it went out of my view. So when you apply this 8 inch per mile square formula, you very quickly...
How did it go out of your view? For what reason?
Perspective and angular resolution. Remember, if I'm on the beach and your friend is on a 10-story building and you're in a hot air balloon at 100 meters, can we see the same distance or can the person highest see further?
You need to have a good camera for this, no?
Yeah,
Really good camera to see really far away.
Yeah.
So have you tried it with this
Well, people fill the P900, Nikon P1000, you can fill the whole viewfinder with the moon. Now the moon is 250,000 miles away according to your belief. But if they can fill the whole viewfinder and then they can film something that's 20 miles away, and say, I'm filling my whole viewfinder, maybe they can see 20 miles. But your eyes can limit it to 5 miles, maybe 6, 7 or 10 on a clear day. That's what your eyesight can pick up resolution-wise. Unless you're very high in a mountain, then you might be able to see
You're talking about
50
the
miles.
eyes. You're talking about the eyes. I'm talking about the cameras, no?
Yeah, oh, well, the eyes are limited. Do you agree?
The eyes are limited.
The eyes are limited. Is technology able to let us see things further away?
Yeah.
Yes? So when I use that same technology and I can bring something back into view that I thought had gone away over the edge of the water, then I have to review whether that theory of it going over the water is actually correct.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
so
you agree?
So how far away does it go?
Well, we've got
until it disappears in the camera.
Well, we can see things at what can be registered to about 20 miles away.
Right.
But then when it comes to seeing like an island behind the sunset, we can see from France, we can see the Finistrel, which is 250 miles away. A guy recently went up into the highest point of Wales and took a photograph of the Alps 700 miles away. We could see the tips of the Alps 700 miles away. Not possible on a globe. Possible on a flat Earth, which has a sea level that is the same around England as it is around Africa. There is one sea level that meets the whole Earth. If we shrunk the Earth down into a swimming pool size, would it look like a ball or would it look like a flat swimming pool with rocks sticking out the top that we call continents?
So basically, if the
I'm just reading stuff. I'm not...
Let it sink in, my friend, because it's a lot of information. And we have been brainwashed to believe that water can curve when it clearly will not curve over a body of water when at rest.
What is the reason? Why do they brainwash people?
Well, control is an easy answer, but I think it's to control your soul. They want your soul because if they have your mind, they can control your soul. If they have your mind, you will be a compliant slave and go along with the majority of people in this Darwinian, like tyrannical world that we're living in. So this is what Orwell warned about.
Why don't they go for something else? Why don't they go for why do they need to tell us lies about this particular one?
I think people were losing faith in the religious control. They were no longer being able to be controlled by the religions. So they devised, the people in power, the kings, the powerful people, devised an education system for us. And in that education system, they said, right, we observe this, and the explanation is that. And there can be no other explanation but that. And that's how all science, I mean, even Einstein says we won't find any experiment that shows Earth to be spinning. When Newton went to his grave, I don't think that he was convinced with his theories either. And now today we have Newtonian physics, we have Einsteinian physics, and then the quantum physicists tell us that neither of those two sets of physics really work at the macro level. So, we're brainwashed at 5 years old to say that the pencil fell on the floor, therefore gravity, and I can walk underneath a ball.
So why don't the quantum scientists, why don't they follow the same train of deceiving us?
That's a good question. Well, quantum physicists are using Newtonian science. So that for them, there is a material atom, there is a physical atom. Whereas in the electromagnetic world, that as Nikola Tesla was suggested and others have suggested, that there is no physical matter at all. It's all vibration, it's all frequency, it's light and sound. And that's all the world is made up of. But our materialist world cannot accept that. It wants it to be solid. It wants it to have evolved and come together and clumped as rock. Well, I say it's just light that's been crushed under a black hole or some force to become matter that we see as tree, earth, you, an animal. All of these things are just light.
I was asking. You said that some scientists they follow the agenda which brainwashes the people, but then other scientists disagree with them. So are those scientists good or what?
No, I mean if you ask any high-level physicist, he's going to say yes. What we teach the children about gravity, mass attracting mass, doesn't really work in the bigger scale. Mm-hmm. So we don't really deal with that. And actually, when you go into quantum physics, you realize that gravity is such a tiny, tiny force that it has 0 and 24 after the decimal, 24 zeros to 1 of strength to the electromagnetic force. Mm-hmm. But these quantum physicists they also believe in the natural, the Newtonian physics that they were all brainwashed with at the age of 10. So they apply that overlay to what they see, just like the religious people do. They apply a certain overlay to their Christian or Muslim doctrine that gives them Sunni and Shia and Catholic and Protestant and all these variations on a theme. Well, these guys are all basing it on that same, you need a savior theme kind of thing. Well, the same is true with the material science, is that you have to have this material particle. I've studied some quantum physics. The best quantum physicists in the world have done videos, and they're on YouTube. And I listen to these professors talk, and I think, wow, if you could apply what you know and see to an electromagnetic world that isn't material, you would crack it. You would fully understand it. But they're skirting around it because they cannot delve into this idea that it's not a material world.
The matter is not. The matter doesn't have to be hard matter. As long as it's objective and exists without anyone's consciousness, then it is matter, right? So electromagnetic field is matter, if in what you are saying right now.
Well, I mean, but it's all light. So if you can compress light
okay,
to a
we can
point
say
where
that all
can-
light is matter.
Okay, I won't argue with you on that. But if you can compress light down such that you can make a laser to cut through steel or whatever, then is it not possible that light could be compressed into matter? And that is what we see as material. So as I was saying to this guy, is that I think we're standing on top, or someone else, we're standing on top of a black hole. And as the light comes through the black hole, it's compressed and crushed into matter. And this is the only place that life, that in the material world, that life can take form. Think about it like this. If we're in the side of a universal orange, the only solid part of the orange is the seed at the center. And I believe that's the only place. Everything else is water or gas or whatever. It's only the seed that can bring life. And I think that the seeds are the continents and we are the seeds on that seed. That's how I see the nature of this world. And it puts us right at the center. Quantum physics is still trying to be with the Big Bang, still trying to be with evolution. And of course, evolution, the Muslims know, is a lie. And it's just another one of these lies like COVID, the lockdowns, to get people to be slaves, to make you subservient, and to give up your God-given sovereignty. Because each of us is equal under God, and we should have sovereignty. But that sovereignty is usurped when you say, yes, you are my master, Mr. Scientist, with a white lab coat, or you are my master, Mr. Preacher, with the black coat. Rather than I am my own master, and any relationship that I have to God, Allah, the Most High, is through me, not through some other entity, and not giving it away through the science of Darwinian evolution that God didn't intend for you to come as you are. Rather, He waited for a Big Bang and 1 billion or 5 billion years, depending on which scientist you're listening to today. Well, let me tell you that there is no evidence that the Earth is spinning. Just like Genesis says, the Earth is set upon pillars, it's not moving. We're created in like a habitat which is perfectly safe for us to live in, perfectly designed for us to grow in. And this is the place that God created for us. But we give it away and say, no, we're insignificant specks. We're on the outside of the fruit, flying around through the vacuum of dangerous space, and we have to be grateful to government who protects us from asteroids and the things that wiped out the dinosaurs, which, by the way, are probably large animals and some other beings, but not the dinosaurs they sell you from 65 million years ago. The story of humankind has been completely controlled. Non-rotating Earth, bro.
I can't have no debate with flat earth.
Which way is the Earth moving right now? Which way is the Earth moving right now?
I don't care if it's flat, if it's flat, I'll be honest with you. I've got friends with flat earthers, man. They're fanatics.
Well, yeah.
What about like the sun?
Well, it takes us away from the center. Yeah.
So if the sun's not, if the Earth's not rotating, so what's the sun and the moon doing?
They're going overhead. So the sun and the moon are not billions or millions or thousands of miles away. They're close. There's pilots in 747s are filming them in the clouds. They're looking down on the sun. I left Abu Dhabi or Dubai one time. The sun had already set. The plane took off. Boom! There's the sun again above the clouds. How is that possible if we live on a globe? Let me tell you that the sun is small and local. It may be solar plexus. It may be that the light that you see as the sun is your own energy, reading this energy waving over us once a day. And it washes over us, and we see it here in the clouds. If we go a little higher, it seems to move a little bit higher. But when guys get high enough, they seem to get above the sun. So the sun is local and personal to each of us, depending on where we happen to stand on the plane of existence. Pardon me?
How about space and planets?
Space.
Yeah, planets, yeah.
Okay, the only space that exists, brother, is the space around us. This is space. Outer space is what you're talking about. 100 years ago, no one would have understood what you just said. But the outer space has been replaced by space. It's the same as people talk about beer as drink or wine as drink. No, water is drink. Alcohol is poison. But people believe this stuff because it's the language you use. I tell you, brother, you use the word sea level. Why do you use the word sea level? Because there is one sea level upon this plane. We live inside an electromagnetic egg or bubble inside the Great Mother, if you like.
Dome or a sphere?
It has to be, probably, I would suggest, if you look at electromagnetics, it has to be spherical, even oblate sphericity. But you have a top and a bottom of that, and in the center you get this accretion disk or creation disk, and they can prove this in a scientific lab doing an experiment called primer field experiments. The primer field experiments have been done since 2008 and demonstrate that between two magnetic poles you can create an accretion disk, a place at which there is almost like a 0 point, and I believe that that 0 point is upon which we stand, that we are right at the center of creation. The mainstream science acknowledges, using their background radiation survey they do every year, that Earth is at the center of the known universe. As far as we can measure, Earth is right at the center. Earth is the heart. In the chakra system, the heart is the center of your body, right? And in the Christian cross, what is at the center? Right here.
So is the planet hollow inside?
No, so we've only dug 8 miles into the ground. That's the deepest we've gone. So I can only tell you about that. Kola Deep in Russia. And they couldn't get any deeper. After 2 years, they with a 10-year program. But
No
for 2
hollow
years,
Earth. No hollow Earth.
no hollow Earth. Well, I mean,
No
is
flat
there?
earthers believe in hollow Earth.
Yeah, I can only tell you what I can see in science. Now, what I say to people in quantum physics, if you look at the spheres that they draw, why don't you look at the orange, the apple, any of these fruits? You'll find that at the center of there is the seeds. That's the only solid
they
part
say-
of the fruit.
That would be the inner sun of the hollow
Okay,
Earth.
of the hollow earth. Well, what if, because I say to people, the fruit is never growing on the outside of the skin. Never in nature. We must be on the inside, and the only part of the orange that is not water is the seed. And the seed is the only place that comes from new life. Well, Earth is the only place we know of that brings new life. And it's the only solid place. Everything else is either water or gas. Outside of this place, I cannot tell you. Have we ever left this place? I really do not think so. Do they want to get out of this place? Maybe. But the truth is that the only way we heal ourselves is through going to the heart, into the center, not out to Mars,
How about
inside.
extraterrestrials?
Well, on the flat Earth, there are possibilities that there are more continents never be found
Beyond the
by
poles,
us.
right? You talk about beyond Antarctica, right?
Possibly beyond the poles, even east or west.
I don't subscribe to that, but it's a theory. I'm open-minded.
Because that's extra Earth, extra terra. There might be other
You say
continents.
inner terrestrials, terrestrials, outer terrestrial,
I
extraterrestrials.
can't write it off. I can't write it off. And there's lots of people who talk about seeing things that are technology that we don't know about. But then when you look back, brother, at the history of Europe,
I know
Africa,
it's a lie.
South
It's a
America,
big lie.
people 1,000 years ago had technology we still look at awe today. The
it's
pyramids,
so good.
the things in South America. In Africa, there are buildings there that from 1,000 years ago show that Africa was a high culture place.
Well, the
Never told in your history
dynasties
class.
of Kemet extend to 100,000 years.
Okay.
Quackademia, Western Quackademia will have you believe it's 5,000 to 10,000 years. Check out the Martin Moval. I'm not going to say what's his name, Graham, but check out Martin.
Graham Hancock.
Martin, yeah, he's all right, man.
You should go and listen to a guy called Bro Sanchez on YouTube.
Yeah, he's
Bro
good.
You know
I
Bro
don't
Sanchez?
agree with him, but he's good.
Bro Sanchez, he
Yeah,
goes
he's
deep.
formidable. Yeah,
He goes deep, right? And I've been
Nah, he's
listening to
good.
that man
When it
for
comes to the
7, 8
flat,
years.
he's the top. I would listen to him. Oh, that's I don't subscribe, but he's formidable. He's very, very smart.
Don't think in terms of flat Earth being this pizza with space and vacuums of space. And
So I
all
don't
that
know
stuff.
why he's not using them, because he's to me he's like the top guy when it comes to this. Because I've first time I heard, I thought this guy's crazy, he's nuts. I hated him, but after when I started to listen to this, I thought this guy's fucking. You know what I mean? It's true. So the flat earthers more or less won. Because before we were just completely discounting rubbish shit. So it's opened our minds. And before I would discounted it, you've got a lot of people, a lot of metaphysics who believed into the sphere and now going up to the flat earth. So you're getting traction. So
and it's not, the whole universe has to be an egg. It has to be a bubble. It has to be a round thing. But like I said to you a moment ago, the fruit cannot be on the outside of the skin or the bark or the tree, the peel. It has to be inside, contained.
So you're South African, right?
Yeah.
So you know of Tellinger, right?
Yes. Yeah, I've studied a lot of Tellinger stuff. Really good stuff.
I don't know about the whole slave species of the God business and the whole Anunnaki.
Yeah.
I don't subscribe because I said if the dynasties of Egypt go back to at least 100,000 years, in Egypt or Kemet, they would have had antigravitic travel. There's a correlation between Mars, Orion, and Mars. As we know, all the history is hidden, right?
Yeah.
By if you want to call it the Jesuits or whatever, they
But
decided.
now, brother, on a flat Earth,
Yeah.
it's easy to let the water out of the plug and have the sea level go down 500 meters or go up. Because we see that water seems to rise up in a flood situation, you know, and so epoch events seem to be cyclical in this system, and they make sense.
So, do you believe they will have disclosure about this information? Do you believe they will, the sort of parasitic elite, will they let this
The
information?
devil wants to sow disinformation and confusion amongst the people.
But
Matthew
they know,
24.
they know. The Vatican's got everything.
The
They've
Vatican,
taken, they've got
all
everything.
roads lead to Rome, they say.
Yeah.
Yes?
It is, of course.
All roads lead
Rome
to
still
Rome.
runs the
And
planet, man.
Pretty much, it
He
seems
runs
that
the
way.
Roman Empire. It's not pretty much.
And by the way, they're behind the globe. The first globe comes out
Because
of
the
the
occult
Vatican.
power lies with Rome. Rome gave rise to the so-called parasitic elite and the Medici and everything like that. So now we're still in the age of barbarism. Nothing's changed.
And one more thing,
It's got technology.
Big Bang is also a Catholic thing. George Lemaitre is the Catholic priest
And
who
guess
comes
what?
up.
They're the ones, but they believe in ETs.
They believe in it.
Yeah, the Pope believes in ETs. So they will bless the
Oh,
ET.
yes.
Right?
And again, that's
where they're coming from beyond the point.
predictive programming.
I believe in the whole kind of Orion conspiracy anyway. But I can't, you know what I mean?
They want us on IT. They want us all giving away our natural.
Have you checked out Phil Schneider?
No.
All right, check out Phil Schneider. Go to YouTube.
Yeah.
Check out Phil Schneider. He's got a full lecture from 1995. He said everything that's since 2020. You know what happened? You know what I'm saying to you? I call it whatever.
Well, the seven seals may have been, the first seal may have been broken in 2020, according to a guy called
But this was
Archaic.
all planned.
This is interesting stuff.
I don't.
He might be in the last of
This
days.
guy,
brother.
kids, I've been in the whole show. The problem is that most of the truth people, they're all fucking crypto racists. I'll be just fucking straight up.
The what?
Most of the so-called truth people, they're crypto racists. I'm a black, so I catch them all out. I cage them all of that shit. They don't believe in African history, they discount African fucking civilization, because these fuckers are knuckle draggers, they've never read fucking anything. Life began in Africa. We had fucking this, we were the Moors. You see what I'm saying? Right? There was a civilization. We were here. We were kicked out of Europe in the 1600s. The elites know all of this shit, you know what I'm saying to you? Because before there was kingdoms and empire, race was invented in the 1900s, right? They had to justify the enslavement of black people, so they invented fucking racism. Their fucking elites know that, you know what I mean? And the elites, so in one sense, all of them together, whether they're black or white or whatever, they're all part of the same flipping, you know what I mean? You know?
Kissinger wrote a report about 60 years ago, in which he was saying we've got to keep population of the Earth down to 8 billion.
That's a no-brainer.
And they're going to poison us, and they're going to keep us at war with each
But
other.
most of the people are going along with it. They're having a great success. So you know,
so we
they're
are
having a great success.
and we're becoming our own worst enemy in a way, you know.
But it's good what you're doing, because I think that's about self-preservation. I spent the last 3 years in China, you know. I'm zonked out, I'm energy, I'm done. Because everybody's become zombified. You don't want to get...
I need to ask about that though.
We've done enough work. Unless you're like some Superman, we've done enough work. I've done the whole thing for the last since 2020. 2020 came and I knew it. It's all about, that was planned 70 years ago, right? They planned into 100 years ago, right? I said I tie into the whole Orion. But the fact is, most of the people are going along with it. So they're having a great success. So the whole, so we should just preserve, look after yourself, look after your family, look after your tribe. I'm telling you. I've been through it, you know? I've been for the last 3 years and I'm done, man. I'm like, you know, I came out of it. I didn't get nothing. All I got was stress.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I didn't get, you know what I'm saying to you, you know? But yeah, man. Yeah. Have a good,
Sorry, mate, about gravity. If it's not gravity, what's holding us down then?
Density.
Density of us.
You see, in the medium that we're standing in, it's a very, very thin medium. If I change the medium, would you agree that we'd float? Like if I take a water around, then we would float up?
Yeah.
So I can take an anvil and float it on a bed of mercury, a pool of mercury, because of the difference in their relative density. So it's really just density and buoyancy. Some people in the flat earth movement are saying there is an electrostatic downward force, very soft, very, very small, very almost like a balloon that you rub on your hair. It's just gently holding us. But I don't know, and for me that's, if it's there, okay, I won't argue against it, but if it doesn't need to be there, because I can take what we've done here, that experiment's very well known, you've probably seen it, where you can put different liquids and they will all float at their own density level, and then you can put different objects inside of that test tube, and the different objects will settle at each median level depending on their own density, right, or their own buoyancy or density.
Yeah, but it always goes upwards. Why is that?
Well, not always, because the stone will go down.
No, I mean, the less dense medium will go upwards.
Yes, well, because light things float and heavy things...
No, but why wouldn't the less dense thing go to the left, right, bottom?
Because, you see, we don't have, in the flat Earth, we don't need the theory of special relativity. There is an up and down. There is a natural attractive force. At the end of the day,
Why is this falling down?
because you lifted it up and it's heavier than the air.
Gravity.
Those are the two things. So when you lift it
Bring it
up, well, first of all, it's equal and opposite reaction, right? So firstly, you lift it up and give it potential energy. You impart potential energy to it. So it will fall back down. Now it will fall down if I took a lead ball that weighed exactly the same as you had, I bet you I could drop it from a 10-story building and my lead ball would hit the ground before your hat. Why?
It would not.
What?
It wouldn't.
It wouldn't? So you don't make any allowance for drag of the atmosphere?
Well, that's drag, not weight.
But the drag, we're in an atmosphere. So we can drop things in water. It's a better example. And some things will sink more quickly than others, right?
Due to drag, not weight.
Yeah. So, but they'll have the same weight.
Yeah.
They'll have the same weight, but they have a different amount of drag. Well, if you run through this air, you will feel that drag. And when you drop from a plane, for example, you will feel that drag until you'll get to terminal velocity, perhaps. But you will feel that extreme drag that's coming on you, right? Put
So
your
you
head
mean-
out of a car at 100 miles an hour,
So
and
wait,
it's going to rip your head off. It's going to rip your head
You've
off.
been on a plane then?
Yes.
So planes go to 33,000 feet. At that point, you cancel the curvature of the Earth. Have you ever been on a flight from Peru to...
Well, you know I'm South African, right?
Yeah, I know.
Like you.
Yeah.
So you've done the 11-hour Joburg to London.
Joburg to London is just north to south. I'm saying Peru to Australia.
Well, what about Johannesburg to Peru?
Johannesburg but to Peru isn't the point I'm trying to make.
What's when you making?
Peru to Australia is the other way around the globe Earth. If flat Earth exists, Peru to Australia is a 24-hour flight, but the flight only takes 11 hours.
Well, there's a lot of flights that I can't really speak to that one because I don't know the details. But one that I have looked at is Johannesburg to London and Johannesburg to South America. And the Johannesburg to South America distance, South American distance is about the same on a globe as it is to London. If you take a shoestring and just measure it, it would be the string.
You can't do that on a map.
But the globe's not accurate.
No, a map of the globe isn't accurate.
Okay. So we still don't have an accurate globe.
I mean, like, you can't take a globe and put it out on a rectangular
I'm
piece
not
of
putting
paper.
it on. No, I'm just saying.
Oh, you're
I'm
measuring
a
on the
plane.
globe.
I'm leaving a physical globe, apparently, flying up to Heathrow from Johannesburg.
Okay.
Yeah? And the globe looks like the globe that I was indoctrinated with at school. So I'm going to use that same thing and say, like, let me take a piece of string and measure this flight and the other flight.
Different times?
The flight to South America is 4 hours longer, but the string is the same length.
Okay, I haven't been on the flight, so I can't
So there's
test.
a lot of things, like in South Africa, right? I never understood as a youngster when I was your age, they started bringing the Argentinian rugby players out for a rugby tournament every year. But they fly them up into the north, into America, to England, and then down to South Africa. I was like, why don't they just charter a flight to come straight across? This is the national rugby team. Surely they're going to mess them around, right? Well, it turns out that it's almost, because if you look at the flat Earth map, that makes sense, that long route. Trying to get there on a plane is really difficult, and I think it's only in recent times.
If there's no gravity, how come I'm standing down there and when there's vacuum, it floats?
His point still stands with the thing, but what I was trying to ask is that his hat, when he dropped it, it went down. Sorry, going back to my previous point. Air on the left and right is less dense as well. So I'm asking, why didn't the air on the left of it, less dense, go towards the hat, and then the hats go left?
Well, okay, so equal and opposite. If he'd thrown it left or right, it would have gone that way, but he's picked it up from the floor, and we have this true really up and down. That's why when I burn a fire, right, unless there's a wind, I know that the smoke is going to go straight up every time.
The thing you
because
mentioned,
hot air rises, and there's only one rising. If you think you've got to dial back from, if you're going to try and understand this, you've got to dial back from seeing it only from the globe perspective. You've got to try and see it from, wow, okay, so what if the flat Earth? How would it work on a flat, non-moving Earth? Could there be just an up and down where hot and cool things, or hot things rise and cool things settle, or light things go up and heavy things settle down? But as I was saying to you, is that you have to lift the hat up first. So you pick it up off the table, off the floor, or whatever. You're imparting energy to it. It wants to get back to the floor.
That implies gravity.
What?
If you're applying energy to the hat, lifting it up, that implies gravity.
Well, the thing is, I'm pulling against the gravity.
Okay. Let me just, for the sake of hypothesis here, accept what you're saying, is that it needs this thing for gravity, which is this attractive force to a center mass. Yeah? Then how do I demonstrate that I'm able now to run a Nile River up the side of a globe? I'm able to walk in South Africa, 90 degrees perpendicular to what my current perpendicular is now. And tomorrow morning when I arrive in Johannesburg, my gyroscope won't have noticed that I've changed from that perpendicular. My body won't have told me that I'm changing from that perpendicular. The pilots who fly and say we make no allowance for curvature when we fly would also have to be set aside and say, oh no, now I'm walking sideways. Where I was sleeping on my bed in London, now I'm actually walking upright in Johannesburg.
That's because gyros are towards the center of the Earth, so they won't.
No, not true.
Really?
Not true. And we can prove this. The scientists, the brains, the science nerds in flat Earth have done loads of experiments that prove that. There's no precession of the gyroscope.
We're talking about the laser one.
If you're thinking if you're thinking that we're on a spinning and rotating Earth, then even that rotation should be able to be, because now if you're in, say, we're spinning at 23 degrees off the axis apparently, right? So if I'm here today, tonight I'm going to be here, I will have changed my horizontal, that should be measurable.
That was measurable.
Yeah, it's not.
Really?
They use the Foucault pendulum as an experiment, but even that has workings or bearings in it, and it has to be set. It's not like you can leave a crane with a weight on it over the weekend and it starts to pick up and detect this movement. No, there's nothing that detects the movement. Even the interferometer experiments had to be fudged after they came up with the Lorentz contraction to say, there you are, there's the movement of the Earth. But actually, we should be moving so fast. Not only the daily spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, but moving around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour and traveling through the galaxy at over 600,000 miles an hour. We should be able to detect these movements. Not only that, we should see parallax occurring, which we don't. Thousands of years of star observations, navigation at night by seamen. They can still use the same navigation tools today that they did 2,000 years ago based on the same stars. Now we know that the star patterns are on some kind of precession of the equinoxes, as they call it. But actually, what we see is that the Pisces and Virgo and all of these fixed patterns that thousands of years ago they gave names to, they're in exactly the same place. Now, if everything is moving in an explosion, gentlemen, it doesn't matter how far away you are, you're going to see parallax occurring, and you're not going to see perfection. I say to people, throw a grenade into a scrapyard. Does a Ferrari come out the other side? Absolutely not. And we cannot be living in a Big Bang. This is where it comes back to, is that this is a created Earth that we are the center of. The science is the new religion to make you believe that you are insignificant and we are all good slaves. That's what they want, but we are all the emanation of whatever God is, whatever the Creator is. And the Creator, whatever that is, intended to create this place.
But science answers what everything is, how it's working. We don't have any answer for that.
Science?
How is everything going on? Yeah.
Yeah, well, remember, science doesn't answer everything.
You have to produce an answer for that.
Do you know that 99% of the universe is called dark matter?
Yeah.
So that means we do not know what 99% of this plane is.
Yeah.
Yes. And the bending of time and space, everything we see is the 1%.
Is that so?
But the bending of time and space are theories, really clever theories, but they're theories that we can bend. If something gets big enough, it's going to bend space.
But it explains a lot.
So
it's an explanation, but not proof.
You would talk about it still?
The 99%, the dog matter. Well, I think a good example of the 99% is to take a ton.
Do you still talk about it? Yes or no, you have to say.
The 99%.
When you don't know what it is.
I'm not making claims.
What it is.
No.
I'm not making claims that
no.
I know.
Yes, no.
No.
Thank you. Now, talk to me about 1% then.
Well, I'll give you an example. If you take a ton of dry firewood and you burn it tonight, you'll be left in the morning with a few kilograms of ash. That's it. And what left overnight? Heat,
carbon,
light. No, nothing. There was only gas. There was only heat and light that left. What's left is a little bit of carbon ash. Yeah.
It was smoke left. Carbon dioxide.
What was the weight?
To what?
Well, what was the weight of the heat and the ash, or the heat and the light? Nothing. Right? It was so light that it actually can float away in this environment. So nothing left 1 ton of wood, and in the morning I've got 2 kilograms of ash left.
I just disagree. Why do you say carbon dioxide weighs nothing? What's the proof of that?
Well, how do you weigh it?
Well, you obviously put it into a vacuum and then you
into a vacuum.
Say again?
So you compress it.
Press what?
You compress it, Let's not even get off into the weeds of whether it weighs something or not. It's lighter than the air. So it's lighter than the air, but 1 ton.
So it has mass.
1 ton. 1 ton.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could say that, but it's lighter than the air.
But it has
how
mass.
Much mass does the air have?
Very little, but it still has mass, so it's still significant.
Okay. So very little went away. Very little mass went away from 1 ton.
That's what I was.
So that's the dark matter. Is that our world is held together by electromagnetics, and that it's not actually material. It's just compression of light through magnetism, and that's the nature of our world. And Earth being flat is obvious. You have to be pretty brainwashed not to know that the sea is level across the entire plane.
Then what is the gain of our coming and going?
Sorry? Say again?
It's the gain of our coming and going.
What's the point?
Where is the rest of our lives walk? In the circle of spheres, the lives of so many good men bend and become dust. But where is the smoke?
It's hard to talk to a man in a strange-looking mask, I'll be honest.
Yes, that's what they always say when they don't know the answer.
Sorry, what is it you're talking about? Is it flat Earth? Is that right?
I'm saying that the Earth is obviously stationary and flat, but obviously we have topography, we have mountains, but if you go from the east coast to the west coast of England or any other country that is surrounded by water, you're going to go up as much to the highest point as you'll come down to the lowest point on the other side. That's a matter of fact. Topography proves it.
Why can't we capture a picture and that we can see that
we
Earth
have
is
done.
flat?
We have done if you're
Totally
willing to
flat.
use it. Yeah. A guy took a photograph from Wales the other day and he caught the Alps. He was able to catch the Alps in sunset, 700 miles away.
No,
So-
now if it's flat,
Yes.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
Why can't we get all that in one picture?
Why can't we get it all in one picture?
Yeah,
It's
like
too big,
we-
right?
like
so
that.
when they take the highest, we can't go up
Yeah.
that high, right? We can get weather ballooning to about 150,000 feet.
So there's no space in
No,
between.
no.
Oh, nothing.
Nothing. We
Ah.
can't get out.
Can I
We
some-
can't get out.
Can I some
We
more,
can't get out. In fact, it's an insult
So
to God.
it's online. Can I
It's
some
insulting.
satellites, planets are online.
Satellites are fake. What they
What
do.
about moon?
Moon is real, of course.
Can I some
So
it's
it's
outside this world, of course.
Have you read Quran? Have you read the Quran?
No, I'm not a religious person, but just.
Can I ask some basic questions?
Sorry?
Can I ask some basic questions? Yeah. So what's your motivation for this? And why, on the flip side, why the motivation to
Inform people?
No, why the motivation to lie to us? And how many people would it take globally to lie to us? And yeah,
Okay, well,
both sides.
like you're not into religion, right?
Pros
You
and
said you're
cons.
not into religion. So you'd accept that religion must be used as a tool of control.
It is used, of course.
So there's the answer to your question. Science, this scientism is a religion and it's used as a tool of control. And because someone went to Bible school when he was 5 years old and his daddy told him to read the Bible, doesn't mean it's right. But so because you went to science class and teacher told you live on a globe and you evolved monkey, doesn't mean it's right. So, but those kids who went on and got A in class went on to do it in high school and university and become professors of the same dogma.
But
So it's
if
very
it-
easy. You
but-
don't
but-
need that many people.
but-
And
but-
trust me, most professors, they
but
believe the
if
shit that they peddle.
But if the Earth was flat, or
You
not,
are the center
or
of
not,
creation. If
or
it's
not,
flat, then
or
it was
not,
created by a
flat
God,
or
by a creator.
But why not just say it's flat and still control us? I don't understand.
Sorry?
If it's all about control, why not have the Earth flat and still control us?
It used to be flat and they still control us because religion used to tell you, Genesis will tell you that the earth is flat. Genesis, the Bible is all full of flat earth references. So they used to, most people were not dumb enough to be convinced that they could live on a globe. It's only in the last 200 years that they've been able to brainwash us with this idea.
And if they told us it was flat, it would obviously be a sign of a creation, right?
Absolutely.
They
It takes
don't,
a
they don't
creator
want
out.
us to believe we live on a creation.
They give you the Big Bang. And the Big Bang is no creator. There's no creator. There's lots of religious people who suck up the Big Bang, even though it completely destroys the idea of a creator. Okay. I've got a flyer for you, brother.
Feel free.
God is within you.
Feel free. I'll have a look. It's interesting. I'm here to.
Yeah, keep an open mind. Right? Cheers. Shake my hand. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good. You find this interesting, amusing, it seems?
Yes, I find it quite interesting.
Because if what you're saying is true, then my profession is complete. My profession wouldn't be possible.
Pray tell, what is your?
I'm a cartographer. I make maps.
You make maps?
Yes. So I know a thing or two about the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. How do you account for it when you're doing a flat map?
Well, if you have map projections, you can't map the continents correctly because you can't put a spherical Earth on a flat map.
Yeah. So which is
you can't actually map it accurately.
Okay. So which is the most accurate flat map of the Earth, projection-wise?
Well, that's like asking you how long is a piece of string, because it all depends on whereabouts the center is. So you have to distort the map somewhere. You can distort it at the equator, or you can distort it at the poles. Now, most projections tend to distort at the poles because no one lives at the poles. They're pretty unimportant. So it's not really a matter, an issue if that's inaccurate. But at the equator and elsewhere, it needs to be more accurate.
Is it true that there are 19 time zones in the southern hemisphere and 23 in the northern hemisphere?
I'm not sure, although time zones are largely political boundaries, so they're set by countries. For example, China is all one massive time zone, despite the fact that it's bigger than Europe, and Europe has 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 time zones.
According to the map, I was telling a guy just now, I took a globe recently and took a piece of string from Johannesburg to Heathrow, and then from Johannesburg to South America, because there's a flight to South America from Johannesburg. And the string is about the same length, using the globe as my reference. Now, we fly satellites over the globe, we map it and we image it and so on. So you'd think that it would be close as accurate as possible. Well, you'll find that the string is the same length for both flights, but the flight to South America is 4 hours longer. Now, that makes sense on a flat Earth. It also makes sense that we don't typically fly from Argentina to South Africa. We would fly up into Europe. Same as when the World Cup, the last World Cup football, they won the World Cup football, and then their country didn't fly them straight back to Argentina or wherever it was. I forget who it was. They flew them up into Europe and then down. So
they
many
flew
flights.
like that.
Well, if you look at them on a globe,
you realize that's because the Earth is spherical.
I realize
because if again you're looking at a flat map, if you're flying from Qatar to Argentina on a flat map of the spherical Earth, going from in a straight line, when you put that on a spherical Earth, you map that on a sphere, it's actually a much longer route. Okay. So the curve actually
you get an airline, you get a plane from London to New York, and it goes like that.
The Earth is spherical.
So as do the boats.
Yeah.
So that's
why is it?
But that could be a straight line on a
People
flat
that invented the heliocentric system, Copernicus and people like that. Why have they spent the last 300 to 400 years building this huge scientific structure, and then you come along and go, oh, no, that's wrong. They were right in the Dark Ages.
Did you know that during the First World War, the artillery guys who lived in the trenches, their feet were rotting from trench with all the rest of it? Not a great place to be, as I'm sure you can imagine. But they still knew they had to factor in for the curvature of the Earth when they were aiming their guns, their artillery guns, to be able to hit the enemy trenches.
Okay, I'm going to trump you with that. I was in war in 1987 in a country called Angola, and I was shooting long-range weapons, and we never allowed for the curvature of the Earth. We allowed for wind.
What kind of weapons?
Well, I had a 90mm cannon on a light infantry
what
tank.
was it like
So not an artillery gun,
in an
that's
illegal
a direct
war
fire
then?
weapon.
Well,
basically one of the last colonial wars.
I'm talking about people actually shooting
supported by the British Empire.
Oh,
and
exactly.
The
I know exactly who.
It doesn't feel very good. But I was also brainwashed, just like all of us are, indoctrinated into a system. And of course, in that country at the time, by law, I had to do 2 years of national service.
Oh, you couldn't avoid it. No, I understand that.
So we were required by a law that I no longer agree with, by a government whose policies I didn't agree with. I was 17 years old when I went into my conscription. So this is just part of the world politics, and Angola today is impoverished by that war. Why? Because it owes Angola via Cuba billions of dollars, which it now takes in oil.
Via Cuba? Who owes the money, sorry?
Russia. Well, we see the weaponry we were fighting against was Russian. Now, the Russians don't give away the weapons for free, right? They say, the bankers will say, we'll lend you the money so that you can buy the tanks to fight against the South Africans. And the South Africans are being supported by, and Jonas Savimbi, the rebel leader in Angola, is being supported by the Americans. And the Russians, through Fidel Castro, are supporting the government. And between the two of them, they play people off. Your father, yeah, really?
My father-in-law, he's Cuban, he's fought in Angola.
Okay, well, my hair just stood up on my back of my neck. But I wrote a book about my time there. I didn't choose to be there, but one day I find myself on the front line. And for 3 months I have to fight for my life. And the same is true for boys on the other side, but we were just doing what we were told to do by a controlling government. 3 years ago, we were told to stay at home and put nappies on our faces. By then, I knew that we'd been lied to so badly, I refused from day one to go along with their bullshit.
I feel like the conversation got hijacked away from the flat Earth to...
Well, we can get back at
I mean, I
because
agree
it all comes back to controlling God's essence. You see, because I think that we are God's essence. And this system wants to control us. The system wants to control us through belief systems. There's people who say that Jesus walked on water and that proves he's the Son of God, that he died and raised after 3 days and that proves that he died for your sins. I'm sure, but you guys don't believe that. But there are billions of people on earth who do believe that. And there are thousands of years of indoctrination and but look at how the Catholic Church spread itself. You've heard of how they did beatings and burnings to get people to go and join the club, right?
A lot of this is not true.
So in science, right, today, you'll know, I'll pick up on what you said. 3 years ago, I've got to be careful of my language. I lost my last YouTube channel on this topic. But 3 years ago, doctors convinced their families and their patients that what they needed to do was what the government was telling them to do. We now know that those doctors had somehow been misled.
With regards to COVID? Yes, okay.
They'd been misled.
Well, I probably agree with
that
you.
That doesn't mean that they were lying. They were misled by years of indoctrination, of training, and years and decades of ideation over germs and fear of cleanliness and all of this kind of thing. And that I can't cough on you and blah, blah, blah. So let me tell you how it's possible to link these things together, to say it's possible to have a scientific dogma
I don't
that has
that
been
you can
controlled.
People. I just don't see how that proves a flat Earth.
Tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, as Hitler said.
Well, again, as I said, my profession is dependent on the Earth being spherical for our products to be accurate.
Okay.
If the Earth was flat and we're making our products for a spherical Earth, that's a really bad thing. That would mean people would be dying. People will be falling out of the skies because their maps are wrong.
Right.
So
planes don't make any allowance.
I don't.
Planes, would be interested to know how you honestly account for curvature. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Is that what you account for? And of course, that can't be right from the cartographer perspective. But according to this maths, this is what we're given by the globe believers, is that it's 8 inches per mile squared. Standing on the beach, 8 inches per mile squared of curvature as you go away from you. And by 10 miles, that's 800 inches. You shouldn't be able to see the White Cliffs of Dover, according to the maths, from France.
Well, actually, you can't see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover. You can see the tops of the White Cliffs of Dover.
Well, if you put a powerful...
And also, it depends very much on the elevation. If you're elevated, if you're standing on top of a mountain, you can see for hundreds of miles.
Agreed.
That doesn't mean the Earth is
So we
flat.
understand perspective then. The lower you go, the less far you can see. So that ship that goes away from you at 4 miles, jump into a 10-story building, go up in the lift, gosh, you can see that ship again, yeah?
Yes.
And you go into a hot air balloon to 200 meters, and now you can see the ship for another hour. And go onto a 747 and cruise above the Mediterranean, and you will see 100 ships on a lake that looks flat on a calm day. 100 ships in the distance, off into the distance. And that's all about perspective stretching out on a flat plane. But the idea that everything is crunched down and therefore going over the curvature at 4 or 7 miles, depending on whether it's Google or Wiki or whatever you look at, can be easily debunked with powerful cameras and the examples that I've just given you. Sometimes you will see that ship and another ship behind that ship, and yet more sea. And you'll be like, hold on, I thought that first ship was already over the curve. That all looks flat to me. This is what started me on flat Earth 8-9 years ago, was the formula for curvature. Now there's a guy...
But if the ancient Greeks were able to figure out...
No, the ancient Greeks never figured that out. Archimedes did everything on a flat Earth, bro. Everything. And the first globe is 500 years old, given to us by the Vatican. Yes. So, and by the way, when it comes to satellites and imagery of the globe,
is that where the source of the lie comes from, the Vatican?
I would say that all roads may well lead to Rome.
It's always us, isn't it? It's always us Catholics.
You're not Rome, bro.
No, I am.
You're a believer in the Catholic religion. That doesn't make you Rome.
A Greek worked out the diameter of the Earth in about 200 BC.
There's more evidence for Jesus than Aristophanes. Yes, 2 sticks in a well or something.
In a well, yeah. He timed when the sun was over that well, then 10 miles down the road, he timed it.
And guess what he did, bro? He's found that there was a 7-degree arc right? And he drew a triangle.
Oh, yeah.
And guess what? There's no flat baseline on a globe. So why are we using, same with celestial navigation, by the way, they use a flat baseline with which to estimate everything. Now I'm going to put you on your feet on the coals, young man, because when you measure London, you measure London inch by inch. There is not an inch of London that is not accounted for on the survey maps for the city. Yes. Agreed?
Yep.
Now every single inch of that is mapped flat. If I wrap that onto a globe, England, London, it doesn't matter. If I wrap that onto a globe, all of a sudden I'm starting to stretch things out of what they are on the flat map. Now let me give you topography. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. On topography, I start on the east coast of England at 0. I walk up to the Mendips at 350 meters, and I get down to Wales at 0. I've gone up 350, down 350 at the sea meters. And the sea level is the same. It doesn't matter. It could be 3,000. It could be across America. Take a cross section of America. You can take a bicycle route cross section of America, and it'll start you in New York at 0, take you up to the highest point in Colorado, and drop you back down at San Francisco. And you'll be at 0 again, having risen and fallen exactly the same amount. But USGS admits that there's a 9-inch difference in the two sea levels on the two coasts. That's the difference.
But it's relative to sea level.
There is no curvature of water.
Yeah, but that's the moon's pull, isn't it?
No, it's the Earth bulges at the equator.
The Earth bulges the equator, but what we get given by NASA is a perfect sphere. Every time they give us one of these fake images, it's a perfect sphere, no bulge. And let me address your question of the moon, sir. How about this? The Great Lakes of America, no tides. Mediterranean Sea, no tide. The Scandinavian Seas, no tide.
Mediterranean does have a tide.
No tide.
It does have a tide.
There is no tide. There are swells. No. This is what we're told. Now,
Caspian Sea, no tide.
Caspian Sea has no tide.
Yeah, because it's too small.
Too small. So these are the excuses that are rolled out because when you're 7 years old and told that the moon is pulling on the water and has this massive attractive force, they don't bother telling you about these massive oceans, massive seas that have no tide at all. And then when you tell me that there's a bulge in Africa and yet the biggest tides we find are here in Europe, Africa, there's places on the equator that have 2 feet of tide. And yet here in England you've got 25 feet of tide. How does that make sense on your globe?
Hang on, no. You just said there were no tides. You just said there were no tides.
I didn't say
Yes, you did. You just said there were no tides.
No, I said there were no tides on those seas I named.
But there is a tide in the Mediterranean. I've been to the Mediterranean. There definitely is a tide in the Mediterranean.
No.
How do you account for the fact? Let me tell you something.
Anyway, I have to go.
All right, well, nice talking to you. Stay well.
Don't fall off the edge.
And
every year in December.
That old test night. Stop listening to disinfo. There's no edge. There's no edge.
Every year in December, I go and spend a month in Argentina.
Okay.
Now, when I leave London, I look up into the night sky. I see the Plough and the Pole Star and Cassiopeia and all the northern stars. I get on the plane. I fly to Buenos Aires. When it gets dark there, I look up into the night sky and I see the Southern Cross and the Magellanic Clouds and the Centaur and the size of the Southern Hemisphere. I've gone round to the other side of the Earth, looking in a different direction. That proves the Earth is round.
I'm going to give you one back. Because it could all be about how far you can see. Oh, okay. All right. Time for some chalking.
Yeah,
how you doing? I can answer his question.
I'm kind of...
Keep an open mind, bro. Did I give you a
studying for like 16 years in my life and it's all a lie.
Yeah. Well, that's why people won't leave their religion because they've been given that all their life. So it's not all. It's pretty much all a lie. Yeah.
Really?
Pretty much everything's a lie, but it's beautiful truth at the end of it, and that is that we are the creators. We are the creators.
But I mean, if you are saying that Earth is flat and there is no space, no satellites, you have to produce an explanation for it.
Yeah, okay, I can.
That's
NASA
equally.
Listen to me. NASA is the biggest buyer of helium in the world, and they use helium balloons, and they have done for more than 60 years to float devices that we call satellites at 200,000 feet. They can float them up there for weeks and months, and then when they come down, they catch them up, and they fill them back up with helium, and they send them back up again. And we've seen footage of these being launched, and we've seen footage of these landing in the jungles where they've been found by locals who go, whoa, look at this satellite-looking device. So these things are being done by satellite, which is why your phone is not working on satellite, bro. You know that.
It's flat. Why can I see it till the end if I use a binocular?
You can go.
Powerful one.
Okay. So you know that the atmosphere is moisture. You know that.
Yeah.
So the more moisture in the air, if you look for 100 miles, you're looking through clouds and rain and anything. So our eyesight is limited. But a guy went up on a plane with an infrared camera, and he was able to take a photo or some video all the way down the coast of America, California, into Mexico, 1,000 miles.
Okay.
So that's our technology is getting better and better. That we can see far, but things shrink into the distance, right? So like we said, the higher you go, the further you can see. So when guys are taking a 100,000 feet balloon up there, they can just see this blanket of cloud for what could be hundreds and hundreds of miles, but it's hard to.
All right, if it's flat, what's the end of the Earth?
Okay, so I say to people that don't think so, it's quite a simplistic view to say the Earth is flat, because the Earth cannot just be flat. The Earth is actually an egg or a ball or like a fruit.
There you go, small.
You see? But name me one fruit. Name me one fruit where the fruit is on the outside of the skin.
Science never says that it's perfectly circled. It doesn't say that. It says that
answer my question. Yeah. My question. Name me one fruit or anything in nature that's alive that has the fruit on the outside of the skin. The tree must be enclosed by the bark. The shell must enclose the egg. The peel must enclose the banana. Every time. So on our earth, what God shows us is that you must enclose the fruit. So we are in an enclosed system upon which there is a flat plane. And inside of that flat plane, we've got this place where we can go around. The water level is the same. We might go up the mountain. We might come back down the mountain. But the sea level is the same. We have some kind of enclosure. We're inside a closed system.
When I go to Australia, as I did 2 or 3 years ago, I set off here in England, and I got on the plane, and I went all the way around, and got to the other side of the world, which is Australia. I landed in Australia.
Okay. Well, that can happen in reality we're talking about.
If I got on a plane in Australia and went the other way round, which you can do, go away around the world, come back to Britain, come back to Britain.
Yeah, so this is the old flying map. I can explain it with a diagram. This is not my diagram. This is the flying map of the 1950s. Come have a look. Map of the world. Map of the world. All right. Hammond's Air Age map of the world. They can take every flight on that flat Earth that you believe you can take on the
That's an incorrect map. That's an incorrect map. You've taken the Earth. Whoever did it took the Earth.
But you can but you can make the flight over Russia to Australia. Yes. So we've mapped.
It's a round globe.
So I believe that our history isn't necessarily true.
You believe in fairies. You believe in all sorts.
Walking upside down is fairies. So walking upside down in Australia is fairies.
Gravity keeps you out.
Gravity, just because something falls to the floor, doesn't mean that you can walk upside down, right? It's a
You're not walking upside. The gravity in Australia is the same as the gravity here.
Yeah, because we're on a flat plane. We're on a flat plane. Much easier. But there's no model of your upside down one.
About
mountain. Yeah. That there's bigger
they
land.
still have that in America, in the Smithsonian.
Okay.
They've still got that published there.
Okay.
So why haven't they taken that down?
Yes.
What are all these other land masses around the edge?
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some of the people are still closed. They're trapped.
A long way from
They're
it.
still trapped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's good what you're doing, man.
Thanks, man. I've got a flyer for you, bro.
Yeah. We have in this group that I'm in now. It's called Free Your Minds. We have a lot of discussions about it. Everything's to do with flat earth. All in there.
Awesome.
I'm in the group. Yeah.
Free Your Mind. Is that on what channel is that?
No, this is on WhatsApp. So this is our WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Good stuff. Well, you can hang around if you want to. I do get a lot of views from the Globe Believers.
I know the Globe.
They don't like their religion being impugned.
Yeah, I know.
It's very scary because then it means my whole ego, based on whatever this world has created for me, might be bullshit.
Exactly.
I'm going to write some more chalk. Got some ally there today. Hope you guys are enjoying it. I haven't had time for the chat. Not spinning. Yeah, how you guys doing? And
I know nothing but Christ Jesus. I know nothing. We know nothing but Christ Jesus.
See the anger I reach sometimes, I need that, and sometimes I respond.
Can you prove water is curving over its surface, sir? Or that we're spinning? Genesis is correct. Earth is not moving. Genesis will tell you the Earth is not moving and created stationary with a flat sea. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball.
Everything is proven with a math. Everything I don't have a formula, they just take a couple of words. What's the formula?
Earth is flat. Earth is flat, guys. Hey, you guys have been reading for a while. You've got to have some questions by now. Some pushback, some rejection.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's rejection, but...
Okay, so here's the way I used to see the world, was that we evolved apes, living on a globe, 4 billion years, blah, blah, blah. I believe all that till I was 47. Then I took ayahuasca, and it changed my life. So I started researching things I'd never imagined researching. Then one of them came up as the flat Earth. Initially, I thought it was ridiculous. And then I saw that there's a formula for curvature over water. And if you apply that formula for curvature over water on a globe, you realize that you can see much further. We can now take powerful cameras and see even further, 100 miles, even further. People have been taking photos of things that you should not be able to see if the globe, the goblet of physics, as they tell us, is curving like they say. So when you apply this 8 inch per mile squared formula, which I don't necessarily agree with, but that's what the globe believers tell me, then I say that we can see hundreds of miles where that doesn't work on the globe. So is it water curving? No, water is level. Around England, it's the same sea level, east coast to west coast. Is Earth spinning 1,000 miles an hour faster than the speed of sound, and we can't record it? We can't measure it, we can't observe it in the clouds, because they have no care about the rotation of the Earth. Nor to do planes, nor to do hot air balloons. Things that leave the surface of the Earth apparently have no drag on this 1,000-mile-an-hour surface. Now, the only way you can do that is to be in an enclosed system, like an airplane or a train. Once you're in an enclosed system, then we're talking about a flat Earth, because flat Earth says we're enclosed, thermodynamics laws cannot be broken. We must, in order to have pressure or pressure gradient in this atmosphere, be in an enclosure. So that's the kind of the basic bones of that. Do we understand fully how everything works because we reject the dogma of the day? No, don't claim that. But I do say that WMAP is a mainstream scientific background radiation experiment they do every year. It shows Earth to be at the center. They don't publish that, but we're at the center of the known measurable universe. And what if that means that we are created, or this place was created, that we might have a stake in that creation, rather than simply being evolved apes, lucky to have a government taking care of our needs when the flu comes out, or when some bad boy starts throwing bombs at us. So it's all a created reality that wants you subservient, it wants you insignificant, it wants to control you. And that's why I come out at the age 55 now and tell people that, shit, you need to wake the heck up, because you are being lied to about who and what you are. No religion. Religion is the old world's control. This scientism and electronic AI, this is the new world's control system. Would you like my flyer? No, I haven't convinced you. Have a good life, guys. Enjoy. Earth is flat, yes. Earth is not moving.
Of course, you're right.
You know? You know? We can't detect any movement?
I don't understand how anyone can write this as we know as it is.
And why do you think
I
that's...
can't understand.
That's what science says. It's that hot. But it's not that hot, is it?
It's your science.
It's not my science. This is the mainstream science. They say there's a thermosphere and it's 1700 degrees Celsius, blah, blah, blah. But no, that's not what we agree with. We say that the satellites are on helium balloons. They float them there for a week, a month, 2 months, and then they come back down. In Sweden, they launch them in north of Sweden. In America, we see videos of these big balloons being launched, helium balloons, with 5-ton payloads, where they can take a satellite to low Earth orbit, or whatever you want to call it, a few 100,000 feet up, and they'll float it there and tell you you've got a satellite out in space. But the truth is that we've never been out of this place, and the whole space program, the moon landings, this is easy to debunk now. Very easy. Under high resolution imagery, we look at the moon lander from the 1960s, and you can see it's cardboard, plastic, and it's not anywhere going to sustain vacuum of space. Do you know
we lived it, you know.
You lived it.
It's
on
a
TV,
long time ago, yes.
On TV.
So
Tell live vision. They tell live vision. I've got a few punters here. Let's get this down.
Hello.
Do you know the experiment that we used to prove the Earth is spinning?
No. What is it?
There isn't one.
Is this not?
Nope. You know, I asked ESA, European Space Agency. I ran into them in Italy in 2019, and I said to the lady, what do you use to prove to yourself that the Earth is spinning? She said, the sun moving over my head. I said, that's it? That's all you got?
But then is the sun flat as well?
No. Is the sun round?
It must be, yeah.
It looks round to me. That's all I can say. But my frisbee is round, doesn't make it a ball. So I don't know that it's a ball.
But 2D figures can also spin.
Okay.
So what is it? Is it flat or does it not spin? Or both?
Well, let me ask you this. Is a football round?
Yes.
Spherical?
Yes.
Is a football pitch round or spherical? So just because you got playing with a ball doesn't mean that the pitch has to be a ball.
So what's the trajectory
You
then?
can't actually stand on a ball, really.
So what's the trajectory of the sun then? If the
Well, now I'm having to theorize because I haven't got the government behind me to give billions of dollars to researching this. What we observe is a sun that seems local to me and you, moving over our head every day. Is it traveling around in a circle every 24 hours, closer in the summer, further out in the winter, like they say? Maybe, but I don't know. I actually can't be certain. I think in terms of electromagnetics, though, so I think that it's all waves. It's all projection of waves. And so when we stand, wherever we happen to stand on the Earth, we will have a projection of the sun either high in the sky or low in the sky, depending on where we stand. But pilots are taking photographs of the moon and the sun in the clouds. They're flying above and they can see the whole orb of the sun, there. So the sun is, I think, local to each of us. So I know it's deep in, but start with the basics, that water cannot be proven over its surface to do anything but form a level, flat surface. We get something called a specular reflection, which is that perfect reflection you see in the lake on a quiet morning when the water's not moving. You see the perfect reflection of the mountains and the trees. You can only get that on a flat mirror. If it was convex, like they say, then it would stretch the image. But we get flat, and it doesn't matter how big the lake is, you'll get the same result. So if I've got a 10-mile or a 50-mile lake that I'm showing you this, why can't I say 500 miles?
Wait, so what do you think about like people that go on satellites and take photographs of the Earth, and it's round in the photographs?
From satellites?
Yeah, right now if we pull a live stream of a satellite, probably we'll be able to see the Earth.
Well, is it? I mean, if they're faking it, remember, if I'm the magician, I've got to come up.
What incentive do they have to fake it?
I'll get to that. That's a good question, but I'll get to that. Let me get you this: that if I wanted to fake it, Sandra Bullock went to space in a movie called Gravity, but she didn't, right? You're smart enough to know that was all done in a Hollywood studio. And just as Red Hot Chili Peppers sing, space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Why are they not telling us the truth? When there's people that have whistleblown on the moon landings, Buzz Aldrin said we never went. There's 2 Russian cosmonauts said we've never been to space. Tim Peake, when he did his flip in space, he looks like he's on a harness. Guys, you watch closely these footage of them doing live stuff for children on school in America and stuff. You can see them with harnesses sometimes. You can see things glitch out and they look like they're on a green screen platform. And then when they do the spacewalk, we can see bubbles leaving helmets. We can see once a reflection in the visor.
Why?
Okay, the why. Control, because I think that we are God expressing itself here, and they don't want us to know that. Nor does the religion, by the way. Religion doesn't want you to think that they're all special. That you are, special in your own life, get a good job and a good car. But in terms of the spiritual, not the material, you are infinite, you are love, you are from something much greater than what this earth is trying to present you as. I used to believe in evolution. I believed that we were just here by lucky chance and there was no purpose to life. Now, having researched this and understanding this, I've had to conclude that no, we are the expression of some creator, and that creator wants to have a growing soul experience.
Yeah. Wait, so do you believe in gravity as well?
No.
You don't believe in gravity? So Einstein was wrong?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say Einstein was wrong so much as he was looking for an explanation of what we see in the world around us. And remember, he's having to take what we see and say this falling on the ground is the attraction to center mass. Okay, I know it wasn't Einstein, it was Newton. But this attraction to center mass is what's going to make me able to walk underneath a ball. Now, in reality, you can't walk underneath anything. You know, we cook, we live on, we use tables. Everything must be flat in our world. The football pitch is flat, the baseball pitch is flat. These things are flat because that's the way things work. I could put a moat around it and have water around it. It doesn't make it a ball. I can travel around London. I can travel around London on M25 or travel around whatever city you come from. It doesn't make that a ball. So I think this is all designed to try and minimize us. But these guys, so remember, Newton says apple falls on the head. Why does he use apple falls on the head? Because no one thinks about how the water got there in the first place. The tree had to lift up 150 grams of water, which then broke its connection to the tree and then returned to where it came from, the ground. If I put a bucket of water halfway down, it would float on that water. Why? Because it's buoyant. So all we're seeing in our world is buoyancy and density. If we fill the Hyde Park now with water, we would float above it because we are buoyant in water. If I take a steel block, 1 ton of steel, I'll drop it in water, it will sink. But if I hammer it out into a hull, it will float because of displacement. We understand how these things, and Archimedes, he did all of his work, he did all of these things because he knew the earth was flat.
We've got an open net, but we swallow the water, we go down.
Right?
Thank you.
All right, guys, you want to
swallow the water, we go down, my friend.
You swallow water?
Yes, if you swallow, we've got air, that's what keeps us floating. But if we swallow the water, we go down.
Yeah. Or if we expel the air, we start to sink. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's buoyancy. You understand? So the sponge is buoyant.
That's not a good argument.
The pumice stone is buoyant. These things are buoyant. Pumice. Buoyant because they carry more air in them.
Yes.
So things are buoyant or dense. Dense things fall.
Why are you saying we're being lied to then? Are you saying Newton was lying to us?
No, Newton was trying to, looks like most scientists will be following the threads that they're working from. So the foundation that was laid for them was heliocentrism.
Yeah.
And then they build on that same foundation. And as Tesla said, that modern scientists are building equations that bear no relation to reality. Because that's what we work on now, is equations that say this is how it's possible. But we say, no, water is always level. We live on a surface within some kind of enclosure. There cannot be an edge to it. Or if there is an edge, we've never been able to explore it. But water
do you believe in Antarctica, the Antarctic wall all around
I think it's possible, but I don't believe in it. No. I think it's possible. There's some evidence of it, but there's the Antarctic Treaty that restrains us from traveling 60th south unless we're on a controlled tour into a peninsula in and out. We don't get to travel. Sir Ranulph Fiennes, I met his crew some 10 years ago, and they said it's taken us 5 years to get permission for him just to walk across one peninsula of the Antarctica.
Do you think there's something they're hiding?
It seems very likely. I mean, do you know, you must have heard of Admiral Byrd now? Okay, so Admiral Byrd was the most celebrated naval man in America.
Yeah, he said he saw statues and stuff.
Oh, that one.
I don't know about that. I don't know about the statues, okay? That may be disinformation, but what he did say on the Longines TV
This is all going on your channel?
Yeah, I'm live.
Oh, you're live, okay.
What he says on Longines TV interview in 1956, the year before they signed the treaty, he says, I found land bigger than America that no man has ever touched. I found resources that will last mankind for eons, and then they shut it down. So what is out there? It's a good question. Is there other planes or extra terra on a flat Earth that becomes possible? On a globe Earth where we've been wrapped around, everything's been explored, there's nothing to see. But you know what, we never we never circumnavigate underneath the globe. We've never gone in from the north, come in at the other side and flown out the other side. We can go across peninsulas of it, so it does suggest that the Antarctica we know of is not the round ball, or the round continent that we think it is. It might well be a border or a perimeter, but I can't. That's obviously a bit speculation.
But the one thing that I always say to flat earthers, though,
there's more and more around now, isn't there? I started this in 2018 coming here. There's definitely, this conversation has moved on. People come to me with they already know what flat Earth thinks. When I don't really know what it is. What I am researching is electromagnetism, because I think there's a lot of truth in that. Quantum physics has got some stuff in it I think is really interesting.
I don't know about that.
But I don't know that the idea that we're spinning has to be taken on belief, because there's no experiment that proves it was spinning. And that's where we're at after all these years of looking at it. And then the curvature of water, this young man's bottle, wherever it settles, that water will find level every single time.
Yes.
And that bottle that level will be parallel to a friend's bottle who also holds it. It doesn't have to be the bottle held at the same angle.
That's true. Yeah. The bubble in a carpenter's
spirit level.
Yeah.
And so if you
Same
maximize that to a mountainside, and as the river comes down to the first lake, it's going to settle there and then overflow to the next lake, and those two lakes will be parallel to each other.
Yes.
And the third and the fourth and the fifth until it gets to the big lake, which we call the sea.
But you talk about the spinning. Why does the water stick to the spinning ball? Well, of course it does, because it's so vast that's why, because it's so exponentially large. That's the answer.
With respect, though, but when we say of course it does, we're presupposing that because we were told that when we were 7. But actually, we can't demonstrate that.
But I've seen flirters get a tennis ball. I was just saying to all these chaps, he gets a tennis ball and they soak it and they spin the tennis ball and the water comes off. And of course it comes off, and that's meant to be proof the water just comes off. But of course it does on a tennis ball, because the tennis ball hasn't got any gravity because it's small, whereas the Earth is massive.
Again, that's presupposing gravity can attract things like that.
Well, there are people before me, much greater minds than I, they've written it down and they've got the calculations to prove it.
So it's same with religion. Aristophanes, there's little to no proof that.
I don't believe in religion at all, my friend.
I know. Well, but there's billions of people. Well, I didn't know that. But
you have to take so much. You have to take so much on faith, but otherwise, on the faith that these people know what they're talking about, because otherwise. You'd have to then research every single thing.
Remember, the kids, the people who are the professors of this science, are the ones who are the professors of this science, are the ones who loved it most in school.
Yes.
So the professors of religion, theology, are the ones who loved it most in their indoctrination years, and then they go on to become the teachers of it.
Yeah, and of course it's in their interest to promote whatever it is, because that's how they make a living. That's true.
Becomes self-interested.
Of course, yes.
And of course, just like we saw with 2020, the lockdowns, is that any doctor who spoke out of turn very quickly silenced.
But most teachers are left-wing and more likely to be left-wing and more sceptical.
But within
not find that?
No, most teachers are not left-wing.
Are they not? Didn't they used to be?
That's what Thatcher thought, but it wasn't true.
It wasn't true.
I was a teacher. They're not left-wing at all.
Really?
No.
I think one of the things that we're good at.
That saddens me. You think that educated people would understand?
No, but you listen to a scholar of any religion that is fantastic at repeating what he has learned.
Yes.
Maybe putting a little bit of personal in there, but it's all stuff he's repeating that has been learned. Well, the same is true with a good teacher. A teacher is going to parrot fashion, learn the stuff, and then
cherry pick the good stuff.
That same stuff to the children.
A good teacher teaches pupils to think for themselves.
Yes.
No, to think for themselves.
Yes.
And you don't, and asks the pupil to ask questions. He says to the pupil, "You ask me the questions, and I'll answer."
Yes, but now when I was 11 years old and the teacher insisted that swinging the bucket over her head with some water in it, a piece of string in a bucket, proved to me that this is how the Earth's gravity worked, I said that's ridiculous.
It's not.
I said that's ridiculous because gravity is a theory and the bucket and string are physical objects.
No, gravity is not just a theory. It's based on practice. It's based on practice. If you get a bucket, if you put something in a bucket, it doesn't have to be water.
Very nice to meet you.
Likewise. Good luck.
Seeds or anything, and you swing it around like that.
His mum will love this.
Oh, okay. Well, there's that one as well, because God is within you. I try and get. That's my big message.
She'll love you.
Yeah, that's my big message. I was an atheist 8 years ago.
I am an atheist.
Good.
I'm an atheist. There is no God.
That's because I couldn't fathom what this world.
No God at all.
Absolutely no proof or no evidence whatsoever for God.
Absolute.
I was with you.
Absolute
And then I took
bullshit.
DMT in 2015, and I had my ass kicked at the age of 47.
So you did what?
DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is ayahuasca. Your pineal gland is full of DMT, and it empties when you die. It's meant to be a conversation with God. You can research DMT, the spirit molecule.
There isn't a God.
Well, we don't have to agree.
The idea of a religious God is ridiculous.
Yeah, religious God.
Any God.
Only
supernatural.
Well, any
supernatural being.
It's rubbish. It's rubbish.
Yeah. So let me tell you, I was 47, and my dying mother in 2011 couldn't get me to accept there was a God, just like you guys. So I don't have a problem with that. However, I smoked the DMT, and it lasts 7 minutes.
It doesn't exist. Non-existent.
I
had this 7-minute transition where I thought I'd die,
transition.
and I have this experience
a brain experience.
Yeah,
well,
this is what I met a woman yesterday, and she came to God, and she told me about how she came to God, and it was just like. It was just rubbish.
Yeah,
and this is a rational human being, a very intelligent one.
Yeah, it's completely irrational. I used to work for a drug rehab situation.
You would have seen that.
And I tell you something, Once people get on drugs, they believe in God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They believe in God.
Yeah.
Well, I think that
Do
is worth.
you actually believe in a benign creator then, do you?
I think that it's more like
If you believe in
everything that is here
Which God do you
is
believe in?
inside
Christian
of
God or the Jewish God or the Muslim God? Abrahamic God?
I don't have
Abrahamic God?
none of those.
Anyway,
No, I don't see it
I'm
as
not gonna get
a.
into this.
See, I don't see it as a
Nice
thing.
talking to you. Nice talking
Nice
to you.
talking to you
It
once
really
again.
was.
Yes, all the best.
So that's where you're coming from.
Good luck, young man.
You're not showing where.
It's
You're not
Harris
showing
tip.
where.
How do we get to Harris
You're not
from there?
showing
Do we-
where Antarctic and I.
Hey,
How
my
are you?
brother.
Long time.
Where's the Antarctic?
Thank you.
Where's
Good
the
to see you
Antarctic?
again.
Where's,
That's very
where's the
good
North
job. That's a
Pole?
great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where's the Antarctic?
Well, I mean, it could be a ring around the
It's a
outside.
fake. It's a fake map.
That's a fake map. Hi again. That's a world map. That's a genuine map.
Yes,
Is it the Italian map? The guy Italian
Very
map?
quick
Question. Are you ever over Canary Wharf way?
No, I'm not. Why?
Okay, no, that's right. That's this. My friend Ro would love to hear you speak.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I could arrange a speaking.
Yeah, okay, but anyway, I've got
event.
the thing. Okay, let's,
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to listen to you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Thank you.
We're gonna find you next Sunday.
Next Sunday, I might be in Cambridge.
Cambridge.
Because you want to hear me more speak.
No.
Oh.
I'm gonna research.
You want to talk? I will come back to
you.
Okay, I'll come back to Speaker's Corner.
Yeah.
In the future, but my email is on my website, lovetruthsovereignty.com.
Yeah.
So you're welcome to, because I debate you any day. That's why I welcome.
Cheers,
brother.
man. It's been playing.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Cheers, man. So how you been?
I'm good, yeah.
Cool,
I'm good,
man.
yeah.
Cool.
I believed in it. I knew it. and
We,
that's it.
yes, well, you're a
That was
long-time
the right
teacher.
side.
You're a long-time teacher on the flat Earth. I maybe need to get something to stick these down. I need to get my battery pack, actually, while I'm thinking about it. Oh, guys, I haven't had a chance to look at the chat at all. I do apologize, but hopefully the content is worth watching. Battery going. 18%. I get in there just in time. That's pretty handy.
And that will compensate.
Need some water. How's the chat doing? To read, it's hard to read some of this in the light. I've got the sun behind me, as you can see on the flat Earth. Thanks for your support. Actually, a special word of thanks to Robert Patterson. I sent him $300 the other day, which is hugely beneficial. Very beneficial. Hey man, have you looked at this flat Earth? Yes. You want to talk? I don't have to film you. Stand next to me and talk.
I just have one question that about this theory. You said that people who sustain this theory.
Yeah, flat Earth, yes.
How can you explain the eclipse, like the moment the moon is just in front of the sun, while the entire Earth in that moment is not completely in darkness?
Yeah, that's a good one. You know, for the it doesn't make sense on the globe actually, because see when you make a shadow from something, the shadow will always be bigger than the object being shadowed. Yes.
Yeah.
So what we see is actually the dark part of the moon, the dark part of the shadow is actually 70 miles across. You know, where it's the darkest part. When it should actually be thousands of miles across, because obviously the moon is apparently 2,000 miles across. So the shadow should actually, from 250,000 miles away, should completely black the whole Earth out. Of course, we don't see that. It's always a local one. And actually, one of the weird things is that the shadow moves the wrong way sometimes on the eclipses. It doesn't always move as you'd think that they would move. And on 6 or 7 occasions, we have seen the sun and moon above the Earth at the same time as eclipse, which completely debunks the globe theory. Okay, but remember, in old times they used to talk about 2 dark objects in the sky, from Ketu or Rahu, and these 2 dark objects may well be covering up. Because when you see an eclipse, solar eclipse here, we cannot see the moon approaching the sun. We cannot see a silhouette approaching the sun. And the same is true with the new moon. You know, at new moon for about 20 hours, we cannot see the moon at all. And in fact, if it was a big rock, we should be able to see the silhouette of that being in the region of the sun. We should be able to see that. They tell us that they can see exoplanets light years away, but we can't see our own moon just next door.
Then how do you explain the theory that the Greek, I don't know the name of the one who discovered it, but it was the Greek person in the ancient times who tried to see if the Earth is actually flat or round, and he make a travel from Greek all the way to Egypt or somewhere around that area, calculating by the angle from the northern star.
Yes.
And in Greek it was one result, in Egypt it was a different.
Yes. How do you calculate an angle?
I don't know.
But, okay, let me just tell you quickly. You need a flat baseline.
Yeah.
Okay, so the globe is not flat. So I don't know how you can, if a flat Earth, yes, you will get, just like if I put a street light here or a highlight super light, say 20 meters tall, someone standing underneath it will have no shadow. Someone standing 5 meters away from it at the same time will have cast a shadow. Yes, you agree. So now this Aristophanes lived 2,000 years ago, yes? We don't know that he actually existed. So just because a few hundred years or 150 years ago they inserted a man into our story that says, here we go for 2,000 years. Well, they never made a globe until 1,500 years later, in the year 1500. Now let me offer you this. A guy called, much recent history, unless you can research yourself, a guy who was the Queen's astronomer, a guy called George Airy. He came up with an experiment in the mid-1800s to prove whether it was the Earth or the stars that were moving. Today it's known as Airy's failure. Why? Because it showed that stars were moving and not the Earth. Then they came up with interferometer, and for 30 years their science minds used interferometer to try and prove that it was Earth moving, and they could not do that. So you can't tell me like Jesus. You know, 2,000 years ago you want me to believe that when we can't even prove that he is. And why are we not doing that experiment ourselves now? If this were true, it works on a flat Earth because we can take, as I said, we can
Everyone
take
can do that experiment. Me personally, I just don't know the formula. It's on the internet, the formula.
Do you know this formula? Okay, so curvature formula is what started meaning. If you like maths, you apply this maths formula to the curvature over water. Stand on a beach and apply that formula, and you'll realize you can see much further on a clear day than you can according to this formula. And then if you take a powerful camera, you can see even further, 20 miles even, across water that's meant to have been curved a long time ago. So water is level. This is a matter of fact. When you travel across Africa, you go at one sea level, and then you travel up to the highest point, and on the other coast you go down the same amount to get to the same sea level on the other side. Water is always level, and we are not spinning. There is no proof that we are spinning. But we have gravity as a religion or a theory that because my pencil falls on the floor, that means that I can walk upside down on a wall. Not true. Not true. That's just a theory. Nice, cool story, bro, but we don't believe no more. Have a good one. Open your mind. You've been lied to by the government. Control you. Keep you smile. The creative society. I must talk to them, actually. Hey, this guy, he's looking good.
I guess I sometimes, I don't guess, I know I upset people who are strictly Jesus died for my sins kind of guys.
But what these guys don't realize is that we're actually choosing sides. Can I give you ladies a flyer to take home?
I'm going to read about it. I just took a picture, but yeah, sure, I'll take one.
Listen. Hey.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Would you like?
you.
Would you like?
We can share. We live together. Oh, you want one? Oh, sorry.
Thank
Sorry.
you for the- we're the center of the universe. Don't let them teach you that you're anything less than the purpose. You are an eternal being. The avatar that you're inhabiting now is just a temporary body or vessel that you're using for a life or a lesson, a soul lesson, to upgrade your soul, I think. There's no religion required because you are the expression of whatever the creator is. Call it God if you like. But I think that we are expressing ourselves on behalf of our higher self. Then we might reincarnate, but I think that we're meant to learn the life lessons on this time round. But if we're distracted and misled, then we'll be way from off course from where we're meant to get to in our incarnation. We're all center of our own universe and we should be treated thus.
Thank you. Interesting. Read about. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
cool.
you.
How you doing?
Hi. It's going to get heated.
Oh, it's already quite hot, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's going to get more heated. I just thought maybe you could try and persuade my friends here.
So, I mean, what is your... So, Ronnie has introduced you to me. So,
I happen to be standing here and I saw you with this. Now, I mean, to be open, I'm as sure as I want. I'm more than 99.9% sure you're wrong. And I'm at least 50% that you know you're wrong. Okay, I just want to be transparent. Okay. So I don't know the degree. My position is I don't know the degree to which you're kidding yourself, or the degree to which you know when you're kidding me. But I'm hoping, and I'd be curious to see how this gentleman here is a particle physicist.
Okay.
Okay.
So quantum physics. So in quantum physics, which force is stronger? Which force is stronger in quantum physics? The weak nuclear force, the electromagnetic force, or the gravitational force?
So the quantum thermodynamics, that's a strong force, you say.
The strong nuclear force?
Strong nuclear force, you say. That is
where does gravity come in that?
Gravity always acts there, but in comparison of the strength, it is not in the landscape of happenings there happening. I mean, if something is being enforced by the strong nuclear force, gravity cannot undo that.
Yeah.
So
gravity is apparently 0 to the power of 24, 0.0 to the power of 24 times weaker than the electromagnetic force. From my studying of quantum physics,
but there was a situation. I mean, in some situation, it can be equivalent because the gravity, the formula for the gravitational force, or how it varies its distance, is 1 by r. So distance. So if you
is that the R value?
Yes. So the R value, if you make it very smaller, then the strength of the gravitational force, it gets blown up.
Okay.
And now all the forces, likewise, all the forces, you can extrapolate that at the beginning of the universe, all the forces were having the same strength. That's how they argue that all the forces were unified. everything.
Okay, so let me offer you some.
But now at this scenario, at this sense, the level of scale, and at what scale you are looking, gravity is the weakest. I mean,
gravity, yeah. So, but the thing is that when you're 5 years old, you're 6 years old, you're trained that gravity is Newtonian. It's attracting to a center mass, yes, and that's why we can walk underneath the globe. And so we carry on, we take that, we live on a globe and we can walk underneath the globe. We take that from Newtonian physics, yes. Then later, when we will get into it, but how does the sun, the Earth go around the sun and it doesn't crash into the sun? Now we need Einsteinian physics, which is bending time-space, yes?
not necessarily. You can explain why Earth is not crashing into the sun. Because we have two types of energy or ability. Energy is basically ability. People confuse that energy is some kind of whitish cloudy thing or stuff. It's not. It is something that cannot be encapsulated in concept fully, but only through its effects you can define it.
Like religion.
Like you can. I mean, there are in everything there are aspects which cannot be completely described.
Okay.
But that does not mean that we do not know certain things about that, you know. But what I was trying to say is that you can always explain the revolution of Earth around the sun and not crashing into the sun by introducing two concepts like the binding force and the force that tries to undo the binding. So that is the kinetic energy and the potential energy.
Now, let me just clarify, you use the word concept. Okay, and a concept is an idea. An idea is a theory. So let's be honest and say that everything from Einstein to Newtonian to quantum physics and string theory and so on is all conceptual ideas. What is physically possible to test, I try and keep the conversation simple like that, because once we get into the deeper parts of, oh, this is quantum stuff and you need this formula and you need that and you need to base it on this theory and so on, now we're starting to get into things that I can't test. So what can you and I test about the reality that we live in? Can we test that it's spinning? No, we can't. That the Earth is spinning, or that we are moving around the sun. I'll give people this example, is that in 6 months' time, our night sky should be completely different. Why? Because we have the sun at our back now, and we're looking out that way. But tonight, we've got the sun at our back, and we're looking out that way. So the universe should have a completely different picture pretty much every night. And not only that, if these stars are moving away from each other, you know WMAP, right? You're a scientist, you know what WMAP is, the background radiation. We are always right at the center of that, not in some sort of big random explosion, but we're right in the center of what I believe to be an electromagnetic universe. So this is why I studied a bit of quantum physics. There's an experiment called primer fields. Have you come across primer fields? Primer fields, they take a vacuum chamber, they fill it with gas, and they suspend two oppositely charged magnetic balls inside that. They fire 80,000 volts into that, and what they get is like a quasar develops, right? And this quasar has an accretion disk, what they call an accretion disk. Now accretion is another word for creation disk. This is what you can test in a lab, right? Now then you look at vibration and frequency. As Tesla said, the scientists today are building formula that bear no relation to reality, but the formula that they are building, we now believe, Tesla said it was all light, frequency, and sound. If you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of 3, 6, and 9. Now if you interrogate that and say, well, what if this world is truly electromagnetic? Then it may be that the only way that light can be compressed, vibration can be compressed, is through a black hole. So possibly we have a black hole technology, that we're standing on a black hole where light has been slowed. So the only place you can slow and get light so heavy is through a black hole. It condenses like sand through the hourglass, and it condenses briefly, becomes material.
You are talking about different ideas. I mean, people are coming up with this kind of ideas. I mean, like saying that we are living inside a black hole. And as far as you,
good. I've never read anyone else say that, but that's my own idea.
No, it's out there. I've seen it online as well. It's another conceptual model for looking at it. Incidentally, you did. I'm basically just watching. Let me chip in just a little bit.
Mind must keep these theories on the table. I like dogmatic is never good for one's health.
I like dogmatic. I like consistency. And you made the observation that people were using concepts and you'd like to move away from those to empiricism. Just to point out to you and your audience, you also are using concepts.
I have slipped into
Yes,
concept.
that's
Just to be clear.
Thank you for pointing that out. So let's come back to you.
It's okay.
Let's come back to we can't
And another
keep
thing, just
spinning.
I
One more
want to
thing,
add
water,
to your discussion.
Water is
Sorry.
always going to find level. Water will always, when at rest, find level. Can you disprove that statement?
Water is always.
Water at rest
Yes,
will
thank
come to a level. It doesn't actually matter what the liquid is. Any liquid will form a level. They make mirrors on a bed of oil because this is perfectly level. We get a specular reflection on a lake when it's still. This is the perfect reflection of the clouds and
Yes,
so on.
the level depends on the area, the extent of the area we are looking at. So whether it will be flat or it will be curved depends on the area. So the gravity. So you know the electromagnetic force and the gravitational force is symmetric. Symmetric in the sense it just does not depend on the different directions. I mean, you have if you have two balls. I mean, one is still, and you place the other ball in at the same distance, but at different direction. The strength is same. It does not. The strength of the force, the pulling force, does not depend on the orientation. This is the basic, the basic of the Coulomb's law, and your Newton's law. You know. So this is the basic nature of electromagnetic and the gravitational force. Both are in a same manner. They are symmetric. So what happens? So this flattening effect is a effect of that. So the flattening effect. So you see flattening because you are looking at a small portion of the bigger circle. So if you look at the smaller portion of a bigger circle, it will look to you like a line.
I disagree with you. You know, the Suez Canal is 120 kilometers long and provably level from end to end. There's lakes that freeze over and they turn them into frozen lakes that are perfectly flat for hundreds of miles, thousands of square kilometers of these bodies of water. So if I wanted to test that honestly, I would jump into the cockpit of a plane and I would look ahead of me and say, look, the next 50 miles that I can see is level. Now let me go another 50 miles and look again. Oh, still level. And let me go another 50 miles, still level. See, I got to be in a cockpit of a plane when I was a youngster, and I was there for half an hour, and I could see all of this level. And there's plenty of pilots who say, we make no allowance for this curvature.
It depends. It depends.
Can you tell me the formula for curvature?
Yeah, I'm saying that it depends on. It depends on the radius of the arc and the area you are looking into, the comparison. So like that, we can stand like in a line. You know. Now someone can come and draw a circle with connecting our points like this. One can have. You can move there, and still one can have a circle, but with bigger radius. You know?
Yeah.
So
it's always pi, right? It's always pi. It's always going to have the same amount of curve, right? See, the thing is that a ball has not got flat spots, no matter how big you want to make it. And so I should be able to go out and measure that. A good scientist wants to measure his claim. And if you're claiming that there's curvature, go out and measure it. Tell me what the formula is that you've used to measure curvature over water. Other than repeating the dogma, what is the formula that you've used to measure curvature over water?
So when you measuring curvature, so you have to, if you on the frame or the surface, you have to use the concept of parallel transport. You know, so the parallel transport is a thing. You go along. I mean, you take some arrow with a particular orientation with the land. You move like that. Go to the South Pole and move.
Okay, I can't do this. I can't do this. You and I can't do whatever you describe.
Yes, you can do that. You can do that. The airplanes flying,
no airplane
satellites.
has ever flown underneath the globe, ever. Not recorded of any single flight circumnavigating north-south.
So it is
fact. So now I'll come back to the formula. You don't know the formula. That's why you don't want to tell me. Here you go. This is just trigonometry on a sphere with a 3,900 mile radius. This is your R value. This is your formula, bro. 8 inches per mile squared.
Is 1 by r, you know?
8 inches per mile squared. You've never gone to measure it.
Debate update. We are 15 minutes into a debate where a trained quantum physicist who just proved a very complicated experiment to me that I spent 10 years thinking about, and he successfully decoded it for reasons which I'm finding fascinating, is failing. Sorry, no offense, you're not failing. And I suspect it's because you're very polite and you're very diligent and you're letting our friend here dominate the conversation by asking all the questions.
Simple questions
which
about our
gives the
observable universe.
Okay, which I add, most of his audience themselves won't know the answer to, so they get the illusion that he is somehow the kind of the expert in the art, and you're on the back foot. So let me remind your viewers, a gentleman who has a degree in quantum. No, you put the camera here. A gentleman with a degree in quantum physics. You're sure, right? You're just sure. There's no chance that his qualifications means you should pay any attention to his observations. How about now we stop you asking him questions, which will always backfoot someone.
When the doctor turned
Start
up,
asking him questions.
when the doctor turned up 3 years ago,
so that's why I am trying to convey in a message like a student. I mean, that's right.
and the doctor turned up 3 years ago and said I had to put a mask on my face because it was going to be good for my health. Did you believe him?
Again, you totally switched topic.
More questions. Simply because the man's been through university.
He just hit me with another question.
He's been through the indoctrination
He just hit me with another question.
You know that if I doctor my financial reports, that I'm altering them in my
misdirection. This is misdirection.
So you are
These are
making
the
claims,
arguments
but
that
I
get
am
used.
trying to decode
and
your
you know
claims.
it.
The water's level in your glass head, right?
Allow me to try and be a bit more practical. May I try a different technique? I don't nearly as much as you. The only reason I coaxed him into doing this, and I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I know you're wrong. I just don't know why you're wrong. I don't know if you know you're wrong. I don't 100%.
Because you don't want me to be wrong because it ruins your will.
No, actually, no.
Just like the Muslims.
You don't know me. I would love a world-busting theory to shake it up. Because right now, to me,
this was a big one for me.
Right. Well, then,
8 years ago, I believed in the globe. I believed in evolution. I believed in all the lies that we get in.
Simple thing I can suggest to you that if Earth was flat, then Earth was flat, then the sun would have been always be seen as inside at position.
No. That's what people who've done no research on flat Earth say that to you. You're smart enough to go and do your own research. The sun cannot be thousands of miles away. It has to be small and local. The way that the sun works is nothing like, and in quantum physics it makes sense. You can see this thing going around doing the analemma. You can see it doing it in quantum physics, and you can. So I can see how to slow it down to a 24-hour cycle.
But you can see the sun from far distances. You know.
Far distance.
Yes, you can see. You can. So how far? I mean, from almost at the end. Yeah. So you can see the sun. From a flat position, the distance is same as the sun.
Would you agree that if I went up in the Burj Khalifa, the sunset would be much later for me than the someone at the beach beneath the Burj Khalifa?
Yes.
Okay, so that's all about perspective. So that we on a flat Earth, that makes sense. That now I can still see it just because I've gone up 800 meters in the Burj Khalifa. If it was the globe like they say and it's gone thousands of miles and it's all down there, I should not be able to see it. I've seen it myself in Dubai. Sunset, then the plane takes off, boom, and there's the sun again up above the clouds. How is that possible on the globe? Not possible. How are the pilots taking, well let me finish, how are the pilots taking photographs of the sun inside the clouds? Pilots are telling me that the Earth is flat, they make no allowance for this curvature. We've got to stick with the basics, bro. If you think that we're spinning but can't prove it.
So the tree may look smaller to you if I sit down like this. Your head is above the.
Yes, that's all perspective. That's right.
Yeah,
so if the lower you go, the less far you will see people on this park. But if you climb in the tree, you will see people across the whole park. We understand this is perspective, and this is all we see on
that is due to the obstruction.
Obstruction?
Yeah. So the obstruction made by the
obstacles in the way.
Yeah.
So a guy went up to the tallest point. Let me make this point then. A guy went up to the tallest point in Wales the other day. The other day went up to the tallest point in Wales and took a photograph of the Alps. Took a photograph of the Alps, bro. 700 miles. Cannot be possible on the globe.
You are arguing that
cannot be possible on the globe.
Sun is being obstructed. To obstruct sun from side in a flat Earth, the trees and the buildings should be of a height which is equal to the distance of sun and earth. You know?
So if I walk away,
So
these trees now.
you
let
can
me make
try
my
with
point to
different
answer you.
models.
Let me make my point
Why
to
don't you
answer you
share the
because
space? You should go on a clock. You should share the space so that you don't shout each other down.
Let me put
so that our friend here has time
like
to
this.
talk.
Let me put this to you like this. These
He
trees
doesn't
here,
doesn't want to share the
these
space.
trees here are obscuring my view. Yes, because I'm right close to them. But if I go back by 2 kilometers, 5 miles or something like that, if I go back like that, these trees will not be obscuring my distance if I've got just a little bit of elevation, yes?
You know,
So that's exactly how it works on Earth. The sun is close, and as it goes away, it appears to be dropping down because it's like the plane. When the plane flies out of your view, it appears to be going down. When those clouds, friend, when those clouds are seeing the
different length scales. So it is about the comparison, and you are messing with the different length scale. It's a matter of perspective, and it depends on the. But there are different perspectives. Perspectives also is not same because if I sit down from here, your head goes above the head from my perspective. But if someone is above a building and he does not sit, he sit. Then even if he sits, your head is not above the T to him.
That's right. It looks lower. Yeah.
So the perspective even depends on the situation.
That's right. So I'll give you the example.
What geometry? What head
double
geometry?
sunset. The double sunset is exactly that. But I see that on a flat Earth, not on a globe. You see, I can change my perspective, like the birds. I can change my perspective, and I will see things much further away. That's fair enough, and that's why we got a much later sunset. And guys have done this right now with the P900, the powerful P1000 Nikon camera, is that they wait for sunset, and then they zoom back into where the sun set, and they can bring the whole body of the sun back into the frame. And that's all about. That's all about. I'm giving you practical. I'm giving you practical examples that you can test for yourself. Practical examples you can test for yourself.
May I chip in?
Yeah.
May I chip in? Number one, you mentioned about evidence, so you have cited anecdotal examples of experiments.
Like water being level?
No, like I've been up in a plane and other people have been up with the camera.
Okay, well, people tell me all the time they see curvature because they've been in the plane.
So it would be scientifically diligent for you at the end of this video to provide links to that evidence so we can fact check it, wouldn't it?
No, well, why would I be wasting my time?
Because your audience might be interested in...
You've come back many times
because
over,
your
you don't want to
audience
look at it.
might be
You just want to be the dunce in the
your
back of the
audience
class saying, I'm not going to listen
your
to your
audience
stuff,
can
teacher.
notice that the host of the show doesn't want to give you links to fact check his assertions.
Most people who are
That's
watching
on the
this
record
already
if he
know
doesn't
this
edit
stuff.
this down.
They
That's
already
number one.
know this stuff.
Right, okay.
Yes, sir, a question for you.
No, wait.
Science
is wrong. Excuse me.
Scientism? It depends on what science.
How do we listen to your voice? How do we listen to your voice?
Well, I'm telling you that the theories are wrong. I'm telling you the theories are wrong.
Can you explain your
I'm telling you, we've been lied to about who we are and where we are. The theory of gravity is just a theory. The idea that something falls down means you can walk underneath a globe has never been proven. The idea that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, never been proven.
And I do believe you're running away. I do believe it's on camera that you're running away.
I don't have to talk. I don't have to
You don't
engage
have
with
to,
you.
but
I've had many long and painful, tedious
if you don't want
conversations
to waste this
with you.
footage, and you're going to have
It's already been wasted. The
Well,
longer
no,
you
the
stand
question
here,
is,
the
are you
more
going
we
to
waste
show
it.
this footage? Because if you are, some of your viewers might be persuaded that you're not as solvent as you think you are.
well-
So you've got to decide, do you want to waste the footage or do you want to keep the conversation
It's all
going?
live, bro.
It's
I
all
don't have
live.
anything to hide.
Okay, great. If we're live, we're doing good. So, you mentioned some anecdotal evidence, okay? And I'm suggesting
no,
the link.
No, not anecdotal.
When you said a guy...
measure water being level.
You said a guy's
and you
taken...
cannot measure the Earth to be spinning.
You said a guy has taken photographs with a camera, and that to me is an anecdote. If you want to give a link to that, I'd love to see
I don't
it.
have a link to that, although you can
don't
go
have a
to
link to
you can go to this website that has all of these videos on
Okay.
it. It's called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, and they got
Deep
an app.
Inside. Great,
Deep
okay.
Inside the Rabbit Hole. DITRH.
It's okay, I get it. Deep inside the deep. Thank you. That is a link.
That's
and
a
you'll
link.
view
You can go and verify
Do you
this.
think the flat Earth provides any positive aspects? Say, for example,
Yes.
if you're right, if the Earth is flat,
It
what
makes
do
you
we
the center of
gain?
creation.
Sorry?
It makes you and me and him the center, and you, believe it or not, the
Center of
creation.
creation.
Yeah, that the whole purpose for this place that we call Earth is designed for you and your higher self planted you here to have an experience.
Oh yeah, no.
Rather than you evolve. Do you believe in evolution?
I believe in a sinusoidal evolution
What
where
is that?
we evolve to a certain point.
I mean,
then
he
we
wants
evolve,
to be.
then we evolve, then we
So
evolve.
that's
Love
for
is
you,
still
that's
ancient.
slapping
Yeah,
the face
we
to your
should
higher
leave
self
that.
because your higher self created you as you are.
You
That's
like
evolution.
standby
Your higher self
Sorry,
that
no
created you.
offense, but...
God
So-
created all.
God, okay, you call it
Is he
that.
the
But
standby guy?
for me, it's like the Russian dolls.
You think
there's a hierarchy, and that God is Allah, perhaps is all, and then there's smaller dolls, and we might be the seventh doll. We might be the small doll right in the center. Our higher self is the sixth doll, and so it goes to God. Yes? But I believe that this place was created for your soul to have an excursion, a learning, a growing. However, God is all. God is
We have
dark
spent 20
and
minutes
light.
working on this guy. And just when we had him
20
on the
years.
Sorry, yeah, no. He decided to dive off.
Thank
You
you
just
very
give us
much.
5 more minutes.
Thank you very much.
You just give it, he'd love to dive off. We just give him 5 more minutes. So
Thank
the
you
first
very
thing is, I've got it deep inside the rabbit hole.
Yes.
I've got it. Okay. I would mention,
Well, I would also mention that you should go and research the primer field experiments by David LaPointe.
I have looked into
you know,
all the theories
primer
of
field.
flat earth.
No.
dogma kind of thing.
David LaPointe is not flat earth. Bro,
So,
primer field.
I cannot.
Primer
So
field
you should-
is. Hold on. Primer field, you haven't heard this.
First you go to a
Primer,
series
write this
and
down.
scan
Primer
with
field.
telescope.
Primer field experiments,
How do you
David
spell that?
LaPointe. Primer.
As I would think.
These has got nothing to do with the flat earth. It shows how the flat earth might work. But this is not a flat earther. David
Okay.
LaPointe, 2008 and others onwards.
Thank you, David. Excellent.
Now,
David
LaPointe.
LaPointe.
Now there's another channel you can
Wait,
go
wait,
and see.
wait. You've got some of your links. Now let me quickly.
No, one more. Jay Tolan Media.
Fine.
Jay Tolan Media, he takes infrared camera in a plane and photographs the entire California coast down into Mexico. This has been proven. You can go and have a look at it
Okay.
yourself.
Right.
Kill your globe if you
Excellent.
really want to. But you've done flat earth research and you should understand what is the formula for curvature. Can you name the formula for curvature?
Back on the ropes. He's asking you questions that don't matter.
No. I want to ask you what is the length of the flat earth?
I'm asking you.
I am asking you.
If you're telling me you're a scientist,
I am
scientists
asking you.
should want to measure.
I have asked you a question. What is the length of the flat
I'm
earth?
asking you about the 8 inches per mile square.
What is the length of the
8
flat
inches.
earth?
No,
What is
someone
the
who
length
says
of the
they've
flat earth?
researched flat earth, your claim is, the claim is that he's researched flat earth.
Now you're using
8
noise.
inches per
Allow
mile
the
squared. Write that
scientists.
down.
Allow the scientists.
8 inches per mile squared. There's no curvature.
Yes.
There's no curvature, you know?
There's no curvature. I'm battling the idea, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't know what to believe.
Okay. You don't have to believe anything. Go and test it. See if you can measure curvature. And we find that water is... The moon is round, yeah. But that doesn't make it a ball.
Isn't it really strange that the moon's round, but we live in a...
Isn't it strange that football is round and the pitch is level?
Yes,
That's genius,
great.
mate. That is genius.
Mate, let me tell you, if you get an
That is
apple, right,
genius.
and you spin an apple, and you pour some
There's
water
no
on
edge.
it,
What edge?
you pour some water on it, the water goes all over the place.
That's
Why
right.
is it?
That's right.
Why is
so
it
how
like
does
that?
it stick on a ball?
I'm asking you,
does
why
it
is it
fall
like
off?
that?
It should fall off just like we see. Name me one fruit that grows the fruit on the outside of the skin.
I still think we're all fucking lunatics. I'm not saying you're just one, but I think we're all lunatics. We all believe in something
Because
that's
we've been
strange.
brainwashed into believing that we're so insignificant. We believe that we evolved from monkeys. Most people believe that we evolved from monkeys. Yeah, monkeys are still here, so evolution's a lie. Would you agree? This lady agrees that evolution is a lie, but let's see if we should cherry pick which science we believe to be lies. What about Corona? What about lockdown? Lies. Well, why not this? Why not scientists have been misled to believe
all
they live on a
liars.
globe?
They're all liars.
They're all liars.
It's quite heat. This summer now, that's what happens in summer.
Yeah, it does get warm. And sometimes it gets cold, and the Earth goes through large cycles of cooling and heating, which have got nothing to do with what we do on Earth. We cannot, and in fact, creating CO2 is good for trees.
He is, and he's good at it.
We're creating tree oxygen by creating CO2.
Yeah, but they want to
cut the trees down.
Then we're.
Because they wanted to, they create oxygen for us.
Yeah, you know
And they
what
drink the
else?
CO2.
Can you tell Sadiq Khan that he's full of shit?
He is full of shit.
We know he's full of shit because he wants us to go into that fucking tube system where it's so many more times fucking polluted.
Yeah.
How much can we charge him
Have
for
you seen
going in that
Brown
fucking
Car Guy? Have you seen that guy on YouTube? He goes around London with an air monitor, right? And he sees at Oxford Street, it's clean. Goes into the tube, it's foul, it's poisonous, it's toxic, it's off the level, it's in red.
Yes.
Right? Well, this is what they want, people breathing foul air, and of course charging you £15 a bloody day to move your car out.
I wasn't really taking the piss. I actually I'm getting on the flat earth thing as well. I believe it's flat because when I went...
Because he's nuts anyway.
When I went to Colwyn Bay in North Wales, I seen fucking Blackpool, mate. And if I can see Blackpool, then there's no fucking curvature.
Yes. It's the sea level is the same across England.
The only reason why I can't see any further north, like Stirling and that, is because it's too fucking far away.
Yeah, you
so
need a big object.
I'm kind of on the same.
Well, a guy
level.
went up.
And I was only winding you up.
Well, a guy's recently gone up to the highest point in Wales at sunset and taken a photo of the Alps, and you can mark off the peaks at the distance of 700 miles.
I went to Dover once.
Only once.
I went there once, and I took a picture. But I couldn't see anything because all them fucking boats were crossing the water and they were bringing all them fucking troops, UN troops in. But I think I got sidetracked. I was looking for fucking Cali, but I couldn't find it. But don't forget them UN troops are coming. They're in British Columbia at the moment. They've all moved in and
live under tyranny.
And they're repossessing the land that they don't even fucking own.
We live under tyranny, but people are giving away their own power. This is what I'm out here for.
We're fucked.
Take back our power.
Let me tell you, we're fucked. Don't worry about being a flat earth. Worry about what they're going to do with your money, bro.
Yeah. And
don't worry about
your food supply.
It doesn't make any difference because in 2030 we'll all be dead anyway.
Okay.
So
we're really
they've got an agenda.
Yes.
Did you know
Agenda
that they're gonna
2030.
charge-
That's what it's called.
2030.
That's why I said 2030.
And they want it, and it's all about population control and about creating these
No,
smart
it's
cities
not.
in which no one will be able to do
It's
anything.
not about population control. It's about depopulation. Nothing to do with
Well,
population
what do you think World War
control.
II and World War I
Because
were
we have
about?
that in war.
They were about depopulating Europe.
Let me tell you, if them Chinese weren't shagging as much as they've been shagging, we'd have been all right because we'd have still been 500 million. Have a great day.
You have a good day. Cheers, guys. Go flat.
Why is the Earth flat?
Why is the Earth flat? Because water's level. We obviously have topography, we have mountains and so on, but everything goes from the highest point at Everest or whatever down, the rivers flow down to the sea. And it's the same for England. England doesn't have many high points, but those are the highest point on the land, and then you can leave that high point whether you're going east or west, and you'll get to a zero at the coast, either side of the country. So what is obvious to me is that water will never form a sphere. No way. Briefly, can drop it through air, and because of resistance and water surface tension and so on, it might, for a little while, make a droplet, but that droplet's going to break up naturally and then splatter on the ground and then pool. And that pool, once it's big enough, will show you level.
Right.
And that level, once it's overfilling that pool, will flow to the next place down. It'll flow down and it'll level. And it'll flow down and it'll go down the mountain until it gets to the sea, which is sea level. So we have one level on the Earth, and are we spinning, or is it the sky above us that's moving? And back in the 1800s, they were asking this question really hard, and the astronomer royal, who was the Queen's astronomer, came up with an experiment now known as Airy's failure, because it proved that the stars were moving. And so when they came up with the interferometer experiment in the late 1800s, 1880 to 1910, they spent 30 years, the best scientists in France and England spent 30 years trying to establish that the Earth was moving, and they could not prove it. Einstein gave up and said, we cannot find an experiment that will prove Earth to be spinning. We have to take it as a matter of theology or belief. So we can't prove that we're moving. It feels like we're stationary. And if we were moving in nature, if we move something through this air, the air will get left behind. It will cause a drag, but the air will get left behind. Just like spinning a wheel, moving a car, going for a run, all of these things will leave the air behind as you go through. Except the spinning Earth. It just somehow magically just drags, because of this gravity theory, it just drags the whole atmosphere for 100 miles up. It just drags it in line with me.
What do you think about NASA?
NASA, never a straight answer. They're not a space agency. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew. NASA and NASA, Nazi, and most of the original NASA scientists come under Operation Paperclip, which were Nazi scientists. Werner von Braun was the head of the rocket program, and on his tombstone he has one quote, Psalms 19:1. which says, "The heavens of the God showeth God's handiwork." I've got it on my flyer. Yeah, this one. And that's all he's got. And we've got astronauts claiming they've never been, when they're sort of caught on camera saying stuff like that. We've got a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild, in which a guy, Bart Sibrel, offers 10 of the 12 astronauts to walk on the moon. He offers them $5,000 to a charity of their choice to prove, put your hand on the Bible, say you went to the moon. Not one of them will do that. Neil Armstrong says that, knowing you, Mr. Sibrel, that's probably not a real Bible, so I won't do it. Buzz Aldrin punches him in the face. You might have seen this. Then there's the other documentary the same guy did. Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And you watch NASA's own footage about how they're faking being halfway between Earth and the moon. So, and then people have taken those moon images, and under Photoshop they can show that there's layering, there's other boxes of colors in there that do not fit with a single snap image. When it comes to the modern satellite program, looking down on Earth, we can do this with helium balloons, as they've been doing for 70 years. We can float objects up there that can be receivers and transmitters, but we cannot get into the vacuum of space. Even my phone, 20 miles, 30 miles out of town, 10 miles, 5 miles out of town, I got no signal. How come if it's all on satellite? Of course it's not. It's using ground-based triangulation and some device in your phone to tell that you're moving. That's all they use to use satellite, what we call satellite.
But there's YouTube videos of people, just ordinary people, putting like a GoPro on a balloon, like about 1,000 balloons or something, and just let it float up, and then you can see how big the Earth is. And there's a slight curve. That's because the Earth is so big that you can't see the entire curve, but you can see that there's a little bit of a curve. What do you think about that?
Well, GoPros tends to be a fisheye lens, and you can go 100 meters up above London, and it's starting to look like a globe. In fact, when the guy did Felix Baumgartner, he used the Red Bull jump. He used fisheye lens, and as he goes up, it looks like the whole of half of the globe, and that's just the state of Kansas or wherever he was, Nevada, wherever he was doing the jump from. And when he comes down after 2.5 hours, he's 45 miles ahead of where he was. And if we were on a spinning globe, he could have been like 1,000 miles away because it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. But as he jumps out of his cupola, there's one camera behind his back that isn't a fisheye lens, and you can see the horizon is perfectly level out of that shot. So when flat earthers take weather balloons up to 120,000 feet with regular cameras, they find that it's perfectly level. If the camera starts to yaw over the horizon, then it can start to concave and convex it both ways. But we've seen some of that from NASA as well. So, the idea that it's spherical cannot be demonstrated nor measured. The formula for curvature is the big one for me. Is that there's a formula. If you live on a sphere, it's bending all of the time at the same amount. And we can't measure it. We think we see it because of ships going away, but that's purely perspective playing out there. You're very low when you're on the beach, so things will go away 3 or 4 miles. You're a bit higher when you're in a 10-story hotel looking over the beach, and you'll see things for 10 miles. And then if you go in an aeroplane, well, you can see things for 50 miles, even further. And they all seem to be over the same level body of water, which we claimed when we're on the beach at 5 miles, it's already gone over the curve. And then when you look laterally left to right across that horizon, you can see a ship travel for an hour across your horizon in a perfectly straight line. And yet, it's meant to at 5 miles already have gone over the curve if it's going away from you. Well, in a plane and a cloud in the distance looks like it's low. And then as it approaches you, it seems higher. And then as it goes over your head, it seems to go back down again. That apex of view is called perspective. And your angle of resolution. The lower you are, the quicker you will lose something, and the more likely you'll lose it from the bottom up. You'll see the head last, you'll see the crow's nest first. The highest thing you'll see first, the peak of the mountain, the steeple of the church. You'll see those things first as you approach the town. That's simply the angle of resolution. Because that thing is high, you can see it from further away.
Wow. I'll definitely give it a lot of thought.
Nice. And you can only work this out for yourself. It's really about deschooling, because at the end of the day, we were all schooled not to think for ourselves, think critically, just accept the dogma, whether it be religion or just scientism, that you come from monkeys and that you can walk underneath a globe, because things that are heavy. By the way, gravity is really just an expression of density. If we filled a swimming pool with water, we will all float. But if we emptied it out, we'd be back to our regular weight. We may have the same mass, but our density in a different medium will determine how heavy we feel. So we're light in a swimming pool. And a helium balloon is light in this air, which is why it goes up. Hot air is lighter than the air, so it goes up.
It's all about density, it's not about gravity.
It's not about something being pulled down. Obviously there is a natural thing for things to go down that are heavy. So people lift something up and then they drop it back down. They say, well, how explain that? That's gravity, right? I said, no, you lifted it off the floor. You picked up the stone. It was lying there quite happily. Now, if I filled this place with water, then some of the things that were on the ground would want to go up. Why? Because they're lighter than the medium they're in now. But there are heavier things that are going to stay down until you lift them up. And then the opposite of reaction, which is basic Newtonian physics, the opposite reaction is for it to go back down again, unless you propel it in a different direction. But ultimately, it will always find its way back to the floor.
That makes a lot of sense. The density,
all density and buoyancy. There are experiments you can do. We've got one here where you've got all these different liquids that have different density points, and then you've got different objects that will settle at different points within that medium because of their own unique properties. So all of those things are really part of the understanding how it could work on a world that doesn't need gravity, that just expresses buoyancy and density.
I've always been on the edge, and I've tried to think really hard about it, but I can't let myself. I don't know. I just can't let myself commit to the fact that I've been lied to my entire life, and the Earth is flat. And it's tough.
What if you came from a religious background and then you were having to work through what do you mean the preacher was lying about that? No, he's not lying. He's just misleading. He's just repeating the stuff that he truly believes. And that doesn't make him bad. It just makes him a repeater of that dogma. Same as Brian Cox and Michio Kaku and the deGrasse Tyson. These might be controlled agents, but most scientists are genuinely, honestly, just repeating the stuff or basing their foundation, their building of their science on the foundation of Newtonian physics. And it may not be Newtonian. Even Nikola Tesla said, these scientists today, they're getting lost in formula that make no sense. They do not bear relation to reality. Our reality is one that seems not to be moving, in which we are the center of it. Please do some more of your own research.
100%.
Nice one. Keep an open mind. Hey guys, we can't prove that we're spinning. You can't prove you're spinning. You may want to say that you can, but you cannot. And you cannot prove that water is going to curve over its surface. Water will always find level.
I found the comment on the Cavendish experiment quite interesting. That's obviously, as you well know, a very well-known experiment from the period.
Yes.
And yet it says, and there, what is science again? Woohoo, that's it, gravity exists. So I wasn't sure, is it an acknowledgement that gravity exists?
No, it's just
saying that it does exist, but it
my friend who
exist?
made these 5 or 6 years ago, he was he's a Scottish guy, and he was being a bit tongue of cheek, saying that all we need is to show that one stone attracts room. The guy had a telescope from another place that he was looking at, and he claimed he saw some rotation or some movement, and that was all we need to prove that gravity. Now, guys who study quantum physics will tell you that that's not how it works. They will tell you that this mass attracting mass doesn't work at the quantum level. Actually, even the bending of time and space is not accepted by quantum physicists. True story, bro. The idea that, remember, we're 6 years old, too young to critically think, and we're told, by the way, you are living on the side of a spinning ball or on the top of a spinning ball. Everybody's on the top of this spinning ball, and you can't feel it. You can't measure it. You can't feel it. Just know that it's there. The best scientists in the late 1800s tried to prove that we were spinning, and they gave up. Nicholson, Morley, Gale, they were doing the interferometer experiments for 30 years and couldn't prove that the Earth is spinning. None of us are moving. I asked the European Space Agency, person to person, I said, how do you know that we're spinning? The lady said to me, she pointed to the sun and said, because the sun moves over our head. That's not proof that we're spinning. Because a ball flies over your head at the rugby game doesn't mean the stadium moved. It means the ball flew over a flat pitch. Just because the ball is round doesn't mean the floor needs to be round. So it's all a belief system. Because lots of people left religion, so they gave us this new belief system that we come from monkeys, we're insignificant, and we live on a very scary ball in the darkness of space. When in fact, WMAP, which is the science's own background radiation survey that they do every year, proves that we are Earth. at the center of the known universe. So we are at the center of the known universe. We are the center of creation. And God wants you to know that, not to think that you're insignificant and should pay taxes and should vote,
What
blah,
about
blah.
these aliens who visit? Do you think they come through materialization or visited from?
Two options on that. I have two theories on that. One is we're in an electromagnetic system in which we only have a very narrow band of vision. So things might be able to morph in and out of that you or someone in this space has the ability to see.
Yeah.
So that I accept the possibility of. I say to people there could be a highway running right through this place, but we wouldn't know it with trucks and so on, but it's at a different frequency and they drive through us and we don't know that they're there. That's the one option. The other option is that on a flat plane, there are extended Earths, there are more continents, there is other land, either in a circular fashion or outwards.
Over the ice wall.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff about that. You know, when the guy who did the most research down there, a guy called Admiral Byrd, came back and said, "I found land bigger than America." He died the next year. And they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which locked it down for all average people to travel.
I've seen, but he was interviewed on TV, wasn't he?
Yes, in the Longines interview, he is saying, "Look, I found resources that have lost mankind for a long time." The next year they lock it down. BP, Shell, Conoco, these companies do not go and ask for permission to go and drill a little bit. No, they don't. In fact, Sir Ranulph Fiennes, the British explorer, took 5 years to get permission to just do a little solo walk across one peninsula. 5 years for Sir Ranulph Fiennes. You would have thought, if he had the money, he could turn up any day he wants and go for a little stroll over. He's not going to throw his cans down for the penguins.
Yeah.
No, it's a control thing.
I think it might be asked. What about when you read Genesis 1? Do you not think that's talking about us as an alien breeding experiment?
I've never thought of it that way. I've never heard of it.
Read it properly. It's weird. I was reading it with my girlfriend at the time, who was a Christian, and she was trying to convince me back to Christianity, and I thought she was very sexy, so I wanted to try really hard to believe her. Yeah. But then I read it, and I just thought, what they're saying about the man goes to sleep and takes the rib out and all this stuff. And it talks about, it doesn't say about the God, it says about them plural. God's plural. Plural. And so I'm just wondering if they would, if ancient man at that time thought about someone who came from somewhere else as gods because they were like sort of more. And I read it and I thought, this is talking about us as a breeding experiment. And that is also what David Icke says, isn't it?
Yeah, it does.
There's something to do with that.
He doesn't talk about Tartaria. Have you researched Tartaria?
Is that about mud flood?
Mud flood, there's a link to that. I've been around probably 50 cities since I discovered the mud flood Tartaria stuff in the last 5-7 years. And so many buildings are underground that it beggars belief. And I mean, in Rome, you can go down, you can see at road level, they're digging down 30, 40 feet. And they've got columns and all beautiful buildings down there that they're both busy excavating. It's like, how did that amount of deluge cover that? But for some interesting phenomena that might have changed the way of humans. So we think that our human history may be altered. There may be some controlling hand that's even experimental and so on. But I had DMT in 2015 and I saw my higher self.
Are you part of a group?
No.
When you say we,
we maybe. When I say we maybe. Well, I think that.
Oh, I see.
At the end of the day, and the truth is, whatever we can disagree or agree on, is that there is only one. For me, anyway, I was an atheist. In 2015, I took the DMT, and 7 minutes later, the first words I said, "It's true, there is a God." Now, my dying mother 4 years ago couldn't get me to accept it. Right? So I was hardcore about it. I was 47, and I was pretty stiff about that. And then I had this DMT experience. I had my ass kicked, and then I'm like, why isn't every 16-year-old offered this? It was an opportunity for me to review everything that I ever learned about the world and what we are and so on. And one of the things I learned is that we're all one. There's no separation, actually. We are in separate avatars here, but we might each really be like little cells inside of an orange, all arguing about us being separate. Actually, sorry, you're just one cell inside of one big orange. Well,
some physics says that as well, doesn't it?
In quantum physics, I studied a bit of quantum physics, and I find that there's a lot of...
I remember that, What the Bleak, that film, What the Bleak. Do you remember that?
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, you should watch it. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, some of the people who were those Raelians that got a bit discredited, didn't they? It's an interesting film at the time. Oh, sorry, I should have been filming this one as well.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. I've seen you before. Like I ain't been here for ages. The last few times I come here, it's all Christian versus Muslim versus Christian versus...
Well, that's all by design.
It's a bit boring.
Yeah, that's all by design. It's all by
Divide
design.
and rule.
To divide and rule.
Yeah.
And so unfortunately what the flat earth and globe earth has also become is a bit of a divide and rule.
Yeah.
Because we're arguing with each other when in fact it's probably a combination of both a globe and a flat earth. Because in nature we saw lots of globes.
Yeah, I always say I just don't know. I mean, I like flat earth theory. I think it's really fascinating. But I wouldn't say I believe anything I don't know.
Take my flyer.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh.
Take my flyer.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Take shake my hand.
Nice one.
Hi, man. Can I offer you a flyer? I'm so thirsty.
Oh, you guys do 33 in chat. Must be enlightened. Thanks for coming. I need to go find it. I was talking to her. I'm normally pretty good at the spelling. How are we doing? What's the time now? How long are we been streaming? Thumbs up. That call for zero, thanks so much for your support. We had Sheriff outside or Mars projects there. I don't do anything. There's a lot going on. I can give you a quick little tour. Look, you see this sniggering and sniggering. Earth is flat, my friends.
Let's assume that average height. That is a very new...
What is this about?
Well, I've got a lot of information, but basically we've been lied to about who we are and where we are. We do not evolve from apes, and we do not come from a big bang. This world was created by a creator, and that we are the center of that creation. We are an expression of our higher self in this avatar here to have a soul journey. But to control your soul journey, we have been lied to from cradle to grave for generations. So that we do not know who we are, and we will vote for governments who will control us and send us home, even if we don't want to go home, like little children.
Do you believe that Earth is flat?
I believe that the Earth is not moving and not a globe. I'm fairly sure that it's not a globe now. Now, the sea is level. You see, when a plane flies from one part of the world to another part of the world, it makes no allowance for going over or coming back up. It never does that. A ship cannot go down, and a ship cannot come back up. Ship must go on the level water. If you want to drop it down, you've got to have a lock system, like they have from the Panama Canal. They lock the boat down the hill.
But if it's flat, does it have a boundary? Does it
It
end
must
somewhere?
have a boundary, ma'am. Have you ever been to a lake? Did you ever question, does it have a boundary? Of course not, because we understand that water must be enclosed. Water must be enclosed.
That's what they're talking about, Antarctica.
Antarctica may well be the enclosure. It may well be where things get cold, so cold that water freezes and we cannot get beyond that. That may be, but I'm theorizing because I cannot prove that. There is the Antarctic Treaty that restrains us, average person, from traveling 60 south. Now, if you go 60 south with your boat without permission, the military will turn you away. When the Sir Ranulph Fiennes went to explore Antarctica, it took him 5 years to get a permit just to walk a little bit across Antarctica. We cannot go there. Why have they locked that down? The man who explored most of Antarctica, Admiral Byrd, he came back after 15 years of exploration and said, I found land bigger than America that no man has ever seen. I've seen resources there that will last mankind for lifetimes. The next year they lock it down. Why? We've never flown underneath. We've never flown south or north and come out underneath and come the other side. We cannot do that. So as far as we know, that water is always level.
What's the motive? What's the motive for lying to us?
To control our soul. To control our soul journey. Because actually we are not just body and mind, we are body, mind and soul. We are the Trinity. And that Trinity is controllable when you're here. Because if I got your mind, sir, I can control your body to eat things, to do things, to go to war with somebody else.
It doesn't make me, just because around flat or round, doesn't make me do anything, is it? Any different?
I disagree with you. I was 47 years a Glober and 47 years a believer in evolution.
What changed you then?
What changed was, well, it's a long story that, but what the change meant for me was that I am, and we are, the center of something that was created on purpose. We are not random happenstance, Big Bang that was invented by the Catholics, Big Bang, explosion creates all of this beauty. No, there was an intention. And you have a higher self, which is not necessarily God, but you have a higher self, like there's Russian dolls, there's 7 dolls. God may be the top doll, you may be the small doll. Above you is your higher self. Your higher self is on a soul journey to grow. That's what I think now. Is that your whole soul journey
what about from space, when they can see, it can show it's a big round ball? Is that fake?
You know, there's have you heard of a lady called Sandra Bullock?
Yeah.
She went to space in a movie called Gravity, and it looked the real thing, right? But you know that was done in a studio.
Right.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Chili Peppers are trying to tell you the truth, bro. When you look at Stanley Kubrick's work on the moon landings, you can see now clearly that they faked that.
I understand it's possible because it's
so they could fake.
Understand?
Yeah. So we've taken.
But there'd be a whistleblower, wouldn't there? Someone would go, no, I'm not buying into this, and go, look, don't listen to this. There would be a whistleblower somewhere.
How could
in all these conspiracies, someone would break the secret code.
Okay, so when whistleblowers said in 2020 that this isn't a pandemic, were they shut down? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
So if I was to come out and said I worked in the space program and it's true we never went, would I be shut down? Yes or no?
Probably.
Yes. So when Buzz Aldrin tells an 8-year-old girl on video, which is still on YouTube, that we never went, people say because he's drunk. When 2 Russian cosmonauts say that we've never been to outer space, they say, don't believe them.
I have to say, the Indian one doesn't look that convincing.
Now look, what they show you now, they tell you what you see is only a computer-generated image. They're not telling you what you saw was a real lunar lander. But people are satisfied with seeing a cartoon and saying, yes, that proves it's real. Elon Musk, when he sent a car, unadulterated car into space, which he said, I never altered it, so the tires didn't explode in the vacuum of space. He says it looks so fake, it must be real. It looks so fake, it must be real. So no, it's very possible that all of this be done. Yeah, well, this is a good scientist should want to test everything. Now, if I can't test what I've seen on TV, I've got to hold it on the it might not be true category, right? If I can go to my neighbor's house all the way through lockdowns and hug hundreds of people and not get sick, maybe it's not true what they've been telling me on the TV. Well, the same is true with this stuff going to outer space. So I say, let's keep it simple and say, can we prove that Earth is curving? Can we prove that our waters are curving at 8 inches per mile squared, as they say?
You know, when you can see far enough into there, but you can see a curve, though. You can see a curve.
Well, it's an optical effect. Until we can measure it, it remains an optical effect. So that optical effect, the horizon will be registered at 3 miles, 5 miles, 7 miles, 9 miles, depending on the clarity of the day. So it's actually not a physical horizon, it's an apparent horizon depending on the atmospheric conditions of that day. Now, what guys have done is they've taken the Nikon camera, which is a P1000, they zoomed in to ships that have gone away over the horizon, and they can pull the whole ship back into view for an hour until it goes out of the camera's view to visibility, or the atmosphere is too dense. And when the ship is at the water's level, there's chop, there's water in the air, there's more moisture in the air, so you're looking through a denser air, so you'll lose the things at the bottom first, particularly if you're right down at the bottom. If you put your head on the floor and get your family to walk away from you on a long table basketball court or something like that, you'll lose their ankles first. But you'll see their head last. That's why the crow's nest is at the top, because the higher you are, the further you see on a flat surface. That's perspective, bro, and angle of resolution. All of these things can be figured out.
Oh, we're going, you again now. All right, nice speaking to you.
Likewise. Can I send you home with a flyer?
Go on then. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the conversation.
There you go.
Thanks for the conversation.
In 1974.
I could do with a smoke break. Really cool question. How are you guys doing? As you can see, there's
Cheers, guys. I'm going to have a quick smoke break, but I'm going to keep the stream running, if you don't mind. And then we've got another 3 hours, I reckon. If you guys are up for it, I actually have a slightly injured lower back. Not complaining, just giving you some update. Luke and I were doing some heavy wood chopping the other day. And I tried to lift up this log that I thought I could handle, and long story short, I just felt my back go around the sacral area. Boom! Hey. Hi there.
What's going on?
Nothing's going on but the rent. You gotta have a J-O-B if you wanna be with me. Nothing going.
You're right.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Have you heard that, my friends? No, that's a Red Hot Chili Peppers.
May I ask a question? Is it okay to ask a question?
Sorry?
Is it okay to ask a question?
Please, sir. That's why I'm here.
Oh, sure. So if it's not spherical,
yes,
then what it is then?
Okay, so I think that the Earth, the universe...
No, don't think. What do you...
no one knows. No one knows, even in the globe. People believe dark matter. Dark matter is 90% of the universe, and we don't know what it is. So no one knows. So if I'm allowed to theorize...
Okay, so if it's not sphere, or if it's sphere, what do you want to get out of it?
I want to help people to liberate themselves from the captivity. You see, I believe that we are all under captivity, that this world and God's creation has been usurped by a lot of power, let me finish my answer, by a significant power that has controlled mankind for eons and cultures for eons. We don't know our true history. We don't know that there are mud floods or Noah's floods that are happening every 500 years, not 6,000 years. So they want you to be a good slave.
So
yes, sir.
If they are captive on that belief, if they come to this belief, then they're captive again.
Okay. So not
others are captive.
Let me tell you what we can prove is that the sea is level. Water is level. You see, water.
No, it says water is.
Water.
Yeah, water
is level, like a lake. We get a specular reflection on a calm day where you can see the clouds and the trees. Perfect reflection because it's a mirror. You understand that?
Sure.
Now, it doesn't matter how small or big my lake is, I can get the same effect on Earth. Even in the salt flats in Bolivia, when it rains, it's known as the world's largest mirror because they are flat and it is wet and it creates this large mirror. So we can only get that over flat water. Now, if I make my lake 100 miles, 1,000 square miles, and it's still the same, at what point is it meant to curve, the water surface? We're told because gravity.
Actually, there are ways where you can see that even the water surface on Earth, it's not flat. It has some curvature in it. It follows a curvature, right? But the point is, okay.
No. When we look away over the beach, it looks like curvature. I'll give you that. But we can prove that that's actually just perspective. Because you are low, things will go away, get smaller. That's what happens. You know, further something is away, the steeple, the Burj Khalifa. The first thing you see when you approach Dubai, Burj Khalifa. Yeah?
Okay. I understand your point of view. Okay, now, if this model that the Earth is spherical, spinning, and all what we know, according to your theory, it's all
it's not me.
BS.
Yeah, it's the sky. That's
okay, for sure. Okay.
The ancients believe that. All our ancient forefathers believe that.
But if this model, what's your background?
My background?
Yeah.
I'm a living man. I'm 55 years old.
No, my idea is, because
weapons.
I was going to speak, I'm a physicist, okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so...
What part of physics? What part?
Nuclear physics.
Nuclear?
Yeah.
Okay, which is stronger? Electromagnetic force or the nuclear force?
Nuclear force.
No. Electromagnetic force is stronger according to the quantum physics guys, and the gravitational force is way less than that. So I love what you study.
Okay.
Study it under the electromagnetics. Have you studied
okay,
David
now
LaPointe?
it's okay.
We're
getting off the topic.
Okay.
It's a very deep topic.
Stay with the stuff we can measure.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we've never seen an atom.
No,
have we?
But what I was going to say that if this model, because we can make a model to answer question how things
It's
work,
taken them
right?
hundreds of years and they can't answer all the questions yet. But go on.
Okay.
There's
If
no working
this-
model. There's no working model. Go on.
If this model
Yes.
of planetary system
Yes.
and Earth being spherical, if it answers, which is the answer it does not give, then of course this is the wrong model.
So what they did was they had Newtonian physics.
Who are they?
Science. So remember, science is controlled by the Royal Society. You see, the Royal Societies the universities are set up
Science
by who?
is governed by the nature, but there's no human
No,
being
there's nowhere in nature. There's nowhere in nature that the fruit grows on the outside of the skin like the heliocentric model claims for the Earth. There's nowhere in nature that gas coalesces in a ball under its own weight. There's nowhere on Earth that a rock will float in the sky.
So
This
what's
is
the
all
point?
pseudoscience, brother.
I have a quite respect for you that you are taking time and effort to convey your idea.
That all our
But what
prophets-
is the message then?
Yeah.
Let's say it's not round,
Because,
or
okay,
whatever,
what is the message?
it is
Because I
square.
think that we are the living embodiment of God,
Huh?
of Allah. We are the living embodiment of the Creator. And the control system, whether it be religion or scientism, doesn't want you to know that. That you are the expression, the breath of God. That
Okay,
you are-
okay,
you are-
agree.
and you should have no master, sir.
No,
There
I
should be-
agree.
I cannot tell you, I cannot hurt you, I cannot impugn on you. Nor can the government, which is meant to be your servant.
Okay, agree, all check
And that's
box.
why do you think 2020 happened? Because people are no longer their own master. People have given up mastery to the government or to religion, but mainly to the government. If the government says if you stand on one leg with a mask on, you will not get it, people will do that. They went to the restaurant and sat down and took the mask off, as though somehow all of a sudden the COVID didn't work under 4 feet. It's all ridiculousness, but people believe because they do not know who they are.
What do you want to accomplish?
I want to help mankind to free itself, to liberate itself. We cannot fight this system.
From all
but
constraint, right?
We can become our own master.
Who is their families?
There's
certain
families. Some say there's 13 families or 300 families, or the
are ruling
Catholics.
over the world.
Yeah, or the Jesuits work for them. These are the things that the Illuminati, the Freemasonry,
Yes.
the Rosicrucians, all of these people. They want not only that
Illuminati,
they want to
you hear
control
about
us. They want to keep the population low because it's easier to control a small population than it is a well spread out
But
population.
you are also part of they. When you say they, who are they? I mean, we
I've
are all
rejected
they.
that. I no longer vote. I no longer want to pay.
So
anything.
that's okay. You have the
I
right.
no longer want to participate in the system. I want to be my own free man.
Absolutely.
And I want to allow everybody else to be their own free man. Now, I cannot come over your fence tomorrow and say, I want you to put a mask on your face. You wouldn't agree. I want your children to take a needle. You wouldn't agree to that. Well, then, but you let the government. Not you, but the
actually, the
people
government
on the
didn't,
main let the government do that. Government means mind control. Govern the mental, the mind. To control the mind. And that's what the government is doing. It was created by the elites, by the same families. They created government. Originally they gave us one
That's
party
not
government.
true. It could be true in some countries, but not mostly in the Western world.
Any country that has the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, any country that has the Bank of International Settlements lending them money is owned by the Bank of International Settlements. Wars are bankers' wars. The bankers fight, the people fight the wars and they die for the wars in the countries, but their children pay the taxes of the money that was lent to them by the Bank of International Settlements. If you have a reserve bank, a central bank, your country is controlled and owned by external forces. There are very few, there might be 5 in the world, few countries that are not actually corporations that are trading and are being traded for. Your birth certificate is a trading item on the stock market. Did you know that? That the Catholic Church owns your birth certificate under the SQV of 1666. It's still on the statute books today. You can look this up under British law. That your birth
So
certificate,
it
which
looks
is why a
like
child must get a birth certificate.
that you are angry on what is happening around.
Not angry. No, I mean, I am a little angry with my brothers and sisters who want to stay asleep, yes, but that's my own journey. I'm not angry with the system. The system is almost like a test from God. You see, because if you want to be the pilot or the captain of a ship, then you need to go out in the storm.
No
You need
matter
to face
what
the
will
storm.
happen, we will have to have a system. Otherwise, we will not be confined in.
Any community needs some kind of system. I agree with you on that, but I want that to be based on honesty.
That's Again, check
not on
box.
getting me to fight with you, to fight with the Muslim, to fight with the women, to fight
Again,
with
check.
the gay
Again,
to
you're
fight
right.
with all
You're
of these
right.
people.
You're right. You're
Yeah.
right. Yes.
Or for these countries that are so impoverished that the people are forced to flee from their country for economic reasons. We have created a world system, economic system. We're using
Who
stock
are
market.
we
and so-
again? We have
I say the
created a word.
Well, whoever.
No.
It doesn't matter.
No, I think
there
the
is a
word-
creation
okay.
here. And we may be it, but we have been seduced into creating things that impoverish our brother. We stand on the neck of our brother. While many people in the world suffer,
Okay,
there are those who are got so much wealth.
Do you believe in the system of God, or you are angry on God as well?
Not angry with God. I love God, and God loves us. But
Okay, well, that's another checkbox. So you're doing a lot of good things. You're saying a lot of
and I
good
think we are all equal under God's eyes, and we are all the equal creation of God. And so we should be working towards the equal betterment of that. But if I go into your neighborhood and create a crime wave and blame it on your neighbor,
This looks good in books. We are never equal. Okay. Let I give you an example. There are two children born. One born somewhere in the remote village of Africa, who probably will die in next few days. Other child got born in a royal family, in a rich family. Okay, their destination, they are already destined where they will end. Of course, there may be some changes. Even God didn't make us equal. Okay.
No, I disagree. Man created that king's pyramid, where there's kings at the top.
Come on, man, you are going. Okay, can you answer in this question
Nature is
and
abundant,
in this
Nature
context?
is abundant.
Huh?
There's so much wealth on earth, so much. If you let the trees grow,
Here you are going off straight. Question
Nature is
is,
abundant.
and I gave you an example. In this example, explain that God made us equal.
God didn't make kings and queens. Man made kings and
Come
queens.
on, man.
Man made kings and queens. God
We are not.
didn't appoint kings.
I think
Men
we
choose.
are going to the birth of a child. He is just starting his life. In my example, they are starting the life.
A Bangladeshi child or a child born in Zimbabwe or whatever with hardship and so on. But who created that? The government or God?
Oh, come on, the government created those children. Come on, man.
government
Be reasonable
creates
now.
them.
That's
Our system
you
creates
said so many things reasonable. Now you are going off track.
No, the government
No,
creates
the government bore those children, their parents. However, children are born.
Would you agree, though, you could swap those children at birth? You could take the child born in poverty and the child born in a royal family, swap them, and they would have the same outcome.
Of
that they would have
course,
had
of course. That proves my point.
Yes.
Anyway,
Yes, so
it means we are humans.
we are born into inequality.
Even God does not create us equal.
Coming from a perspective of the Hindu tradition.
No.
Science.
I mean, just logic. Like just, so God even didn't create us equal. Okay, I believe in God. There's no point. But this is how things are. If we started getting angry on everything, then I think...
Would it bother you if people went into your homeland, wherever that's from? I know you're not originally English. But people went in there and put some sort of toxin in the water that decimated 10% of the population. Would you be angry about that?
Of course, that's a bad thing.
Well, this is what I'm arguing against. Is that
No,
we are toxifying the water, the air, the food, the mind, and the body, such that we're destroying lives, shortening lives, whether it be through poverty or other mechanisms.
My friend, create any system. Create any system there. According to some people, there are flaws in it. Okay? Create any system.
I don't know,
Think of any
the
system.
Sistine Chapel and did Mozart and all those beautiful things, the Tartarian people that they talk about, they built
Again, the same
buildings.
thing.
They
I'm
had
ma-
extreme.
I'm making a general statement.
I think what's happening is they're using poverty, lack, shortage to create fear and close your heart down. You see, because when you're in fear, they close.
Okay, my friend, listen. A child or the parent of that child who do not even have food to survive, go ask them first. Their immediate attention or their immediate goal is to survive. Okay? And they don't have. Okay, these kind of listen.
That's what the Rothschilds want. They want people to
No. If you were in that position, you would not be talking like this because you will be busy in your survival, right? Got it? Yeah. Okay. Well, God bless you. Yeah. Thank you. Keep on. Of course.
God bless
we
you,
should
brother.
respect each other. With, you know, it's
Absolutely.
we
We're all
should
one,
be
one
open.
love, bro. It's one love.
We should be
One creation.
open-minded.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the division that keeps us weak. God is within you.
Yeah, I know.
You got my flying?
No, it's okay. You keep it so that.
It's electromagnetic. Research the primer field experiments.
My friend,
it's not flat
I
Earth.
spend my whole life on it, so don't go there.
David Lapointe, primer fields. Research it. It's not flat Earth, but it shows you how an electromagnetic
It's okay,
Earth
but
works.
it's not flat, not round. What is the point,
It's both.
man?
We're the seeds in the center of the orange. We are the seeds at the center of creation. Nothing in nature grows the fruit on the outside of the skin, the bark, the peel, the shell, the nut. Always the fruit in the inside. And in the center of the fruit are the seeds. In the center of our known universe is the earth, according to WMAP. According to background radiation, we are the center.
One
only
is
place
the
that new life can come is here on Earth.
biological or botanical process. The other is geographical and other.
Much
We are
love, my brother.
mixing.
Much love.
Wow, thank
You go well.
Thanks.
You go well. You go well. Don't take no needles, eh? No needles. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube.
Faces out.
Sorry?
Do you blur the faces out?
Do I?
Blur the faces out.
No, I don't need
Could you
to.
face the camera away from me?
Yeah,
Just I'm
sure.
not very-
You're not very good on camera, that's all right.
No, it's not about being good. It's just so in the most simplest sentence, explain why you think
There's a flag. Well, because balls don't float on anything. We can't walk on balls. Water doesn't run up the side of a ball. Water doesn't curve like a ball. It always settles flat in a pool, in a bath, in a lake, all of these things. And that my senses tell me, my God-given senses tell me that we're not moving. That if the wind was blowing today at 10 miles or 50 miles an hour, we would discern that difference. But if we were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and not able to discern any difference, I'd say maybe we're not moving. And like the Quran said, it's the sun and the moon that are moving over the sky. They're moving over us.
Are you not comparing a ball in the physical realm to a ball that is outside there in its time, space, and matter?
Okay. Well, I think that it is a ball, electromagnetic in nature.
So it is spherical.
So it's
That's
spherical.
what you're
It's spherical, but we can't be on the outside of the shell. We can't be on the outside of the fruit. We have to be inside the fruit. That's what nature shows us. That everything must have a skin.
Okay, sorry, because I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. So I say that what we call the continents, the hard bits, are the seeds at the center of God's fruit. And the light moisture is above us, and we call it gas, and the heavy moisture is beneath us, and we call it water.
But the actual Earth itself, it's spherical, it's flat.
Well, so from here to the Middle East, it's flat and level. That if you had super eyesight and you went up to a high building from here, you'd see the Burj Khalifa.
But the actual planet, is it spherical?
No.
It's not. So
No.
you're arguing that it's completely flat.
That the ocean is flat. Well, of course, we've got mountains. Yeah, but but the mountains sit above the water at one level. That there's one level. You know the Suez Canal?
Yes.
120 kilometers long, provably level end to end. There's no bending of the water there, and if I made 10 of those back to back, still no bending.
So what shape is the planet then? It's a disc shape.
Well, I don't know. If I take the orange as my example again, using nature, apple, and I cut it top to bottom and I let it fall open,
Right.
so I've still got the seeds in the middle.
But then it would be a semicircle or a semisphere.
Now I cut it top to bottom and let it open.
But
You've
if you let
actually
it
got each of those halves
Right, if it's
are
a
a circle. Each of those halves are almost a circle. Look, yeah.
It's a sphere.
Sorry, Karen.
It's a sphere and you cut it and then you have two spheres. So the bottom is curved and the top is flat. Are you arguing that what the planet is?
I suggest that it could be that. You see now when you look down in it, you see the figure 8, Can you see that? So that's the infinity symbol. And right at the center of that infinity symbol might be the pinch point where everything is. We are obviously talking about a physical orange, but at the metaphysical level, we know that you have an aura around you, an energetic field around you. Which is
Sorry,
almost
what's your
like
name?
unity. Dave.
Dave, yeah. You have a Shirin, nice to meet you. You have a tendency to steer from the point. Sorry, I'm trying to understand. I'm not trying to say I'm right, because I actually believe both to be true, that the Earth is both flat and spherical, and the reason why I say it's spherical is because I follow the tradition of Islam, and according to divine revelation, the planet is spherical. What's flat is the metaphysical, and that is direction. You see, when we say north, east, south, west, it's not that north is here, south. It could be north could be anywhere, right? South could be anywhere. So on a metaphysical level, direction is flat. When we're out in space, we say north. Where is north?
Well, we can't
have
get
time, space, and
you can't get to space, and there are many Muslims, scholars as well, who say the Earth is flat, and also that Shamsin's told me himself there in the speaker phone that the Quran says that the sun and the moon are small lights that travel over us.
Yes.
So that's important to bear in mind. So I'd say it's the opposite of what you just said, which is that at the metaphysical level it's a sphere, but at this physical level there is an accretion disk at the center of these two magnetic systems that create the conditionality for which we can materialize and enjoy moving around in this way. If I had to say, make you climb a hill or a very 60-degree incline, you'd say impossible. But I can live on a ball because I'm according to some science.
When you go back to a ball, your understanding, or at least what I understand, the expression of an understanding of a ball is a ball within this physical realm.
So
that we can't stand on it. I think what the spherical shape of the Earth is transcends what you understand to be a ball, if that makes sense. Hence why we can stand on it and.
But we can take photographs of it. Is that what you see? NASA has given us these so-called photos. You highly doubt this. Good. Well, and CGI, the whole International Space Station, that evolution is a lie. You know that?
I believe in adaptation.
Okay.
Not
Yes. We were never monkeys. No, Allah created us as we are, not monkeys let you wait. No, but No, I'm not a New Ager either. I try not to have, I don't know of any ideology that I'm attached to so much as I think that we were all created by ultimately the same creator, and that we are all the equal breath, vibration, expression of that creator.
God is within us. Search for God and you find yourself. That's why a lot of people take psychedelics. They say they find God and actually they found themselves. And God is a part of them.
And Muslims tell me that you want to find Allah is closer to you than the jugular vein in your neck.
Well, I'm more of the esoteric mystical tradition of Islam, which the rest of the Muslim community are not very into. They stay away from the esoteric. But I would say that there is a divine essence in all of us. But of course, it has to be stipulated very, very firmly that God transcends even that divine essence.
I put it like this, that going back to the example of the orange, inside the orange, once you cut it open, you'll find individual cells, tiny pockets of orange, color, taste, texture, everything is the same, just small. And that's what I think that we are. We are little pockets of God within God. We are fractal of all that is, which means that in essence, just like the earth does have minerals and so on, you have those same minerals in yourself, that you are an expression of the whole, and so that means that the lights that we see in the sky are directly linked to each of us. The time of your birth, the place of your birth is directly linked to you.
I believe in astrology.
Okay. My wife is astronomer. And this stuff speaks to you, and it's connected to you. And on the flat Earth,
I would
it's
go
very
around
close.
saying claim it's an absolute truth. Obviously, I differ from other sects. Like I say, I'm in the esoteric, mystical tradition, Sufism. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. So, to argue to say astrology is true is arguing an absolute truth, because are we not affected by celestial bodies? Is there no interconnectivity of everything? And then people say, well, that's blasphemy. Well, is God not the creator?
So in an electrical system in which you're connected, just say you're a television screen, then as the electrical charge changes, it will change the pulse. I'll let you attend to the young, we'll talk again. Okay. Okay. No. But it's good to we share a lot in common in terms of what you think. My flyer. Did you get my flyer?
No, I didn't.
Would you take it?
Yes, why not? But I would urge you to look into a tradition.
Sufism.
Well, not just Sufism, but a tradition, because to believe in God and not follow religion is like a man who is blind.
I don't know, because for me, I've studied Christianity and a bit of Islam, but I had some Muslim refugees live with me in 93, 94 in Cape Town. So I've had an interest in it. But I see goodness in all of these teachings, that ultimately it is about you becoming the best version of yourself.
But then that's subjective, and how can you...
But the thing is that when I look over this neighborhood and that neighborhood, I see, well, to be allowed in the club in here, you can't eat this. And to be allowed in the club, you can't do that. And being allowed in that club, you can do that, but you can't do this. And it's like, oh my gosh, who are we going to choose? At the end of the day, what makes me feel good at the end of the day, and trying to be honor people.
Okay, but then I can say what makes me feel good is to punch a dog in the face every day. You can't have morality. No, but if you're basing morality on purely on subjectivity, who am I? No, but if I'm using your logic, right? You're saying that you're basing the morality on subjectivity.
Understanding that God's written the laws on your heart.
No.
Goodness and to do no harm. So the do no harm applies. The loving son and thing. So if I'm going around causing harm and saying, oh, I'm good with that, I'm good with that.
Subjectivity has no moral boundaries, right?
But who is making these codes for me? Am I not speaking with God? Am I not able to hear God speak to me?
Undoubtedly.
So why should I need a third party to interfere on that? Obviously, it's good to have teachers. As children, we should have teachers.
But
and that's
you're
why
assuming that religion is a third party. It's not a third party. It's a transcendent connection between the divine.
If it was, for me, if it was truly the one and only word of God, then it would be unequivocal. It would be unequivocal, because I truly think that God is omnipotent and able to ascribe anything to anyone. And so given how much division I see here at Speaker's Corner and in the world in general, I always have said since a child, I said, how has God created such confusion?
But don't you believe in absolute truth?
I think that for me, the being of God...
No, but do you believe in absolute truth?
Yes, I think I do.
Okay, so how is that expressed? Is that subjective?
Well, I mean, to me, when it comes to personal interaction...
Does an absolute truth have an objective reality?
Absolute reality... I mean, like you could say that boiling water will burn.
So there is an absolute truth which has an objective reality. Anyway, I will go. I just want to show you something. For a man who believes in God and doesn't follow a tradition, I think this is audacious to use traditional symbols. I think that's out of order. No, sorry, not in a rude way. I just think you don't believe in religion, yet you take everything good from it, and that's not fair.
Remember, some of these things are predating religion. Some of these things, because some religions are only 1,000, 2,000 years old, and people from cultures long before these religions had the same iconography.
But they all, even prehistorical, even pre-religions that outdate revelation, such as shamanic religions, they had an absolute truth, and that was their path according to their environment. So do you follow them?
No, but I think that this world is dark and light. So I use the yin and yang because to symbolize that it is both dark and light, all within God. God is all. So whatever dark, whatever light exists.
I'd say you're a New Ager. A new age. Your way of thinking is very new age.
All right.
I'm
not a labels kind of guy, but okay, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Anyway, I'll let you go. Thank you very much.
All right, cool. Can I give you guys a flyer? Water is level. Water will not curve over its surface. And we cannot prove we're spinning. There's no experiment proves that the Earth is moving. We have to take the idea that we're moving as a faith, belief. And that water is going to curve because we see the ship going down in the distance means that the water is curving, not perspective or belief. Earth is flat. We've been lied to about who we are and where we are. We are the center of creation, the center of God's creation. Not for you, sir. That's okay. Better luck next time round. It seems a reincarnation recycle system. Don't forget to recycle.
Why should we care?
Why should you care?
Yeah.
Not in like a rude way, not in a rude way.
Why do you care?
Why do I care?
Yeah, out of interest.
Well, because didn't Muhammad, peace be upon him, peace be upon him, go around and say, hey guys, you've been lied to by the system, you need to... Jesus did that. It's like, oh, listen, you've been lied to.
Forget other people, really honestly. Why do you care?
Why do I care?
Because I feel so much, but not just care though, care so much, because I've watched some of the documentary stuff, let's say they're biased or whatever. Right? I've got no opinion, like, I don't, people believe it, but it becomes such a... passion. It takes over their life almost, I guess,
But I'll ask you again, really, why is it giving you enough that you come out on a Sunday, put posters together? I'm serious. I'm asking, what's
I was 47 years old about 8 years ago.
You look good.
I'm 55.
I'll tell you what, man, you look better than him, and he's like 10 years older than you.
You were telling me that earlier. I'm not even joking.
The long beard. I've been on the road for 3.5 years, but what happened for me in 2015 was I had an experience with God. I was atheist, right? And then I had this 5-minute experience with God or with my higher self, and I picked my atheism and I started researching stuff again, and I realized, my gosh, we've been lied to and deceived about who we are and what we are. What I discovered on that experience was with DMT, dimethyl ayahuasca.
Oh, I know DMT, of course.
It was with that. It was like, wow, man. Why did I never? I never learned about this stuff. I'm 47 years old, and we're something much greater than the materialist Darwinist being that I believed that I was.
Well, now I got you.
And now,
DMT.
and that was 8 years ago, 2015. And from then I started researching things. I already knew about 9/11 and blah blah blah. I started researching deeper things, and I came into flat Earth, and I saw that, wow, we can prove that the Earth is not a globe, and that NASA's a hoax. And that was the first time in my life. I'm 48 now, and the first time in my life I thought, shit, I've got to tell people about this, man. I hadn't been too bothered about it.
Why does it change?
That's why I literally took the words out of my mouth.
Imagine, say, all the stuff that's going on in the world, right? War, say, poverty, some challenges. What does genuinely? What does it actually change? Because me and you could get on absolutely fine. Let's say we're best friends for years and years. This doesn't even need to be a part of our friendship in reality, because we could just carry on, do our thing. If you're being bad, I'll be like, hey man, come on.
I believe it's around.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't actually matter. What you should be doing is sad.
Well, this is why I think it matters, is because I think that if I've misled you, if this is true, then all of us got misled when we were 7 years old, right? That means we were steered on a path for a reason. There's no reason to invent the globe other than to control people. And the controlling...
It's not that deep though, is it?
So to me, I was happy to be like an evolved monkey. I live this life and I die and stuff like that. I was there, right? And then I find all of this stuff and I realize, no, shit, actually if there's a higher me, I'm part of a higher self, not necessarily God, maybe a tier system to get to God, but there's a higher me that's here in this physical avatar to have an experience.
So you're promoting that whole package.
It goes for me with it. It's not just about the shape of the Earth. Because I established the shape of the Earth, and I was clear by the end of 2015 that I'd been lied to. By the end of 2016, I was willing to talk to people about it.
So you've heard the Muslim. I'm sure you heard the Muslim and the Christian argument, and you can see many Muslim speakers. And for us, the problem with this is it's very personal to some respect. You're on a mission. If you were to step a little bit out. To step out, and if there was a creator, independent, in all sincerity, if there was a creator, we would want certain characteristics. You alluded to some, because that creator that creator would be the best of things if it was all knowing, if it required nothing. and it was all capable. I heard you talk about it earlier, right? So just these three characteristics.
Yeah.
It would be worthy of being a creator if it was all-knowing, required nothing, and was all-powerful, right? Just those three criteria. There are other things, but imagine we agreed rather than, right, flat Earth, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Step way back, because ultimately you're alluding to some superior being and
higher essence.
something higher. It seems, right? To be fair, we were really interested. We weren't going to talk about God, but imagine step back, right? So now we have a criteria. At least me and you do, or us three. So we have a criteria that if something is worthy of being a creator, worthy of our attention, whatever that means, and I really mean whatever that means, then we have a criteria now to assess all of this, including this, right? So our criteria was that thing should at least be all-knowing, require nothing, and all-powerful, right? Those three. Now, there are now many claims out there, including yours, right? Let's be frank. There are many claims, right? There are many claims out there of people making certain things. We can quite easily take our criteria to them and say, look, I'm not going to worship Jesus. Peace be upon him. We believe in Jesus. I'm not going to worship Jesus because he's not all-knowing. He couldn't do everything, and he needed stuff. So he breaks out forget anybody else, our criteria. And I could do that to every faith. So I could take it to the Islamic faith, and I'll do the same. Well, hang on a second. You have a creator in a book, and you claim it's from this creator. Is your creator all-knowing, requires nothing, and all-powerful? And they say yes. Well, hang on a second. That meets our criteria. Nothing else does. So I would assess Islam and others by this yardstick. So that's why, and if this creator is this this entity that is outside of our understanding, he would have to reveal himself for us to understand. Correct? If you can't learn something you didn't know. So, excuse me, you don't know something you didn't know.
But there's this verse that people quote from Jesus, which is that I am the way, the truth, and the light. Have you heard that before?
I have, of course.
I tell people to look in the mirror tonight and say that. And that the way to God is through you, and Muslims know that. That you want to speak to God, Allah, you got to express it in the jugular. Right? So if I can talk to God myself, then how should I need? But this is it. So it's an
excellent question. The reason you need somebody else because God has told you. Not read anybody else. God has told you to approach him in a particular way. The starting point is nobody. Exactly as you said it. Maybe you're into... Because only... I don't know what's in your heart. You don't know mine. To be fair, we just came about the flat
earth. It's all about love at the end of the day. Although we're in a little bit of a spiritual war, I think. A big spiritual war.
Bear with me one second. It's the statement you made. You're right. You don't need to go through anybody. You go directly to God. Okay? And be sincere. And you make that prayer, oh God, guide me. As we Muslims do it every day, 5 times a day. But what we urge you is something else, is that you ask for guidance. What if that guidance comes and then you didn't accept it? That what if God said, I have guided you, but you rejected it? Because now you have a criteria to assess the truth. So in the Quran, it's not just accept and believe. It says, look, if this isn't from me, so God sets you a challenge. If there's a bit more than this, you can destroy 1 billion people's religion. So God sets a challenge very early on. Initially it's sincerity, like you said, I come to you directly. We ask upon you. Then God says, look, here's a criteria, here's a book for you and a guidance. And if it's not from me, right? If it's not from me, write a chapter like it. And then it says again, if it's not from me, find a mistake. Right? So something very, very, very simple. Very, very simple stuff, right? Because it's for the masses. So the Quran comes with, and you can take this, not just apply to the Quran, apply to everything else. And God says, look, I am all knowing. And he proves it. I am all knowledgeable. I am all this. It's while in the Bible you find Jesus, he ate food. He was in pain. He called upon someone else. Right? So all Muslims do, literally what we're urging is that we're saying, in principle, what you're saying is correct. However, God has then told us what to do.
What I see, brother,
You
on the
get my
ground,
concept?
yeah, but what I see, and what I've seen in the world all my life, I'm 55, is that we have division in Christianity between Christians. We have division in Islam between Muslims. And then superseding that, you have the Jewish thing and all these other things, right? That are creating what I see as disharmony between me and you as brothers. And sometimes they call it countries, sometimes religions, sometimes and we're at war with each other over all of these different things, which is not that's haram. I think it's war. So what are we doing by creating or perpetuating or insisting that this book that I was handed down by my father, who might have, the whole stories, I don't even like to debate them because, everybody's got a version of the story and it's like, okay, so it's too much confusion. Let me go back to
my argument is that this is the challenge. The Quran doesn't. So if someone differs, that's because they've gone off topic. For example, today we have the King James version, we have the Greek version, we have the Catholic version. Some we don't have that. We don't have it. Because why? Because God says when the books were given to previous people, God guided previous nations and previous people, and they changed it or become corrupt. They did. But Islam is the final.
The Medina phase of Muhammad's life is more war-like, right?
There is a war element.
So I think that.
What was it? First it was defensive. No.
Yeah, maybe.
But then again, what if the Creator tells you to jump? Does he say that? You have to.
I have to make sure I'm listening to the right message. That's why Flat Earth matters. That's why Flat Earth matters, because if Flat Earth is true, then it means like, could you really know who you are?
No. So I say, I'm not saying get rid of the Quran, because it sounds a valid something.
And it's only part of the story. It's a gateway.
No, but the gateway was earlier. It's our criteria. So me and you agree that something's worthy of worship. So if we find that thing, and that's what Muslims believe. If we found something that's worthy of worship and proved itself.
Do you have a child?
I'm a Muslim.
You do not. You have a father. Okay, so do you worship your father? So is your father proud if you go and do good things?
Possibly.
You get my point?
Yeah.
So in a father-son relationship, which is how I see me and God, then
hold that one thought rudely on me. Why do you see that in relationship?
Well, because I am the step down. I mean, I don't mind that it's 10 layers down.
But you get my point. Maybe the point I'm
But I'm still a father and son.
Bear with me something. Is it you're guessing and attempting goodwill gestures, right? There's that I have a father. You're making comparisons. What if potentially? Bear with me. That sounds a bit rude. But this is the Muslim's claim, and everybody's claim. Is that God's given you direction? You need to evaluate, is it God's direction? Yeah? And then the Quran's different, is it's giving you proof. It says, look, if it is my direction, if it isn't my direction, you find it in a mistake. If it isn't my direction, then write something like it. If it is, and all I'm asking you, because all Islam is about, literally, is to worship God. Is not to worship man.
But there's so much ego here. You see this?
Yeah. Forget this place. I hate this place. We came to see
No, but
you know Shamsi? I don't even know.
Yeah, I know Shamsi. And Shamsi has told me himself, is old from his mouth here, that yes, the sun and the moon are small like they travel over the earth according to Quran. So that's what we say in Flat Earth, is that the sun and the moon are small, they are not far away. Genesis says that the sun and the moon
No, but the thing is, you're jumping from, I'm thinking of you, as Muslims.
I want to talk to this man here with the massive
Go for it. It was nice talking to you. I don't know. Do it. You want to
figure out you wanted to figure out the craziest thing that
That's the guy. I heard you wanted to talk to me.
Well, we just wondered if you thought that birds are real, because we don't think that birds are real.
To come and say, literally, we were just a side issue. We were passing by. We thought, who can we go to and go? Literally, birds are real. So we were going to go over there to someone else, and I'll let you continue this.
Actually, we're getting ready to go on our walkabout, but yeah.
Well, at least you're thinking for yourself, huh?
Right.
That's what other people are saying. Yeah, but
don't be offended by my shirt.
That's all right. I see lots of NASA people, or NASA fans.
Yeah. No, we've actually gotten calls from space.
How do you know they're in space?
Because he came back and told us. He was there for 3 months.
Okay.
And we had a video link with him too.
So here's the thing. Here's a question for them. People tell me that they can film the ISS from the ground.
Yeah, our friend lived there for 3 months.
No, but people say they can film it from the ground.
Well, you can film a dot.
With regular cameras, right?
Yeah.
That's 250 miles, traveling 19,000 miles an hour.
17,000, but yeah.
Okay. Now, what they've never done for us from the ISS is to take a very more powerful camera than a man on the street can buy and zoom in on New York City during the New York Marathon in real time and film that.
Oh, yeah, they have.
I've never seen that.
Well, you should go look it up. They have it.
I've never seen that.
They absolutely have that.
But could I, if I had that, is it possible that I could do it from a high-level drone?
No, because drones can't fly that high. I've been in drone facilities too, where they manufacture. Drones can only fly as high, roughly, as the part of the stratosphere, where like high spy planes fly.
But if I was filming down on something from that height, because Google Earth uses the same technology where the
I
first
like that I'm
few layers-
live. I hope there's all sorts of people watching. Do you have a lot of watchers right now?
Not really. I've got 33.
33. You know what?
Not bad.
I like those 33 watchers. You 33 watchers, birds are not real. They are observing you. Watch out.
Never forget.
Have you ever measured water to be curving over its surface, or was it always level in your experience?
You know, I actually have to go on a walk, but
Don't
thank
take
you
that
very
down.
much. Yeah.
We're not spinning.
Yeah, we're not spinning?
No.
We're
Do you
not.
know that it's 1,000 miles an hour, and airplanes don't have to account for that at all? 1,000 mile an hour spin.
And then
even
the
if you're
sun
flying
just
with or
goes.
against it.
Is the sun
So
a
the
disc
sun is-
as well?
the sun
Well, I have
looks
a
like
question
this.
for you. So why do you care about all this?
Because I care about mankind.
Yeah.
I think that we are being misled, just like the religious have been misled leading people. So is science. The science that you and I can't test, we have to take from the TV, like the moon landings and stuff.
Yeah.
That is all fakeable. And why would they fake that stuff?
Wait, the what landing?
To perpetuate a lie that the Roman Catholics brought about 500 years ago. which
Wait,
is
you said
that we are
the
gonna go-
what? The what landing?
The moon landing. No, the Roman
What's
Catholics.
that?
The moon landing. Well, they landed on the moon in 1969.
What is the moon? What is the moon?
What is it?
The moon, what is it? Plasma. Most scientists said it was plasma before the moon landings. There are scientists on record saying before the moon landings they can't land on that thing, it's a light.
Do you think that the other planets are flat too?
I think they're lights. They're not rocks. There's no scientific experiment you can do that will convince me or show me that rocks will float and that gas giants will coalesce under their own weight.
When we
Gas
look
doesn't
through
coalesce.
telescopes, the things keep moving out of alignment as you're looking.
They're definitely moving, and Airy's failure was an experiment done in the 1850s. They call it Airy's failure, but he was the Queen's astronomer back in 1860 or whatever. And he comes up with this experiment to prove whether it's the Earth or the stars that are moving. By filling a telescope with water, it fails to prove that the Earth is moving. They call it Airy's failure. The interferometer experiments were also conducted for 30 years by the best scientists to prove we were spinning. Einstein conceded in the end, we won't come up with an experiment.
Okay. Last question. What's your channel? Can we watch this VOD
Yes, you
later?
can.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
on Trinity 4.
Got you, man. Have a good rest of your Sunday.
All right.
Have a good one.
All the best. Hey guys, how are you all doing? Full on. It's nice to have some yeah, well, it's interesting. How long have we been going for? 3:30. Oh, this was 3:33. The 33 coming up a bit. Back the 2 3s together, and you get 8. Yes, mate. There's no scientific experiment that shows it. The lights are moving in the sky. Yes. Well, I mean, if I started moving the floor, you would immediately know that we're moving. And if we were moving the Earth, the trees would be affected by the atmosphere, because if I move through this atmosphere, I leave the air behind me, I create wind. These things can be explained. I don't know I have the exact right answer for you, but they can be explained. But that's only part of the journey, because first you've got to realize that water cannot curve over Africa. The canal cannot run up the side of Africa as a board. It has to be coming 1 mile, 2 miles, whatever it is that it drops down from Victoria.
It has to slowly, little bit by little bit, come back down to zero, which is sea level for every part of Africa. If you go up from the east coast to the west coast, across Africa, when you go up as much as you come down, it's the same zero. So everything is level, so ships cannot go under, they cannot go downhill. The Panama Canal, they can come down locks, they have to lock them down, so they don't need it. It's level bodies of water, lock down, level bodies of water, lock down. That's how it works. Water must be contained, and at rest will be level like the Suez Canal, 120 kilometers of level. All provable. So the lie is that we are insignificant evolved apes, and that we are on a spinning ball that is in a dangerous place in space over billions of years. No, there's a creator, and this story might only be tens of thousands or maybe a million years, 100,000, I don't know. But whatever's going on here, we are the center of creation, and they don't want us to know that because they prefer us being in servitude. Slaves, tax slaves, we're happy to take very little out of the earth when we're meant to be inheritors of the earth. We're meant to be able to have a spiritual growing, not a spiritual decay. I believe in the Trinity. But I see the Trinity more in the electromagnetic way, that it's all light, frequency and vibration, as Tesla says. Our world is made up of that. Nikola Tesla, he said that scientists today are coming up with these gravitational theories that are bearing no relation to reality. What they're creating with this science of a universe with stars flying billions of miles and all that stuff, no relation to reality. This place was created, and we are the center of that creation. And they don't want us to know that, because if we know that, we will stand up and not be slaves. We will be sovereign, because that's what we are meant to be. But mankind has to walk himself back to that, and the moment we are a long way from it. Yeah, I think that the old word for Satan is Satan, which means opponent. I think that in God's creation, inside of God is everything, dark and light. I have read the Bible. Do you understand? I have an understanding of it, but you can walk around here and get 10, 20, 100 different understandings of the Bible. Same up for us. God wrote the truth on your heart. God wrote the truth on your heart. There's a lot of people who've lived in this world where there was no books or no Bible. So how could those people know right from wrong if it was not already on their heart? There's a lot of people in this world still today that don't need the Bible to know right from wrong. They've not had a book in their environment. So isn't that not how God would intend for you not to need a man to print it? The white man had to come along with his printing press in the 1600s and then print it and then decide to change it from Latin to English after eventually, and then now you can read it. Okay, Greek and all that. But the point is that why would God need those men to do it? And then for it to get to Africa, to write the book when God can put the truth on your heart. You know the truth on your heart. And you don't need the book. I mean, book is like a manual. You get a car, you want to service it, you get the manual, and the Haynes book, and you go and study that so you can take care of your own car, right? The same is true with your body, because your body is the temple of God. That's my fine. Nice one. He's a bit drunk, that guy, but I needed to give him some short shrift. Guys, we are the center of creation. God, the science doesn't want you to know that. Yes. Okay, have a nice day and a good life.
Thanks for the consent taking.
You don't need consent, we're in public. That's the way it works.
Hey, I prefer if you didn't film me.
Okay, bye.
What'd you say?
I prefer it if you didn't film me.
Oh.
I need their consent, permission slips. This is what we're coming to you. How are you today, man?
Not bad.
So you got a bottle of water there. Have you looked into distilled water?
No, not really.
See, tap water and even bottled water has got 300 parts per million of dissolved solids. If you put that in a distiller, I promise you what would come out the bottom of that, you would probably say, hey, I'm not going to drink that, what's left when it burns off at the bottom. So I distill all of my drinking water and cooking water because you take all the dirt and all the toxins out of that water.
So you suggest me to have to cook water, I have to boil it?
No, not boil, distill. Distill is to turn it to steam and then cool. You buy a distiller, it's 4-litre distiller, costs about 150 pounds. And you run that once, twice a day, you can get 4 litres per time. And what's left in the bottom of the distiller is disgusting. It's disgusting, promise you. You will smell and go, oh, I'm not drinking that anymore. Even I've taken Evian water and done the same experiment. And it's like, okay, it's not as bad as some tap water.
How do you come into that conclusion? How did you know that? How did you discover it?
Part of my research, bro, is to understand that we have a pineal gland in the center of our brain. And that pineal gland is calcified by fluoride. So they put fluoride in the water that's what Hitler did in the concentration camps, was to put fluoride in the water, rat poison, to make the prisoners docile, so they were easy to control. So that's what they've done with our water. All water in England has got fluoride in the tap water. Not so much, I can't say for the bottled water, but the bottled water still got inorganic solids in it that your body has to wash through, like the gills in a fish. But eventually those things start to build up as arthritis and eyesight and brain problems and so on. You can research this distilled water. Now the government will say, don't listen to me. Right? You've got to do your own research on it. But there's lots of people I know that distill their own water. I've been doing it
Let's
for
sound
10 years.
logic. I maybe try to do it on my own and see.
Well, distilled water you can get two other ways. Fruit has got distilled water, and rain is distilled water. It's pure water.
Okay, rain.
Rain is pure water. That's the only other places on earth you can get pure water. Now there's some, underground wells that have got really beautiful, clean water and so on. Or down from the mountain stream, you can get some beautiful clean water. I'm not saying that's all bad, but the purest water comes from the rain. And the only way to replicate that is through distillation. So it distills it, steams it, and cools it, and then it drops it off. And it takes 3 hours to make 4 liters or something like that. And then you drink pure water. And people who have had arthritis go away, and the eyesight improves, and the brain gets sharper.
That's okay. That's that. So,
but there's many things.
Yeah, I would suggest when it's raining, I'll maybe find some tank. I'll make
The only problem with catching rainwater is you've got to keep the water moving, because eventually if it sits for a while, it starts to go stale, moldy, or algae and stuff like that.
So how can I store it and also stay safe?
Well, you can store it as rainwater, and then you can still, if you're not moving it often enough, you can put it through another filter so that it just leaves any algae behind. If it's very dirty, then you've got to boil it again. However, rainwater is numero uno. Whatever they tell you about, shit in the air and whatever. Number one, rainwater.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
You too, brother. Take my flyer.
Oh, sure.
Hi, guys. You've had lots of science. You look like you're about 15.
I'm 14.
14.
15.
Okay. So you've had, 10 years of school science. This is the same science I got. So when I was 15, I'd already rejected the idea that Earth had to be flat and non-moving, because you don't feel it to be moving, but you're convinced by the time you're 10 years old that the Earth is spinning, you can't feel it. You're also convinced that if you spin a bucket of water over your head and the water sits in the bottom of the bucket, that's equivalent to the gravity, centripetal force. Well, actually, that's not true. Just because I can drop something down under its own density, it will fall in this medium, but it might float if this was a pool. Now, if I push a lead of football down now, it's going to fall to the ground. Let me finish. And it goes down to the floor. But if this was now a swimming pool, I let it go, of course it's going to go up.
That's the density.
The density or the buoyancy. So we are dense in this air, which is why we feel weight, why we feel heavy. But if we turn this into a swimming pool, your weight is very little.
How do you calculate your density? How do you calculate it?
Density? It's a formula, right?
Yeah. How do you calculate it?
I forget the formula. Maybe you can tell me.
All right, you forget the formula. But the formula, it consists of gravity. So
It uses gravity, but I don't know that you could replace the G in that formula.
There's no G in the formula, but there are M in the formula.
Oh, is that mass?
Yeah, mass.
Okay. Well, you know, so obviously mass is the same even if I'm in the water, right? But I'm going to float in the water. I'm going to sink in this air. So we don't need the spinning, we don't need the gravity because everything is flat and we have an enclosed system. The second law of thermodynamics is broken by this idea that we have an atmosphere sitting next to a vacuum, and the vacuum is not ripping that vacuum, that atmosphere off, just like opening your deodorant can with a needle, punching a hole in it, immediately equalization of pressure, right? This is thermodynamics. But apparently we have no deodorant can closing us in. It's just gravity that's holding everything down. Again, that's just theoretical mumbo jumbo. We're in an enclosed world.
What about Magellan, the one who...
Magellan?
Yeah, the one who made the first trip around
the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, so on a flat Earth, remember, all sailors before the globe is only 500 years old. The oldest globe is 500 years old. The first time anyone made a globe is 500 years. They might even tell you that some scientists were thinking it might be a globe, but the first globe was built 500 years ago. So all the sailing around the world was done on the basis of a flat map, and all sailing maps are flat maps, and they sail around these places. I could sail around the coast of England, doesn't make England a ball. I could sail around the whole of Africa, go through the Suez Canal, doesn't make it a ball. I could go to touch Australia, go up to China, come back around, as you see these shipping routes do.
But he didn't change his direction, he just sailed forward.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't sail all the way around. We've got a flat Earth, a possible flat Earth projection here. And it's possible to take these round the world sailing and touch the same places that they touch. And so, yes, I can see how they do that. A guy wrote a book called 15 Emergency Landings That Prove Flat Earth, where someone has died or given birth on flight. And they've had to land the plane, and they land the plane nowhere near their published flight route. But when you look at that route on a flat Earth, you say, wow, that's a straight line from, say, Hawaii to California, where someone died on the plane and they dropped them off in Alaska. Now, that doesn't make sense on the globe.
So if you are here, if you keep sailing, you will fall into nothingness.
No, we have, as far as we know, there might be extended lands beyond that. The Antarctic Treaty stops us from traveling 60 south. We're not allowed to travel 60 south. Only on military-approved tours can you go to certain peninsulas. Now, the man who explored Antarctica most, Admiral Byrd, claimed he found land larger than America that no man had ever seen, and resources that would last mankind for a lifetime. The next year, they signed the Antarctic Treaty and locked it all down.
Oh my God.
No, this one here, yeah, you're proposing that it's much larger than that circle here.
It's a possibility.
Okay. And you know, from the bottom, how does it look like from the bottom?
Well, think about, I give people this analogy.
Like a ball or...
In nature, nothing grows without a skin. Everything has a bark, a peel, a shell, a nut, everything, So I say, what if we lived inside an electromagnetic orange, let's call it a fruit. I cut that orange open, and when I let it fall open, I see the seeds at the middle. The seeds of the middle might be what we call the continents. That's the only solid part of the orange. The rest of it is water. So where the seeds are is where new life emerges. Well, surprise, surprise, on Earth, this is the only place that new life can emerge, in this zone.
So the bottom part you're suggesting is like a ball, yeah?
Yeah, I say like they say in science, it's an oblate spheroid. Earth is an oblate spheroid. They say that now. Well, I think the whole universe is that. The background radiation survey they do, WMAP, they do that every year, shows Earth to be right at the center of the known measurable universe. So we are at the center of that place, and this plane of existence or plane of inertia, which you find when you study electromagnetics, is that this is a plane of inertia. We stand on it, and there is a turning torus system that is bubbling and turning around us all the time, and it is bringing therefore the same lights in the roof year by year. They might depend on where you stand on the plane. You will see them at different ranges, or might not be able to see them because you're too far from them. But they're small and local, like you're the seed inside the fruit.
Okay, the top is flat, but the bottom is round, yeah?
It's well, think about a torus. Do you know what a torus looks like? It's like a donut, and it's a round shape like this.
Okay.
It's an apple. an apple is actually a physical torus
Okay,
shape.
okay.
But this is an electromagnetic thing. And if you study quantum physics and look at these experiments called the primer field, you'll see that you can create this figure 8, and at the center of the figure 8 is could be like a compression zone. And that compression zone is the one place where light can become matter. Where all frequency, as Nikola Tesla said, this is all light, frequency, and sound. Think in terms of 3, 6, and 9 if you want to understand the secrets of the universe. And this is a light, magnetism, and ether system where at this compression point is like the hourglass. Think about the hourglass where the sand compresses at that point. Well, think the other way up. As light is coming up the bottom of the apple, it is compressing as it goes through the center of that apple. It's compressing to make seeds.
Okay.
It's compressing light to make something solid from the seeds. And this is the same as what's happening maybe on Earth, is that this is that place, that center point of whatever God is, whatever creation is that there is an up point and there's a down point. Down below is hot and hard. Up above, soft and cold, airy.
What's the reason that around Earth philosophy is dangerous?
Okay, good question. Because it diminishes mankind. It diminishes God because it diminishes the intentionality of God. You see, the spherical heliocentric Earth requires the Big Bang. It requires for a sun to be superior, so it's sun worship in the heliocentric model. So that's what we're doing. We're worshiping sun. Thank God for the sun, because if it wasn't for the sun and our place from the sun, then we wouldn't exist. When that might not be true, there were times before there was a sun that have been recorded by ancient cultures. But today we worship the sun. Christianity is a form of sun worship. And I think other religions are also, in a oblique way, doing the same thing. Is they're worshipping the sun, and science worships the sun. When the sun is inferior, it's a small light that is created inside the system to provide light, but it may not be an essential element of life.
Do you feel there's a sadistic reason behind why
Sadistic,
we're told
yeah. Satanic even, or dark? There is the potential for it to be as dark as you want it to be, bro. That there is a Satan so evil that he doesn't mind how many children do not make it to their 10th birthday. That's how evil this place could be. And it seems sometimes when you see what goes on, that's what's going on, right? But it may be that mankind has been put through a test. You see, and without the extremities of this test, you may not get off of the sofa and go and be matched like that boy who went to find the ring in The Lord of the Rings. You may not be compelled to get up and become the captain of your own ship. Because until you have gone out of your harbor, safe harbor, and sailed in the night and in the storm and against the wind and what have you, until you've done those things, you cannot truly be the master of your own ship. And God, your higher self, wants you to become master of your own ship, not somebody else's shipmate, which is what we are collectively becoming in these smart cities, is that we are becoming AI linked up robots, automatons for a smart state that is superseding whatever nature is, whatever God is, and whatever your creator power is.
What's the consequences of me if I don't believe in this?
The consequences are nothing.
Sorry, bro. I'm taking too much
No, that's a good question though. But the consequences, I mean, this is not like you will be punished in a lake of fire if you do not believe this stuff. However, the consequences for all of us should be to care for our children and our offspring, those that come after us. And so if we are being brought into a web of deception, then the consequences of doing nothing and being apathetic about that deception means that your children must live with those consequences. You see, and so that's the responsible thing to do, is to say, I need to cut my ties from deception so that I do not mislead my children like I did. See, I have 22 and 24-year-old children who I told that they came from monkeys through evolution. I told them that we came on the Big Bang, that the Catholics gave us the Big Bang theory, and that we came from this Big Bang 14 billion years ago, that there was no God, and that they were not that special. That we are all very lucky to be here and we have this one life, but we're not, that we are infinite beings of love. And that we have come here into a world of hate created by the devil, if you like, or just created by man's greed and 7 deadly sins. It's been created. And we must work our way through that or be subsumed by it. And if we are subsumed by it, then our children are guaranteed to not fall far from the tree when the apple comes down.
What is it that makes you passionate to come out every Sunday to propagate this message?
To try and help people to wake up, brother. Because we cannot stop the system will do what it can do. But individuals can change their lives and raise their own light, because the Christ light, the God light spark is in each of us, and that light is being dulled day by day, month by month, and mankind is heading downwards and devolving to a lowest point. And at that point, when it hits the bottom of the barrel, it's going to make its way back up with those people who have the light. And I come out here because I think that there's a light to be shared. And I'm trying to get people to spark up their own light rather than take their light from a higher authority, an external authority, a man-made authority.
If someone is open-minded, and what would you say are the first 3 steps for them to see the light? Like you mentioned. What would be the simplest steps for them to take in order to, if they're fully open-minded, for them to come to the truth?
I mean, I think that you've got to really look in the mirror and say, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And if I'm going to get to God, it's through me. Not through
as it relating to the flat Earth.
As it relates to the flat Earth, I would say that it's about being willing, honestly willing, to go and explore the major claims of the globe. The major claims of the globe are that we're on a ball and that it's spinning. So if we're on a ball and it's spinning, we should A, be able to measure the spin, B, be able to measure the curvature somehow. And all we get back from globe believers is theories, excuses and explanations and CGI photographs from NASA, who no one should trust, about where we really live. When you should be, God gave each of us the senses to know who we are and what we are, and even perhaps where we are. And I believe that journey has been usurped, and we find that once we start looking at these big lies, that wow, we can't prove curvature, we can't prove spin. And people can give me theories, but I say theories are like theology now to me. They're just a belief, and now 20 years, 100 years into saying that we're spinning, and you still can't prove it. And Einstein saying we can't show that we're spinning. Like, you still want me to believe that when my senses tell me that the clouds are barely moving today, not 1,000 miles an hour, that the sun is tracking over my head today, and later on stars will track over my head and I can watch them move. Doesn't make me think that I'm moving. So it's really about observing reality and saying, damn, man, that guy was saying about 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. Let me go to the beach. Let me take a powerful camera if I've got one and see if I can zoom in a ship that's already gone over the curve that they said was there. Wow, maybe I could test that for myself. Okay. And can I test, because a good scientist wants to test and measure the things, not just say, it's there because I've seen it. Well, if you've seen it, bro, go and measure it. Because that's where science begins. Thank you.
I got a couple of questions. In a geoscientific universe, which you say it exists, if the sun orbits around us, it would mean the Earth would have much higher gravity than the sun. So that the sun will be attracted.
So let me help you with that. So for us, we can completely let go of the idea of gravity, and that the sun is actually a physical object. You don't even need that in the flat Earth. Have you ever taken like a magnifying glass and pointed it at the sun and a piece of paper and made the paper burn? You know the experiment I mean? So the point of light that you see on the paper, cheers guys, the point of light that you see on the paper is not the light source, is it? It's a reflection of the light source, So what we think that we're doing, what's happening is that is that a wave energy form comes over the Earth. How it propagates is another question or another conversation, but it propagates once a day, like a wave washing over us. Imagine it was a wave of water, and you're over in Sweden or you're in Switzerland or somewhere further. It hits you first in the morning, and then it's midday, but now it's starting to hit the people in England, and then it's evening for you and starting to hit the people in America. The wave is just moving over. But every time it crests for me, wherever I happen to be, that's my midday. Now I'm seeing, depending on where I am and from the equator, I'm seeing it either above my head if I'm at the equator, say it's the equinox, someone fell down there. Or I'm in the north and I'm seeing it low in the sky or high in the sky, depending on if it's Capricorn or Cancer.
So I don't understand. Is this to prove the Earth is flat or round?
The Earth is both flat and round. I mean, the universe is probably a sphere, but the land that we walk on has got the same sea level. You walk up the hill, you walk down the hill, you get back to the beach. Same sea level.
What does that mean? You have the same sea level. What does sea level mean?
Sea level?
because when you say sea level, you're talking about water just reaching a certain height. That's what sea level means, right?
Oh, that's a fair say. Yeah. But water, when we, I agree with you on that. But when we say water is level,
I'm trying to understand your argument. Is it flat or is it round, or is it a globe? What are you trying to prove?
It's an electromagnetic sphere, and we stand in the center of that.
It's an electromagnetic sphere. Yeah. So it's not flat like that.
No, so I've got on my flyer here. Well, so imagine if I had an orange, and I sliced it through the equator, I'd see that.
You'd see that. Oh, so you think the Earth is flat?
So if you take a tomato, right, and you cut it through the equator like that.
Okay, let's prove something, right? Let's prove something right now. So that's the South Pole, right?
This is an artist's impression. Remember, this is not an absolute.
Is this how the Earth looks like?
This is not an absolute. There's no absolute map, even for the globe. The globe is way off.
Why?
You know what? Africa is not the right size on maps. You can take a piece of string from Johannesburg to London and take the same length of string from Johannesburg to South America. They're the same length, right, on the globe, but the flight is 4 hours longer to South America. Makes no sense. The amount of flights that go through the Middle East, Dubai, and what have you, you see those on a flat map. You go, wow, that's a straight line.
By the way, you know in Dubai, you can see the sunset twice.
I have.
You have?
I have, and that works on the flat Earth.
That works on the flat
Not
Earth?
on the globe, bro, because you know what, if I've been at the airport, it's set, and then the plane took off a while later, I was like, oh, what? The sun's above the clouds again. How is that possible on the globe? It's not. Only at 30,000 feet? No way. 30,000 feet over a globe,
at what feet can you see the curvature of the Earth?
Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, a world-famous scientist, he says that even the Red Bull jump cannot see curvature. What you were seeing there was fisheye lens, trickery. When Felix Baumgartner jumps out of the cupola, what you see there is a flat horizon from the camera behind his back. So when we take weather balloons, which is about as high as we can go, man, you and me, 120,000, 150,000 feet, everything they see up there is level. There's plenty of pilots saying we do not allow for any curvature, bro. When I fly 5 hours from here to Dubai,
I've spoken to plenty of pilots. They said Earth is wrong. Do you know what they say? They say we don't fly straight. We fly like this. Plenty of pilots. I've been on.
Okay. So now what goes?
Let me ask one thing, right? Is your belief in the flat Earth, because you've never seen the flat Earth?
I'm working on it.
That's perception.
But you've never seen the globe?
Yes, I have. Images.
Satellites. Okay, so NASA admit that all those photos are Photoshop, they're computer generated.
Yes, they are. Every image you take and you run it through a computer is computer generated. And
Photoshop.
Photoshop.
If I took a photo of this space now,
let me show you something. If I take a picture of this glasses and then I Photoshop it, does that make the glasses fake? No, I Photoshop around it to give it a better color, a better image, more sharper.
If you told me you had
but it doesn't change the shape of the.
If you told me you had the most expensive pair of sunglasses in the world, it would cost you £500,000, and you send me a Photoshop picture of you holding the £500,000 glasses in your hand, and it looks a little bit dodgy to Photoshop experts. They say, oh, that could have been cut in, the shading isn't right on that photo. Your friend may not actually have that $500,000 pair of sunglasses. I would start to be sure. I say, show me, bring it and show me.
Yeah, but look.
And that's where we are with space, my brother, because you know what? As the Red Hot Chili Peppers said, space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. And Neil, what's his name?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Look, the thing is, you see your line of thinking, right? Before you even get to flat Earth, before you even get to round Earth, you need a good foundation in terms of how to think about things. Otherwise, you constantly make wrong decisions in every facet of life, where you get to a wrong conclusion, remember?
And the beautiful thing is that if this is true, then your mind, like mine, has been manipulated since before you could think for yourself.
Yes, of course.
And your parents, your parents.
Of course.
So that's how, unfortunately, why, for me, I become a bit of an outsider, a bit of a black sheep in my family. Why? Because I'm talking about stuff that no one really wants to go and touch. Why? Because we all got this indoctrination. Now we can walk around this place, and every second person...
Is having a shower good for you? Or is that indoctrination?
It depends on the quality of the water.
No, but I'm saying, is that indoctrination? There are certain things that we are indoctrinated to believe because it's the truth.
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Culturally, right? Well, no, I mean,
for example, if, let's say India went to the moon, you don't believe that?
I've seen a cartoon.
I saw the footage. That was horrible.
I've seen a cartoon.
I've
seen a cartoon, bro. You know that wasn't real, right? And they couldn't have had anything filming it. There could be no third party standing off the moon filming them landing, right? You know that.
filming off the.
When the lander lands
Yeah.
on the moon,
Who else is
that
that
could
taking the
not be
footage?
someone else standing. It's the same as when they left the moon when they left the moon surface in 1969, right?
Someone panned
There's
the
a guy panning up, watching the craft go up. It's like so some guy was filming that, or they had a little weight that made it go down, and then they Bluetoothed it over to the craft in 1969. Bullshit. They did not have that technology. They made a
must
mistake.
have had a rover or something. Look, this is
They
the
must have- they must have.
This but this is the problem with thinking like this. That you believe something to be 100% true, right? You believe
Because
that.
you see it on TV.
No.
I believe the moon landings, bro, because I saw it on TV.
No, but I don't believe them just because I see it on TV.
You been?
Right? I haven't been. But
So-
it's something we have testimony, right?
Yeah. So
Right?
when Buzz Aldrin said to an 8-year-old girl in 2015,
No, but these
it's
are
on
all
YouTube.
just clipped
Oh no,
versions
no.
of-
Now this is what they do to
Because if
whistleblowers in
if-
2020,
if
right?
you go
when
to Bob-
whistleblowers in
okay.
2020 said don't lock down, they said shut up, go away, we're not listening to him, he's a quack, don't listen to that doctor. They're talking nonsense about the bad vax. You know.
No, vaccine.
You know.
No. Vaccines, I agree.
Oh,
There are certain
but there's
conspiracy.
doctors who will push them on you.
No,
Still today.
Look, your conspiracy.
That's their brainwash.
Look, you've never seen the flat Earth.
I've seen lakes.
Your
I've
science,
seen lakes
by
that
the
are
way.
at water's level, bro.
What does that mean, bro? What does that even mean?
What does it
Water's
mean?
level.
Well, it means that like the
yeah,
Suez
but
Canal.
That's like
the
saying
Suez
the
Canal.
sun is hot.
What? No.
But
You don't want
water
to think about
reaches
this
a
because
level-
it kills the globe.
No,
See, the
no, I
Suez
don't wanna
Canal
kill the
is
globe.
120 kilometers long,
That's
provably level, and they've got lakes when they freeze over, they're provably level for hundreds of square kilometers.
Yeah,
right?
because water reaches a certain. You know how physics works.
So water
You know how
is
physics works.
water. Yes. of course, I
Water,
understand physics.
so when you put water onto something, it will reach. It will basically take the shape of the container that's in,
Yes.
and then it gets, and then it looks like a level.
Then it looks like level
Then it
because
looks
it is
level.
level.
It's level because of how water works.
Yeah, and that's exactly what
Right.
we're saying.
And also,
and liquids, all
by the way-
fluids, by the way,
by the
work
way,
the same way. They work the same way.
By the way, you know water can be a droplet.
Yes, but falling through the air.
And also,
Does the air-
if I put water there now, it will be a droplet.
Yes. It will one
So what
droplet.
does that mean?
Surface tension.
Surface tension. Okay. The thing is, I have to debunk so much.
Surface tension.
I have to, no, not surface
So
tension.
let me put 20 drops together.
No,
now
no.
they start to pool. Now it's 2,000 drops. Now that pool is going to spill, and it's going to run down to the next pool. There it will fill up, bro. This is the fact.
Okay,
is that
this-
every lake down the mountain is
The
parallel
thing is,
to the next lake.
You've clearly invested a lot into this.
I
right?
know, and I
But I'm
understand
saying-
the model.
I'm
Because
saying, why
remember,
do you
I was
believe it?
47 years old, and I
Why
still
do you
believe the globe.
You don't believe it, except for example, you stop believing the Earth being a globe because of the distrust of the government.
No.
Not because of science.
No.
Don't give me. You don't have
there's
anything
no-
scientific.
But
You've
what's
got
the
no.
science?
You've got no experiment to show that the Earth is flat.
What? We got no experiment
No
to show the Earth
experiment.
is ball. And we
Yes,
got no
we do.
experiment to show the Earth is spinning.
Yes, we do.
What's the spinning?
What you're saying the Earth is not spinning?
Yes.
You're saying that you're saying.
Just like the Bible says.
Okay.
Old Testament says the Earth is not moving.
But we know the Bible to be wrong.
You Muslims believe the Old
No,
Testament.
no. Even Christians believe the Bible is being corrupted.
But you read the Old Testament in Islam.
Do we read the Old Testament?
Yeah, you take from is the Old Testament.
We don't. We don't
believe
take.
the creation story, all from Abraham and all that stuff, right?
It doesn't look. If we have one God
Yeah.
sending thousands of messengers,
Yeah,
the core message will be the same.
Yeah.
So
that we are the creation.
No,
we are the
no.
expression of God.
In terms of God gave the Old Testament, that people corrupted it. But some messages were preserved.
Yeah.
Then he gave the Bible.
Like the
people
creation
corrupted
story.
it.
Like
Yes,
God
yes,
created
some-
on 7 days, right?
No,
You don't.
we believe God created the earth in 7 epochs, means 7 periods of time.
That I can go with.
Yeah.
Now, like Shamsi says that Quran says that the sun and the moon are small and they travel over us, according to Quran. And Shamsi, and you know Shamsi. Right?
Sun and moon are small.
Yes.
He doesn't say it. He never say it.
Yes, and they travel over us. That they travel over us. I think that's more the point. That they travel over us, not that we are rolling underneath them. So the point is, we cannot prove that. And I went to look for it. We cannot prove that the Earth is spinning. There is no experiment.
There are so many. Oh my God.
So let me move on. Yes. Yeah.
You know, so
Take one. Yes.
I got a question. You see the leaves on this, they're green.
Yes.
So that means they're probably green in Australia too, and in America too.
Agreed.
Okay. So you would assume that if you see a tree and it has green leaves on it, it would have green leaves in America too. So why would Earth be flat when you look into the sky and you see Mars, which is round, Jupiter, which is round too, and Saturn and all the other
Have you
planets?
studied cymatics?
What?
Cymatics.
No.
Okay,
not
it's C-Y-M-A-T-I-C-S. Cymatics. Research that when you get home. Yeah, you go and see what their guys can do with a sound plate, where they put salt or sand on a plate and they vibrate it. 150 hertz, 250 hertz, 350 hertz, and as they change, every time they change the frequency, so the salt rearranges itself into these beautiful geometric patterns. Time after time after time, it'll go back to the same pattern. And if you watch that sped up, you can see what Mars looks like under a powerful camera. Is that it looks like cymatics and sonoluminescence. Sonoluminescence, sound in water. Yes, or sound and light in water. So what they do is they fire a vibration into a liquid, and they can get the star in a jar experiment. It's mainstream science. I'm not going to into with a flat Earth, but we can see how our stars actually might be. This idea that they're stones, big rocks, floating in the sky under bending time-space and all that stuff. This is theoretical. What you see is light, and when you look at the stars, you can't really tell the difference between Mars, Venus, Mercury, and yet some of them are gas giants, some of them are rocks, some of them are far away, some of them are close, and yet they look pretty much like stars that are light years away. These things cannot be rocks reflecting light, guys. This is what you've been brainwashed to believe. The truth is that these are lights in the sky that we can see, and under a powerful camera without computer rendering. This is what they do with telescopes, is they render them with a computer to make them look like what Disney shows you.
Yeah, but you can look them with your own eyes.
Yeah. And but not you can only, with your own eyes you can only see a star. But if you have a telescope, yes, you can see things. But if you Google when you get home the P900 video footage of stars, you will see what people can capture with their own home camera, and you will see these same things doing this across the sky, and they're just doing this repeating light pattern. Some stars are giving off the rainbow colors, some are only white, some are red like Mars.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, they're all different, and yet they're in the same atmosphere. It cannot be atmospheric distortion. This is what we're taught.
Actually, it's not atmospheric distortion. It's like you say they can't be big rocks reflecting light, but actually light is reflecting on everything. Like I'm seeing you because of light, because the light reflects on your body and I can see it.
Yeah.
So
do you know the inverse square law of light?
What?
Inverse square law. So let's say we could see a torch from 100 meters.
Yeah.
Every time we halve the distance to the torch, it doubles in brightness. It becomes double brighter. Every time you half the distance, 50 meters, 25 meters, 12.5 meters, it gets double brighter. And the same works in backwards. So if we did the same for the moon would be so bright that they could never have landed on it. It would be too bright to land on. It would be so hot. So these things are not, the moon is self-illuminating. Light is not traveling for billions of light years and all that sort of thing. The stars are close, man.
Yeah.
The stars are like hundreds of meters, hundreds of miles maybe, or tens of miles. They're not far away. We're just given this idea that they're light years away, and that we're traveling sometimes to these places thousands and billions of light years away or miles away. But we're not. Everything is close, and we cannot get out. And I know obviously you've had all the education and you're pretty smart at science and stuff like that, so you know what you've been taught to know. But the truth is, guys, the simple stuff is that water cannot be proven to do anything else but stay flat on its surface. You might have a little bit of tension on the wall of the container, a little convexity on the wall of the container, but the body of water will be flat. And if you turn that container, if it's sealed, the water will continue to maintain that flat. It will not follow the circle. It will either spill out or stay flat. Water does that. That's all that water does. And you've got to stay with the basics of liquid fluid dynamics, thermodynamics, and understand that we must be in a contained system. Do you know that the spacesuit has never been put into a vacuum chamber? They've never put a man in a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit. Now why? When the vacuum that they've got on Earth is way weaker than the vacuum they tell us is space. You'd want to test your suit in space, but they test it in a swimming pool. And we've caught them with bubbles leaving their helmets when they're doing spacewalks. But they train in a swimming pool that has a blue wall. They could use it as a blue screen and just put a backdrop of a drone or some CGI of them being on the International Space Station. Very easy to do.
What about the horizon?
Horizon means horizontal. Did you know that?
But
when
something goes that way, it dips below the curve.
Okay, it's interesting. That's about 4 miles, or 5 miles. But you can watch the same ship, go left and right across your horizon for many more miles, 20, 30, 40 miles, and there's absolutely no dip. Yeah? So what if it's perspective? You see how the clouds in the distance seem like they touch the horizon, or the plane when it goes over your head appears to go down even though it's at cruising? Yes? You've seen these things?
Yeah.
That's perspective.
The curvature.
Well, you're assuming that, but once you've been in a plane, I'm sure, you go up to the cloud bank, you'll find that the cloud bank is level. As you hit that cloud bank, it's level as far as you can see, and the higher you go, the further you can see that levelness occurring. That's what you see. And maybe you think at the fringes you're seeing like a bit of convexity, but we're looking through 3 panes of glass. One of them is flexing because of the pressure in the cabin. So what we're seeing may be a trick of the eye, and that actually the further you go up, the more you see level. And if you ask your friend who was standing 10 miles ahead of you and you say, hey, the ship's just gone over you, he'd say, no, I saw the ship approach me and I can still see it for another 10 miles. And it's still not going over no curve, bro. I can see you on the beach at 10 miles away, and I can see the ship at 10 miles further from me. Yeah. How's that possible?
It's a matter of perspective.
Is he on a hump then? You think he's on a hump? See, water must be level and ships do not go uphill.
A few minutes
nor
ago,
downhill.
You just said, as far as the eye can see, but why can you only see a certain distance? Why can't you see the whole world?
You're not Superman. You're not Superman.
Why is there a limit?
And even if you were, there is something called atmospheric obstruction, because this atmosphere is full of moisture. Yeah, it's full of air, and the further you look on a wet environment, the less far you can see. Now, in a desert environment, I spent some time in a desert, you can see much further because the air is drier. Yes, there's less atmosphere. Yes, there's less moisture. And the other thing is, of course, is that no matter how big it's the Burj Khalifa, if you go 500 miles away from it, even if you had an infrared camera, you probably wouldn't be able to pick out the Burj Khalifa. Having said that, a guy went up to the highest point of Wales a few months ago and took a photograph that captured the whole of the Alps, or 7 of the known peaks, and he can mark them off, and their distances from each other 700 miles away. Impossible on a globe. Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Tell me something. Did the Indians really go on the moon? No.
No, I mean, obviously they're telling us what you saw on TV was only a cartoon. That's not real. But no, of course they never landed on the moon. They just joined the club of deceivers.
But how they joined the club? How can they tell such a big lie?
Well, the Americans and the Russians, they've been doing it for a long time, but they use segmentation, so most people in that industry do not know. The people cheering in the control room probably don't know. Most of them would say, we can't tell the difference between the drill and the real thing. We've heard the Americans say that could have been real or a drill. We cannot tell the difference from the control room.
So the Indians never reached the moon?
They never left. We've never left low Earth orbit, man. We can't get 100 miles. The Kármán line is as far as we can go up. Man has never been higher than Felix Baumgartner.
But you can see, though, the moon landing. They say that there's a flag, a US flag. There are also coordinates. If you point up your telescope with those coordinates, you can actually see it.
I would love to see that, but I would make sure it wasn't a computer-generated one, because the hoax is so big that they could actually layer that into a computer
that's true, but
simulator.
You could build one.
So yeah, I mean, I've never heard that anything is visible, and I've heard excuses why we can't see things on the moon. But let's say we could land on the moon, ma'am. They would put Nike or North Face or Jack Jones, they would put a 4K camera on the moon streaming 24 hours a day, because people would log on all the time. They'd see the advert, they'd watch 10 minutes of the Earth spinning, and you see a storm happening somewhere in real time. In real time, be like, wow, it's raining now in London, and there's the thing that we can see in 4K from the moon. We've never done that. We've never got any concrete evidence. So as I said to you earlier, never put a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber, never got this lunar lander to work on Earth. They never, even just with a chassis. And then yet they can land the chassis with all its air conditioning and batteries and all of this sort of thing, when they never even got the chassis to work for 40 seconds in the air. So is it possible that they were going to fake this? Now we look at the lunar lander under 4K resolution, and we see it's cardboard. We see that there's no dust on the gold feet of the lunar lander, and yet it's a 10,000-pound thruster that was pushing a hole into the dust. Pushing a hole into the dust, so it's meant to be kicking up all this dust, and yet there's no dust on the shoes.
Yeah, because moon has no atmosphere, so...
No, that's why there's meant to be dust. Have you seen the June buggy footage? Dust is being shot up all the way into the air and so on. Because there's less so-called gravity, It should be going further. Things fly further. But when you see them fall over and then get yanked up like they're on a chain on their back, you say, oh, hang on a minute, that looks like a circus trick gone wrong there. There's plenty of things that people never see in the National Geographic version of why they say the moon landings were fake that you will never see unless you watch these two documentaries. Astronauts Gone Wild and A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. And made by the same guy, Bart Sibrel. He offers 10 of the 12 guys $5,000 to their charity of their choice. Put your hand on the Bible, swear you went to the moon. Not one of 10. Take the $5,000. Then none of them. Even Neil Armstrong says, no, you, Mr. Sibrel, that's probably not a real Bible. I'm not going to do it. I wouldn't care what it was. I'd put my book on, my hand on any book.
What happened? You're telling me the earth is flat? Is that what I see?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You have proof?
Yeah.
What proof do you have?
Well, firstly, water is level. And secondly, we are not moving, bro. The sun is moving, the stars are moving, sometimes the clouds
Have you ever
move.
been on a plane?
Many times.
Okay,
and
so
there's
when
many
you
pilots
fly
who say
high up, you don't see the curvature?
No. And there's many. Neil deGrasse Tyson, famous scientist, says that even at 100,000 feet, you're not high enough to see curvature of Earth. What you think you're seeing out of the plane is a trick of the eye. The Red Bull jump, he said, Felix Baumgartner was not high enough. It was all fisheye lens that made it look like the Earth was a ball. Okay. But when Felix jumps out from his, you can go back and see this footage, the camera behind his back shows you a level horizon at 140,000
Why would they want to say the Earth is a globe if it's not true? Why would they want to like us?
To contain the mind, contain the soul, to control you. To control mankind.
Control me by telling me the Earth is a globe.
Absolutely. Well, there's no way. Okay, so the globe is a Big Bang creation. Yes, globe comes from Big Bang. Yeah, it is. It's really. How do we have a globe? Well, explosion this, explosion that. Things come together under their own gravity or mass, and then float around on time and space, and then that's how we come to be here on this globe.
Right.
On a flat Earth, no more. It was created. A flat Earth has to be created because there's no vacuum of space. It's an enclosed system. The laws of thermodynamics are not being broken because it's an enclosed system in which
what's stopping God from creating the globe being like a round? Okay, God is the creator, right?
Can you name in nature one fruit or one living thing that has no skin, or rather that puts its fruit on the outside of the skin?
This is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. God can create the globe being round. That's not going to stop him.
Well, yes, we got oranges, we got lots of round things in nature, but the fruit is on the inside, and the seeds for life, the only hard bit, everything else is water, the only hard bit, right in the center. Well, WMAP, which is the background radiation survey that the scientists do every year to map all the known radiation of the universe, puts Earth right at the center, which is where the seeds are at the center of an electromagnetic apple, which is where we might be standing on the seeds of the electromagnetic God, Earth, everything. So the universe is an oblate spheroid, perhaps like an electromagnetic torus, but we have to be at that pinch point because everything is light. As Tesla said, Nikola Tesla said, everything is light, frequency, and vibration. How do you get light to turn into matter? You crush it through a black hole. So the only way that we could become material, because the 666 carbon stuff might be a bit of a hoax, the Newtonian stuff, that the only way you can crush light into matter is to take it through a black hole.
I think this is too scientific, it's too technical. Okay, I've lost you.
That's all right.
All I'm saying is...
Carry on.
All I'm saying is, are you saying there's no space outside where we live? When you go out in the space?
I think there is something out there, but it might be water, but we can't get there, we can't leave here. So we're in an enclosure that we cannot leave. It might be the Kármán line at 60 miles high, that'd be as far as we can go. And when we see the stars, have you studied sonoluminescence, sound in water, where they take a vibration and they fire it into water and they can make the star in the jar experiment. That star in the jar experiment cavitates light. Well, when we look at, I was telling these guys about cymatics, when you study vibration and you change the frequency, you change the pattern. And every time you change the pattern, you get these beautiful geometric patterns that come up. They start to look like the stars when we see under a powerful camera, is that they look like cymatics in water. So it might be that God separated the waters from waters. Story in the Bible is true, that there's waters below that we can't get down because there's, we can drill 8 miles into Earth, that's as far as we can go. We can't take a submarine too low, and we can't go too high.
But if you believe in the creation, then you don't have to worry about whether the Earth is being flat or round, okay? The Bible doesn't tell us you have to worry about these things.
Let's say your father told you a grotesque lie, but he didn't know that. He said to you, son, when you come through this life, you have to be this, and you have to be that, and they were terrible lies. I don't even want to say them now on the video, but they were terrible lies. But you grew up believing that. Would you want for me to come and say, I'm sorry to tell you, but your father lied to you about that? There's something much more beautiful going on here, which is about having you as the center of creation, not some insignificant serf who has to pay taxes, who has to obey every time the government tells you to cough, you've got to go home. You do not have to deal with this.
That's not going to stop me from not believing in God anymore. I still believe in God and
but let's just say I built you a house.
Okay.
Your father built you a house, and I can say that's not the house he built for you. This tent around the backyard, that's where you're meant to be living. And you're okay, that's where I live, because the government told me that that's where I'm meant to live, not the house that your father built. Well, if I've lied to you about where you live, I've lied to you about who you are. And
I don't think you're giving a good example here. This is irrelevant.
Well, no, I think it is true, because if God created this place perfect, He's not wanting you to believe that He devolved through the monkey story.
I don't quite believe in that story.
Well,
maybe evolution and creation, maybe they can come together.
No, because if
the Big Bang, also the creation, it can come together.
No. If I came to you and said you're not your father's son, you're the postman's son, you'd be upset with me. I'm saying to people that we've been lied to you about who our father is, who the creator is, and our relationship to him. And that's what the globe does. The globe is a part of the evolution lie. You can't have the globe without evolution. It's all part of the same story. You can't say I'm throwing an explosion in a scrapyard and a Ferrari's going to drive out the other side. That doesn't happen in reality, bro. This place, you were created by a creator who intended for you to look like you do. Not wait for millions of years for evolution for you to look like you do, but to intend for you to have this world, to intend for us to share this place, to be co-creators, to be equals, not I'm your master, you're my master, and I gotta, I gotta pay taxes simply to move from this place to that place or whatever. This is our earth.
But the science doesn't tell you don't believe in God anymore because it's baloney. They don't say that.
But the Muslims don't believe in evolution.
Well, the Muslims are there believing in whatever they believe in. That's different.
But the point is that you shouldn't be in a position of cherry picking bits of the bit that you like. You're like, oh yeah, well this bit is what I like and I'm going to stick with. When it's like there's absolute prima facie evidence that Earth is not moving and that water is level. And that drink that you're holding there, when you change the angle of the bottle, the water will still remain true. It will still hold that same level. It doesn't matter. Water only knows one level.
Well, as long as creation and science don't contradict each other, that's not going to really mess up my head.
No, that's okay. But you see, I think the world is trying to create a post-humanist reality in which people are melding nature and science. So we want the best of science and we want the best of nature. And I can understand the seduction of that. But I'm saying that God doesn't want us to become non-natural beings involved so much in machine science rather than natural science. Natural science that you and I can use to grow a healthier crop or something like that, or healthier children.
I agree with that.
That makes sense.
I separate my belief my belief is there, science is there. I always treat them like in parallel, okay?
Yeah, but I see mankind, the journey of mankind being taken or steered on purpose. And if they've been able to have the power to create a complete heliocentric hoax, which is what I see it as, if they've got the power to do that, and the power maybe to create religions that keep brothers and sisters at war with each other, then what else control have they got over your mind and over your children's minds into the future?
I see some things are happening nowadays, okay, and I'm aware of that, okay. I'm gonna tell. I don't have children, but if I had children, I would tell them, beware, don't follow this. I am aware of what's happening.
But then we still send them to school, and then from 7 or 5 years old, the government has them for the most waking hours of the day. The government has their mind, and then puts them into these little boxes in which they come out pretty much the same stereotype, creation, saying the same stuff, believing the same stuff. So education is complicit in creating a harmonization or a homogenization of mankind, which is not how nature wants it. Nature doesn't want every tree to grow exactly the same and be exactly the same. It wants every tree to grow uniquely in its own way.
So I'm going to have to put in more effort. to educate my
To
children. I'm aware of
protect.
that.
Yes, but the thing is, until you know the extent of that, let's just say, for example, you never heard about how toxic fluoride was in the water, right? So for 5 years, 10 years, you're giving your children tap water. Look, I made it cold for you. I made some frozen water for you, but I'm giving you tap water. I didn't realize that there's enough fluoride in there to kill a rat every year, and enough to damage your brain such that you will never be the light that God intended you to be. What if you discovered that? You go, shit, now I'm glad I know that, because from today forward I will purify or clean the water such that the fluoride is gone.
Right.
Because now I've learned something about something I didn't know. Same with the dentist. Yes, brother.
Look, there's something called gravity to hold the water.
Gravity.
I believe that the earth is round.
The earth is level.
A ball.
A ball.
Yeah.
Okay, because gravity.
Yeah.
And you know gravity is a theory.
No, it's not here, it's real.
No, it's a theory. So because
Look, I can jump and pull me
That's
down.
right, but that's only the beginning. That's the observation. Now the theory extends to I can do that upside down in Australia because of gravity.
Yeah.
So-
like for an example,
so
you're
the-
flying on a plane, you will see the sphere.
The plane.
Yeah,
Have you heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
What?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a world famous scientist. He's on record saying even in a plane or even at the Red Bull jump height, you are not high enough to see curvature of Earth. When you're looking through the plane window, you're looking through 3 glasses. One of them is flexed out like this because of the pressure. And so it's not a clear image. There are many pilots, 747 commercial pilots and so on, friends of mine even, who say we make no allowance for curvature. We do not fly down. We do not fly up
because
of the ball.
gravity pulls you down.
No, again, that's because you jump up and down. You believe that a plane, even the gyroscope. Have you heard of the
If you go like
gyroscope?
to the moon, if you go like to the moon,
Have you heard of the gyroscope?
Yes.
The gyroscope will show you your level, yes?
Yes.
And if the plane's nose is high from that, it will show you that the plane's nose is 2 degrees up or 2 degrees down. So in order to fly down, then your gyroscope should show that, and over the course of the journey, if I flew from South Africa to England, my perpendicular should change about 90 degrees. So the gyroscope should be 90 degrees off its start point by the time you get to your destination. Not ever happening. The gyroscope is still level. We're flying over the same level. We have to make allowance for height above sea level. And if you're in South Africa, you can land in Johannesburg. I won't go into this, it doesn't matter. The point is that the planes fly cruising level with their nose 1 degree, maybe 2 degrees up like this, just to keep them at that same 30, 40,000 feet.
But
That's
that
all they
doesn't
can.
make it like flat.
An aeroplane over a plane, flat. And there's a lot of NASA documents.
It's like a circle.
There's a lot of NASA documents.
The Earth is flat?
I believe that the Earth is, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what Muslims believe.
Not all Muslims.
Muslims believe Earth is flat.
No, well, I mean, Genesis says Earth is flat. By the
No,
way.
it doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, well, the Earth is.
We have it in the Quran, the Earth is flat.
But it's not true, it's a globe.
NASA is bullshit.
No,
They
it's not
just
bullshit.
brainwash
No, it's
you.
not bullshit. People landed on the
Because
moon
there's
and they
other-
took images from outside the space.
The last 60 years, the last 60 years, they
Land
lied.
on the moon. The Americans landed on the moon.
Not true, man. Not true. They never landed on the moon.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you
all on
for your
TV.
time. Okay.
Cheers, brother. Good luck, man.
NASA is
Tesla in space?
No. He said it looks so fake, it must be real. And he didn't have to alter the tires, the paintwork, or anything like that. And the tires, the pneumatic tires, should explode in a vacuum. If we put them in a vacuum chamber, we'd see that. But they're the Michelin Man, they'd swell up and eventually they'd pop. And they've never put the spacesuit in a vacuum chamber either. Because if they did, a man would die. Because they are not able to create a seal for a vacuum.
Sorry to go on.
You know those people who went down in the sea? I don't know who those men were. 3 scientists or 1 scientist of them went in the
For the
submarine. Or
Titanic.
something. I think not Titanic. The submarine or something. They went.
Oh, they bounced off.
I don't know somewhere.
There was there's footage of this submarine that goes down.
One son and one father and son and 2 men went in the.
Oh yeah, that was the.
Was it true?
I'm not sure. I think it was a ritual, actually.
Ritual?
Yes, I think it's a ritual. To the sea god maybe.
No, but they were one was from America, one was from London,
Yes.
and 2 were from Surrey. One man was Muslim with a little child, 19-year-old boy.
Right. Yeah. No, I think there might be some ritualistic elements to that. That whole Titanic story itself is shady, very dodgy. You know, there were 2 Titanics.
No,
There was one called the
recently,
Olympic.
last year. No, this year it happened.
I know. But the whole mythos, the whole story of Titanic and everything that happens around it might be a complete misinfo. Take this on electromagnetics. You are the center of creation. You should know that. Live your life like you are.
right down and they died.
They didn't even get that far down, hey, about 3 kilometers, something like that. Because
And they became paste.
yeah, I don't know about that stuff. I'll be honest with you. I could speculate, but I, did it really happen? Did they really get crushed, or was it a psychological operation on the people? I think probably the latter.
So where are those men now?
Well, you know what? You know the Challenger spacecraft. You know, in 1986, the space shuttle blew up. You remember that? 7 people died on board. 6 of those people have been found alive today. 6 of the 7, and they either that or they have identical twins.
Where are they?
They're all in America, but you can go and find them. You just need to Google the missing Challenger astronauts found. And Kristen McCullough, the school teacher, she's a university professor now in America, in Boston, I think. And you can see the same name and the same looking woman, just 30 years older.
Crazy.
It's crazy. We live in a complete fabric. The world is a stage, and we are being hoaxed.
Why they keep on telling all these lies?
They want to control us, man, because we are a higher expression. We are connected to God through our higher self. And our higher self is on a journey here. This is the avatar that you chose for this journey, to come and have this dream, this life experience. But that life experience has been usurped by bad people or bad essence, or simply because you're meant to be tested. Are you going to be seduced by the game here, or are you going to step out and become your highest self or your highest expression and not tricked into giving your power away to the government, the religion?
Russia, China, America, India never went to the moon.
No, they never went to the moon, ma'am, except on TV. And even
how
the
can
wars.
they tell such a lie on the TV?
How can they lie? Well, the people who read the news, mostly they believe what they're reading, but they're just told what to read. It comes from Associated Press, Reuters. I'm going to read this. They're not going out there and checking it out for themselves.
But on the TV, they were showing those men were sitting down there and clapping hands. And
Remember 9/11? Remember 9/11? There's a new girl called Jane Stanley for the BBC. She arrives in New York on the same day, and she's standing there saying, "Building 7, Morgan Stanley, not building, whatever it's called, building has collapsed today," and it's still there behind her.
Or the BBC woman.
Yeah, it's still standing behind her, and
no,
it only fell 25 minutes later.
They are destroyed. 2 buildings are destroyed.
3 big buildings came down, a 50-story building as well.
Came down, yeah.
But it was hit by nothing.
How did it come down?
It was pre-wired to come down. It was loaded to come down. It was charged. It was like a demolition job. It came down in 8 seconds. For some of the time, it fell faster than a free fall speed. If I dropped a ball off the side of the building, it would have kept up for 2.5 seconds. It would have been falling at the same speed, which means there was nothing resisting it.
But the Jews were behind it, no, ma'am.
What do you mean?
Jews were behind it.
Well, yeah, we can't say that on YouTube. We can't say stuff like that on YouTube. I mean, if you want to know who controls you, find out first who you're not allowed to criticize. And this subject that I talk about, particularly this September thing, and even flat Earth a bit. But these things you can't talk about. And the connection to the people who run so much of the world, you can't talk about. But they run the banks, they run the media, they own most of Hollywood.
Was the Holocaust?
It was less of a genocide program than it was a relocation program. It was about taking wealthy. It was about victimizing, creating a state of victimhood and victimizing the Jewish and others people, getting them displaced, and then creating the Jewish homeland in Israel. That was a very big part of it.
Did 6 million Jews die?
And just the logistics of such a program would be difficult to pull off anyway. But if you look at the Jewish Almanac, I don't know if it's still available online. I looked at this 8-7 years ago when I was really unpicking everything, and I found that the population, if my memory serves me, was 15.7 million in the world. Before the war, about 1937, something like that, and in 1947 it was 15.2 million. So it had gone down by about 500,000. So there'd definitely been a significant loss of life in that community. At 6 million now. That number comes up far too often, and it's used, I think, as a sigil. It's got some kind of power to it. But I don't think that they were ever designed. They were designed as work camps, actually. Bayer and pharmaceutical companies that we all love today, they were profiting from the labor force that was coming out of these camps. That's not the origin of these concentration camps. I grew up next to a town called New Germany in South Africa, and there was a concentration camp during the Boer War.
where the British were starting this program of putting people into these terrible camps. But they weren't necessarily obviously about starving people out and making things hard for people, but it wasn't out and out an extermination program. I do feel like the Jewish people as a whole used, this whole, exceptionalism, we are the chosen ones and all that. That's used against them. It's also used to create or foment hatred towards them. I don't have hatred towards them. I'm not anti-anything, really. It's just that the game is to create enmity between these people and then use their sense of superiority like they did with us white folk in South Africa during the apartheid. They used our sense of superiority, or they fomented that to get us to exert ourselves over the African local people. Some more clients.
I know the truth.
I know lots and lots. The stuff I can't say obviously on YouTube, but lots and lots. But ultimately, whoever runs this game, whoever is in charge, you are still the master, can be the master of your own destiny, your own choice, and so on. And so when we get caught up in the soap opera and the drama, and then we're playing their game. Whether it be that you're on the side who knows and you're fighting against what you know, or the side who's just given up and taking it up the arse every night from the government on the TV. Imagine Boris Johnson giving it to you on the TV every night. That's disgusting. I shouldn't say that again on TV.
Well, he's probably a satanic Freemason or something.
Yeah, the ties to Freemasonry and all of this stuff is questionable. We shouldn't need secrets of that sort unless they're keeping a secret. Right?
Yeah.
And that's a big secret, and for some reason they want to hide that they're keeping secrets. So that secret must be big. And once you realize there's the Freemasonry connection to all the space program, all the Armstrong and all of them, they're in a club that says they can't talk.
It goes deep as well. That club goes deep.
Yeah. Let me just give these guys a phone. Oh, take a flyer, man. You must have a question, surely, guys. You know the Earth's not spinning.
The charge is that he's claiming to be the promised anointed one, the Saviour of Israel. The one the prophet like Moses, the one who they must hear and obey.
I'm leaning on your band. Someone has told me to just keep eye on.
No, you can. I'm just.
I'm just leading here. Someone told me he's just breaks all the what? Come on.
See this. You cannot live on the outside of a spinning ball, my friend. That is a complete lie designed to minimize who you are and who the creator is. And that's my...
According to, according to Israelite.
Yeah, that's the Hebrew cosmology.
Yeah.
That's all I put there. There are others. If you go back
this
to
one, I have, in my Bible, I have this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm a Catholic.
Okay. Well, that's how I think that's sort of looks.
That's the Israelite, how they...
And Genesis, the creation story, puts the sun and the moon after the earth. Earth comes first, and then day 4, I think, is sun and moon. And these are lights, independent lights for day and night. Signs and seasons. So,
thank you.
Have a nice one.
Can I ask you something? What is this nuclear? What is this nuclear arms? What is this nuclear thing? Like, I'll destroy you by atom bomb. I'll press the button and destroy you nuclear.
Okay, that's also a hoax. So there's a guy called Galen Windsor, who's considered to be the grandfather of nuclear technology. He used to bath. He used to swim with the nuclear plutonium rods. So, they joke in the Simpsons cartoon comic thing there, where they've got the plutonium rod and it falls down the kid's neck or whatever. It actually doesn't hurt the kid. Right, at the end of the day, they've created this mythos or this sphere out of Fukushima, 3 Mile Island,
Nagasaki.
Nagasaki and Hiroshima, very interesting. Because
what is it? Atom bomb destroyed it?
No,
firebomb. Huh?
Firebomb. All they did, you look at Tokyo, it looks the same. Now, Tokyo was also firebombed and they had paper houses, the Japanese. Now, what they taught us in school about the nuclear fallout was that for 10,000 years, life would not be safe because of the nuclear bomb. But you see, on day 3 after the war, they started rebuilding Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and they are beautiful cities today, modern cities today. So all they were doing there was a little bit like they did in Hawaii, was they were clearing the land so they could put a modern city in its place.
Okay.
And they blame it on this this bomb.
Atom bomb.
But you see, sometimes
Oppenheimer, something.
Oppenheimer. Bad people. Very bad people. They all work for the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. These are the controllers of the world, or at least the front men for the controllers.
So where they destroyed it from? They fired the rocket from Mexico to Nagasaki?
So they did fly bombs there, but they were fire bombs.
From where they fired from? From Mexico?
No, not fire. They were on planes. So you mean today?
No, I was seeing that film, and they showed that they fired the bomb from Mexico to Nagasaki and Hiroshima and all that.
No, they flew that on a plane.
They threw it on the plane?
Yeah, the plane was called something lady. No, I forget now the name of the plane. Enola Gay. Enola Gay.
So this is all a hoax, you mean?
Oh yeah.
And what is this?
Same with nuclear war. Now nuclear bombs
what
do
is
not
this
exist. Nuclear bombs do not exist.
The Russians say that we'll press the nuclear bomb and we'll destroy you.
Morphia.
So
You see, and
America says you won't be allowed to do it.
So Russia and America, anyone in the space race, the Indians, the Chinese, the Japanese, anyone, JAXA, they are all in the same club, and they all know that nukes are fake. Nukes are not real. Nukes are used to control us. Because if we think that they could wipe us out with one press of a button, and they tell you that there's a dictator there called Dave, and he's telling people that the Earth is flat, but he's got a bomb, he's got a finger on a bomb that's going to wipe out Earth, then you want to take me out. Saddam Hussein, we want to take him out. Weapons of mass destruction. That little tin pot guy over in North Korea, we want to take him out because he's got nukes, right? What happens if China comes up and they become our enemy over the next 10, 20 years, and they've got nukes? Now we've got a good reason to go to war with them, to shut them down, because they got nukes. Right? Same
But
with the Russia
who
war.
said they got nukes?
They say they got nukes. They
said
got nukes.
Iraq had nukes, but when they went to check, there was nothing, no nukes in Iraq.
All lies. They do not exist. Nukes do not exist. There is nuclear fission where they can create steam for running generators and making power, yes. But it's actually probably not that dangerous, unless it's obviously a hugely pressurized system, of course. So that can explode if it gets too hot. We know that from your kettle. If you leave your kettle running or whatever and there's no water, boom, it's going to blow. But the same is true with these things. But they're not creating, is there things like plutonium that maybe they could make radioactive and that could make me sick if they put it into a dirty bomb or something like that? Maybe. But this idea that there's nukes that could wipe out the whole Earth, not true. Nagasaki were paper towns. Hiroshima, paper town. Tokyo, paper town. And all three look the same after the war.
Now they damaged Hawaii Island. They destroyed it completely, Hawaii.
No. We're talking about one suburb on West
Island, Lehane.
on Maui, on West Maui, right? So again, that'll be controlled conversations now, because that definitely seems like it was done to create a little opening in the property market.
Okay. And is there any Mars country like Richard Branson went to Mars or something? Is it country like Mars is there?
No, planet.
There is a planet like Mars?
No, it's a light. Mars is a light in the sky. There is no rocks in the sky, man.
So
rocks do not float.
That man went to planet Mars, Branson?
No man has been to any planet other than they claim to be to the moon. But they claim to put probes, landers onto Mars, I believe, a Mars rover, a lander.
And in the moon they did
But this
not
is done in a desert in Canada.
And moon they did not put probes in the moon?
Put probes in the moon?
Yeah.
Ma'am, if I told you that a doctor put a probe up my butt yesterday, you'd have to believe me. But you could never know that was true. Now they tell you, the scientists come, the government, the lying government come and tell you that they put a probe on the moon. We've got no way of proving that. I've got a machine here that's getting a reading from that probe. I've got no way of proving that either. They showed me the reading. And they could make that up in the back room. It's all very easy to hoax once you realize how to do it.
Okay.
All very easy.
I don't know what's wrong with these people that tell us all lies all the time, and such lies that it is so difficult to deal with them.
Yeah, well, we've got to kind of keep it simple. Remember, if you were born in, say, India 500 years ago, and there was no books just ancient knowledge and wisdom that was passed down to you, for example, then what would you know but for the ancient wisdom that was passed down to you? And you would probably know more about yourself than we do now, because we trust these scientists who have an agenda.
Now about the COVID also, they are saying the COVID, what Earth is not flat, then what is? It's flat plane.
Flat plane, electromagnetic, like this. You are 7 chakras, energy system, and here is the body of God, and in the center of that is where we live on our Earth. This is the whole universe, yes? And this is maybe the inner stars here, and then right in the center, that's where Earth is. Not this is lies.
Lies, huh?
This is lies.
What lies they told us when we went to school?
It was school is designed to brainwash you, man. It's not really designed to make you a more powerful being. It's meant to control you so that your life is subservient to the system that educated you. I say to people, if I doctor my financial reports, I'm doctoring them, I'm altering them. So if I become a doctor, am I not indoctrinated by your whatever it is you wanted me to learn? That's what we saw with COVID. Doctors who are indoctrinated were pushing needles in their family.
COVID was never there.
There was no. COVID is a name for a variant of flu. Flu is something we get all the time.
Yeah.
And the morphing of flu and the changing of flu and the changing of the number of proteins and this and that happens all the time.
Yeah.
Your body's flu is dependent on your own health. Your body in the wintertime is more likely to get flu. And if you party too much, you're more likely to get flu. If you're too stressed, you're more likely to get flu. Once a year, twice a year maybe. But the idea that I can make you sick or you can make me sick has not been proven. And the idea that we were in some sort of massive death situation in 2020, not been proven. The numbers in this country and other countries I looked at were just a little bit above the normal death rate, but nothing that significant.
Yeah.
The death rate in the UK today, week by week, is 20% up on where it was in 2020,
Because
but no
of
one
old
media
age, because
is
of old
talking
people
about it.
dying, old people dying. Yeah, COVID
A
also
lot of
did.
old people died in the year of 2020 because 85-year-olds were denied surgery and they were put into from hospital care into home care, into care homes, and that's where they died. And because they were not allowed to see granddaughter anymore, they were frightened, they were angry, and so maybe they died a little bit sooner, because when you're old you're a bit frail and fearful things can cause you to die sooner. And that's what I think, is that there was 50,000 extra deaths in the 85 and over in the UK, England and Wales. They were mostly, I believe, because of the fear that was put
But
on
how
them.
come the whole world listened to them?
Because the whole world is owned by the same control group. We call it the United Nations, but behind that there's a red telephone on 200 countries' prime ministers' desks, and when a red phone rang, it said you're locking down your country, you've got no deaths, you've got 5 deaths, but you're locking down tomorrow. And the minister goes on TV, we're sorry, we're locking down, la 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 la. So it means that the world is controlled by a single entity. If so many countries can be locked down in one swipe. And that was a warm-up for what's coming. That was a dress rehearsal for the big deal. That was nothing. There's much more coming down the line.
They're trying to bring back COVID as well.
They will continue to use health warfare against you, germ warfare I call it, against you. And they will use weather warfare against mankind, blame us for all sorts of things in the weather. To lock us down, even the Hawaii thing. They're using that as an excuse to push for smart cities, for less moving people around, for more penalties for driving your car, or for getting in a plane, or for leaving town more than a few times a month. This is the sort of dystopia that we're allowing to happen because we believe in this mythos of their science will take care of it. It's weather science. You know, I'm 55. When I was a young boy, they told me that the sea levels would be so high, we would lose London or parts of London. I went back to the same beach recently in South Africa, and it's the same sea level from the last 50 years. The same sea level on the beach for 50 years. Where's the rising tides that they told us about? More lies. What happened to El Nino, or the ozone, the hole in the ozone layer they told us? What about, you're old enough to remember the oil crisis, the 1970s OPEC oil crisis? Long lines at the pumps, we've got to run out of oil, we've run out of oil. Today we pump much more oil than we did then. What happened to the running out of oil? Oil is abiotic. Earth grows its own oil, it creates its own oil like your body creates its own blood. We will never run out of oil, but they will make us pay and pay and pay and pay. And by the way, even the carbon that's been created by that oil is actually fueling the trees. The trees love the carbon. So it's all a big scam to really to close us down into some
They
kind
are
of.
telling you to pay 1250 pounds one day.
One day?
1250. One day, you list, you have to pay 1250 to bring our car to London.
I paid 15 yesterday just to drive one route in. That took 20 minutes.
12 pounds you have to pay.
Yes, mine is 15. Maybe my car's too old.
Yeah, you have to pay.
15, and when I have to leave London, and it'll just be like leaving on the spoke of a wheel and just going straight back out of London, another 15 pounds. We are under attack in so many different ways, but they want to pressurize us financially, they want to pressurize us emotionally, damage families' routines. Can you imagine the families that used to go out for a drive just for the family? Oh, let's go out for a little drive. Sorry kids, we can't do that anymore. Daddy can't afford the 15 quid to take you out for a drive today. You know, so, and the other things of your life that you used to do, just hop in the car and go to the shop and do something, or go see my friends, or go to a park or whatever. No, you can't do that anymore unless you're willing to stump up the 15 quid.
If they restrict you, they can control you easily, much way easier. So that's why they try to create an enemy, illusory enemy. That is there. For example, COVID, etc., Ukraine war, etc. Now it's climate change.
Yeah.
They're talking about, they created all the fires in Hawaii, as you mentioned, stuff like that. It's handmade. Like
And now to get us to go to war with Russia eventually, they have to turn Putin into such a bad guy that people here are willing to go back to war with Russia.
So we should thank Putin because he finished COVID.
No, Putin is good man.
The Ukraine war killed COVID.
It's not a coincidence, you know?
So more illusion to control your reality, and the more people that you can make believe a certain thing. Tomorrow when you go to the shops, all of a sudden 7 out of 10 people are doing that thing now, putting the face mask back on. Now you're under pressure. Now within a week, now the guy who turns it to till says, no, you can't come in now. You know, everybody else is wearing it, you've got to wear it now as well. Did you remember how that happened in 2020?
That was crazy.
Like we laughed at the few people in the queue that were wearing it.
Queuing for food as
You know,
well, remember?
queuing for, so, and how easy it was to create that situation.
I think it was a template for something bigger.
Yes, but
what is it?
There's
more
to come.
Why something bad?
But the biblical people and the religious people are right, and there's texts that say there will be a kind of creating time. There will be a time when there's rumors of wars, hardship, madness. People will not know what. That's why you have to be in your own center. You have to be centered in yourself. Know who you are, what you are on this earth. If you do not know that, then you will be taken by the tide. You will eventually, one of the things will come along, and you will go, shit, I believe it. I'm going with it. I'm putting my energy in there. Or no, I've got to walk my own path and take my family and those around me, those who want to follow me, to go with me on this path away from whatever this satanic or dark, creation is that's trying to exercise control over God's creation, which is us. So it will, I don't know how it ends, and I'm not angry with it. It's just like it is what it is. We've got to see it for what it is, and then be like the cork, float above it. We've got to be wise to it and not be drawn down in this gravity and held down underwater and just believe everything that they tell us, because we end up maybe having to recycle. I don't know. Maybe we're meant to come back. I don't know. I'm not a believer in recycling, but I think it may happen. Like your higher self can come in many incarnations.
What did you think about Alex Jones?
Alex Jones, Control. Yes. I remember back in 2014, sort of first really coming to Alex Jones. Oh man, what a great truth speaker.
Yeah.
But he's so deeply controlled. Yeah, I had to walk away from him after a couple of years maybe. No, I'm sorry to say, he's more about creating that like angry faction, because like I say to people, we have the Catholics and we have the Protestants. So this system doesn't mind. They don't mind that there's Protestants, because you're protesting what they're putting in. If I'm protesting their mask thing, then I'm still protesting like you're my master. Please don't make me wear a mask. Please let me go to the shop because you're still my master. Yeah. So I have to fight you to give me the rights back, like in a prison. And at the end of the day, I celebrate because we've given a double portion of pudding. And that's it. Rather than you're meant to be your own master, and until you can walk out of the prison yourself, like the Shawshank Redemption story tells us, you've got to do all your own digging, your own work, quietly do that, and then walk out when the storm comes. So you're not caught up in it.
Where is the freest country? Like I know, all countries are pretty much all in it together, but where is the most free country where you could avoid all of this when when it comes to it, like when like everything goes to crap.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it exists.
You know, well, the
No.
most free, the most
Now
free
this
country.
China, Russia, India, and some Brazil, all 5 countries, they have become one. They don't want to cooperate with Canada. and
BRICS.
America.
We're talking about BRICS.
Yeah.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now 6 more countries, some from the Middle East.
So they don't want to join.
Yeah.
So they don't want to join all this corruption.
Okay, so part of me wants to celebrate that, but another part of me knows that that's one more step towards mankind giving away control to a supra government, just like the EU, just like the UN, where people that are unelected a long way away, who may have an agenda like the Agenda 2030, 2050, which is partly depopulation, genocide, eugenics, and they're the ones who want to control us. They're going to be pulling the strings from afar with this BRICS thing. I do not trust the governments of these countries, unfortunately. So let's say at the top table, Putin and Trump and all these characters, they all get together for a beer, right? But when they leave, they pretend that they're at war with each other. And they also agreed while they were having the beer that Russia, China, you guys, because the America problem is that America is about to collapse, the dollar cannot sustain itself, the petrodollar is no longer sustainable, so it's going to collapse. We need an alternative boy to take the world to the next step along. And that boy will be partially BRICS, partially United Nations. And eventually we will get to a point where we say local governance isn't working as well, so every country is going to be run by the super government, which is United Nations. And who owns the United Nations or the World Health Organization and these things? It all seems to be private money, unelected money, others that control us. Back to Rome or back to the 13 families or whatever. So there is no, as far as I can tell, and partly because the flat earth was like my first awakening to the idea that, wow, Russia and America both knew that they were hoaxing us. And they must have been playing with each other. They must have been agreeing, we will do this, we will claim success for putting the first man in space, and then you can claim success for putting the first man on the moon. And we will both have our points of hero, or of achievement. Now the Chinese can say, or the Indians can say, we've done something no one else has done. We've gone on the south pole of the moon, but yeah, for me, it's just, as people get brought into this club more and more, well, we can see them because of the deception. We can say, well, if they're in the BRICS club, and there are Brazil and Russia certainly here, and China and India all claiming to be space nations, and South Africa has its own space stuff. And by the way, NASA has I met a guy whose son is a diver, scuba diver, and he dives onto a black box at the bottom of a deep lake in Johannesburg. NASA maintain a black box, seismic box of some sort, on the bottom of a lake that he has to plug into every day and send the data back to NASA. Why does NASA need a thing underground when they've got all this stuff in space? And why are they're not telling us that they're getting readings from South Africa to tell us something about weather?
Hello, my friend. You're a flat earther, it seems.
Yeah, so it seems I am.
Yes. By any chance, are you a Christian?
No.
Oh, okay, an atheist flat
That's messed up. No, and I'm not an atheist either. I know that there's a God. In fact, I think that you are the expression of God, young man.
Everyone's a god.
No, not a God, an expression of God. There's a very big difference.
Okay, so yeah.
But no religion here. See, the biggest religion on earth today is actually called NASA. People really believe that man have been into a vacuum, although we'd never put a man in a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit. You'd think that if you were going to put a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber, into a vacuum, you want to test it in a vacuum here on Earth, right?
Okay, yeah? So basically, I think at one point of the year, there is no light in this area for a whole day, and then at the same time, around places down here, there is light for an entire day. How does that be explained?
Not down here. I mean, we're not sure about this. I'm saying it's not true, but it's sketchy, the evidence that there's a 24-hour sun. I accept that there's a 24-hour day up north, and there may well be one south. But because I can't explain why that is, doesn't mean you shouldn't look into water being level.
Okay.
The water is always going to find level, no matter what you do. If it's a body of water, it will find and show you level. Yes? Do you agree with that?
I don't know exactly, but what's another point?
No, let me
Yeah.
try and help you then.
Yeah.
Like when you were in a bath as a kid, you know, you have to know that if the bath wasn't level, you'd be able to see that because the water would be level. That the swimming pool from one end to the other end of the swimming pool, it's the same level. Yeah, it's not curving over the surface. Do you understand that?
I get that. Okay.
Okay, so in a 500-meter lake, you're getting the same thing. It's still level. 5 miles, 500 miles, it's still level. It doesn't matter how far you go. Suez Canal is 120 kilometers long, all level water. So why is it we're meant to believe, because we were talking when we were 6 years old, that the water is going to curve where you can't see it curving? Well, I've just given you an example where I could fly over a 500-mile lake and prove to you that that's still a level body of water.
Okay.
Easily seen from up high, not so easy to see when you're on the beach. What's your next question?
I think it was about how. I think it was sort of flat Earth, for example. Why is it, for example, that when we fly from...
Use this map. This is the old flying map from the 1950s, you know?
I know, so, or maybe, yeah, both.
Pretty similar, right?
It takes 8 hours to go from here to there, but I think it takes around the same time from here to there. Do we have like a line show distance?
No, you know, the whole thing about distance is really weird. There's old shipping captains talk about when sailing from South Africa to South America, how they take 10 days longer than they were expected. When you look at the Vendée around the world shipping, there's periods of time where they're almost not moving. And it's like, wow, that boat is rated to go 30, 40 mile an hour. So no, let me tell you something. This is one you can do for yourself and go and look it up. From Johannesburg, I checked this out. Take the globe, take a string from Johannesburg to Heathrow, and then Johannesburg to South America, because there's a flight to South America, right? That string is the same length on the globe. It's the same distance on the globe, therefore. The flight is 4 hours longer. At 500 miles an hour, we're talking about 2,000 miles difference in distance. That kills the globe right there. But when you look at that on the flat Earth, it's like, okay, flat Earth projection kind of accounts for that. There's many emergency flights where they've landed the flight down where someone has died on the plane. They've landed the plane in somewhere that makes no sense according to the globe, but makes absolute sense on a flat Earth projection.
Okay.
Hey, if you don't mind asking,
Oh no, wait, sorry, I just have one more question.
Go ahead.
So basically, how is it that we can't see Mount Everest from the top of I think Kilimanjaro? Because that would be possible on a flat Earth.
Not at all possible. Do you understand perspective? So a guy recently took a photograph from the highest point of Wales and picked up 7 of the points of the Alps. Right, so that's 700 miles, which kills the globe's curving idea. Now, everything in the distance goes into atmosphere, and the more atmosphere you look through, the harder it is to see something. So a guy recently took an infrared camera into a plane in California and filmed all the way down the coast of California and could identify Mexico, places in Mexico, and 1,000 miles away. Now, this is impossible on the globe, but absolutely looks like a flat plane that we can see through. So this cutting through the atmosphere is difficult, and also perspective shrinks things in the distance, right? We understand even the Burj Khalifa, there's a distance away which you could walk that you wouldn't see it. But as you approach Dubai, it would be the first thing you see. Why? Because it's the highest thing, like the crow's nest. Anything that's high is seen from further away. But seeing something 5,000 miles away, like those 2 mountains you cited, not possible. Too far.
Okay. Thank you, my friend.
All right, good luck.
Yeah, you're under him. So you're under him. You agree now?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are you
No, you go.
What is your proof or your evidence that are you saying that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
What is your evidence? I mean, not evidence, but I mean the things that
You're welcome. You're welcome.
The things that made you believe that it's flat.
Well, for me, curvature formula was the first thing that stopped me in my tracks.
The what?
Curvature formula.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never get taught this in school, and yet when you apply it to the real world, because we live on a sphere, if we live on a sphere...
I'm saying just from your perspective, I mean things that you've seen yourself, not testing any theory or anything.
Well, no. The curvature formula is not theoretical. It is trigonometry. If we live on the globe with 3,900 miles radius and you scribe a circle on a paper and you do all the maths on that, this is according to Globers, not me.
So okay, I will ask
that
you
there
just
is
a simpler
curvature.
question. Yeah.
Now that curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. You may not have heard that from me before. But when you apply that, which is what I did, I went out of the beaches and in my mind, because I lived up by the sea as a kid, I'd seen things much further away on clear days that according to the formula.
So I'll ask
I
you.
started looking at other
question,
evidence
just
that could underscore that.
Yeah.
You know that we can see a lighthouse from 50
Let me ask
miles
you
away.
this. So were you watching anything that's goes into the horizon and then starts to disappear?
Yes.
Have you seen the way that thing start to disappear?
Yes.
I mean,
Bottom
how-
up normally, yes?
Huh?
Bottom up.
Oh, it start like
Shrinking.
Yes.
That's also perspective, you understand?
So,
you know, like the train lines, as they go away
Yes.
into the distance, they get
Yes.
smaller and clump together. You
Yes.
know they're not actually touching.
yes. So what I'm asking you is that if you're seeing that object or that thing is disappearing. So, I mean, maybe your eyes won't see that far.
Yeah.
But as long as it's flat,
yeah,
you should be able to see using a telescope or anything, any
That's right.
equipment.
And we do.
It's not
So
happening.
guys, you know the P900 camera, it's a Nikon camera,
Yeah,
it's got an
the
85
newest one,
times zoom, and there's a P1000 that's come up since then. Guys go down to the beach, I haven't done this one myself, but guys go down to the beach and they put this on YouTube, where the ship has gone away for them. People around say the ship's gone, and then they'll go and zoom back in on that spot, and boom, the whole ship is there for another
Is
half
that
hour.
on YouTube?
That's on YouTube. So,
There-
so Google or YouTube, P900, ship goes away. All of these ships over the horizon things are killed with that. And what's great about that footage is that you see it almost look like it's going round the globe and grabbing the image. But
How
of course
far?
you
How far
can't.
was that? How far was that?
Well, the most famous one is called the Black Swan, where they've got two oil rigs off the coast of Baja, Mexico or something, and so they know exactly how far they are because they're Google
They have
Maps.
marks it.
Yeah, and they're like,
Do
maybe
you
talking
know,
about
like, roughly
9 or
how-
13 miles. 13 miles is the furthest one, and then you
13
can still
miles.
see, and then you can still see horizon behind that or water behind that. And we're told on Google that or YouTube, whatever. I mean,
Have you done this yourself?
I've done experiments where I've
No, to
seen
look, see as far as possible. See if you'll be able to see that object. I mean, just using.
Well, I haven't done the one where I've got a powerful camera and found something that I haven't seen before, but I've done this one for myself, and that is that if I'm on the bank, say 50 meters above the beach, I can see ships that when I go down onto the beach, I can't see those ships anymore.
So can you explain to me?
Do you
then?
understand that?
Yes,
Have
yeah.
you done that yourself?
No, no.
Okay, so let
But
me,
what
let
I'm
me
saying
tell
to you,
you,
what I'm saying
when
to you,
I
I've seen
look at the
this.
ships from up there, or if I'm in a plane on the Mediterranean and I'm looking down as I'm arriving in Italy or wherever,
Yes.
I'm looking down at ships and I can see a lot of ships, right, as I'm flying over. And then I touch down on the plane and I go to the beach and I can only see 5 ships. The rest I believe to be over the curvature, according to the globe idea. But when I was up there, my brain was telling me they're all on a level body of water. There's no curvature occurring in any of those ships. And if it's mirror, if there's no wind on that day, then it can look like a mirror. And we know,
So I'll ask. See, how do you explain that when you're looking at something and they start disappear? How do you explain this?
well, it's, like the train as it goes away from you or approaches you from
No,
the
no,
station.
leave the train. See, if you're watching someone, is walking away from you, say towards anywhere. I mean, and you're keeping an eye on him just to see how or for how long you'll be able to see him.
Like those people in the distance there, they look smaller than if they were right here next to us.
But see, no,
You
it's
agree?
not just smaller. If you're looking at let's say a car that's just moving away from you, and you're looking at that car, you'll see that car not just being smaller, but like actually kind of.
Yes, drop down.
Yes. Why is that?
Well, we can do the same experiment with a coin or a light.
No, I'm asking
a
why is
light.
that? I mean, can you
Well,
explain
yes,
that?
this is part of my explanation. Is that we can take a flat surface, like a basketball court or whatever, put a camera right on the floor, and then roll that ball away, and eventually that ball will look like it's not there anymore.
No, there's a difference.
Oh, yeah.
That ball it'll be smaller, but it won't just start to disappear, start to sink.
Yeah. People can do this on their dining room table with a coin. They can roll a coin away.
No, I'm
or
not
take
asking
a coin
if
away.
people can just recreate this. I mean, no, I'm saying how do you explain this? Like seeing this.
All right,
car
so an artist learns something called compression in the perspective. So everything is kind of squeezing into a central point of your image. That's what's happening. Everything is being
I'm not saying about
drawn
shrinking. I'm not saying about squeezing.
But
I'm saying
that's-
about the sinking.
yes,
See that
that's-
object sinking.
So it's
down.
happening on the x-axis and the y-axis. You see? But now the lower you are to the image, the more rapidly the lower part of the image will ramp up in front of you. But the higher you go up, then the more that will become even, so that the ship will be. Let's say you're at 30,000. You'd say you're at like 500 meters, maybe 500 meters in a hot air balloon. Then the ship and the sky and the clouds will seem to kind of meet each other off in the distance. But once you go down to the beach at the bottom, then the ship, you're going to lose that first, but you'll see the clouds last, and they seem to be going
That
over the
doesn't
top.
explain the fact that that car or
that
that
compression
thing
is in both vectors. It's in both.
See, you can do this in any road. See, watch a car just driving away from you. You'll still see that that car is just sinking, as if like starting to disappear. But
That's off the road, right?
yeah, I mean, it's only one explanation. I'm just wondering, just baffled. Why is it, you're not convinced by that theory, and you're just looking,
No, because, okay, so, you can take the world's largest mirror, which is the salt flats in Bolivia, and you can stand on that and watch someone walk away until they disappear.
That's nothing to do with this. I mean,
this is level, bro. This is level.
No,
this is someone walking over a level surface.
No.
And
I'm not saying
disappearing.
that's something
That's
you
how
made this up.
perspective
No, I
works.
mean you made this. I was like you created. No. I mean not like you made it, but you've created this. I was like something being created.
So
Like
experimentally, if we take the globe and we try and do that same thing, we realize that we can't see it for very far because yes, it does go over a globe. I understand that. But if we take a flat surface, and people have done lots of YouTube videos on this, where they take a coin and drag it away from their phone over a table, which is flat. And eventually that coin disappears, like it's not there. But he lifts up the camera, and boom, you can see there's the coin.
See the
you understand?
difference?
That's angle of resolution. It's important that you understand and hear me.
I know.
It's not just perspective; it's angle of resolution.
What I'm saying to you is that I don't have a problem with anybody shrinking or just going smaller.
Only sideways. Why not up and down?
No,
Why not getting shorter?
I'm saying to you that it goes from up, it goes down.
Those trees over there already look shorter than they are if we were to sit underneath.
It's not.
No, I know, but we're a distance from them. If we move closer, they would appear to get taller and taller.
It's small, but see, you still see that part of it, see that lower part of it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that if you're looking down and if you're looking, at a car that's moving away from you, driving away from you, you won't be able to see the wheels.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, because you're low. But if you were in a helicopter,
No, it's not about low. It's because the curvature. See that the Earth is.
Wait. So you didn't get the example of the road was that the road was flat, not curving.
No, the road.
I mean, obviously, if the road is curving, we're going to no disagreement. We're going to lose that because of it going over the bend, and you can lose it much quicker. But in the issue of me seeing the car and then losing, and eventually only seeing the aerial, just say the aerial had a light on it, that'd be the last thing I'd see, because why? It's the highest point on that car, which is why they put the crow's nest on the ship, because he'd be the first guy to see the land, because he was highest.
How about, okay, I'll ask you a different question. You said, and just correct me if I'm wrong, you said that the Earth is flat.
Flat?
Flat.
Well, obviously the ground is not, the ground undulates, but the sea is level.
The whole Earth. I mean, just.
But the universe is round.
Approximately flat.
The universe is round. We're inside the universe.
No, let's forget about universe. I'm saying that the Earth itself.
The sea is level.
The Earth, I mean, the land, the sea, they're all kind of, they're all
mountains. Obviously there's mountains.
No, I mean,
there's terrain.
But I'm saying they're all like, approximately, it's all flat.
So my example would be if I wanted to model for you, say your child, or you had a child, and he's like, Daddy, this crazy man says the Earth is flat. How would I model this to you? I would take you to a swimming pool, put 5 big rocks in the swimming pool with a magnet in the center, and say, look, I can take your boat, your compass, your little radio remote.
What I'm saying is that we're all, both of us we're adults. We know that when I say flat, I'm not saying that it's completely flat. There's no, things just poking up. Or what I'm saying to you is that it's, as you mentioned, that it's.
Yeah, and the vacuum of space is fake.
Let's forget about the
It's important
space.
because people have this pancake idea in their minds.
Yeah.
Right?
What I'm saying to you is
Which
that
nonsense.
your theory
and
is
it's
that
not rising.
the Earth is flat. I mean, most of it is flat.
Yeah. I'd say the flat Earth is flat.
So okay, how do you explain that there is night and day at the same time at different places?
Okay, so the sun is a small and local source of light. So it washes over the plane once a day, whether it's going round in a circle or just washing across from the west to the east, from the east to the west every day. I don't know, but what I see it as is like a pulse that comes over the Earth. Morning it rises, and
I'll make it easy for you. Let's assume that this is the Earth. Okay, it's flat. And of course, you have all the countries in one side. You don't have America here and then.
Yeah. I think they're probably all on this top surface.
Yes, exactly. So imagine that the sun at this time is at this place. Yeah. So you'll have.
Okay. So just using the phone as the scale.
No, not a scale. No.
But if you do, and then you put your hand up here, I'm just going to say the sun would be here. It would be right above the surface.
Let's assume that's here. Yeah. Still, it'll reach to this point.
Okay, so we could do the same experiment we just did with perspective, and that is, as you think the car is going
your
around,
argument will be will be true if it's day across all the countries, anywhere in the world. If it's day everywhere, your argument, your theory is right, but if you have, if it's just the evening here, and then it's maybe, let's say it's night in Asia, and then it's just still yesterday, you know, somewhere else in America. Yes, and it's just the night over there. So your argument is wrong, and because there's no way that you'll have the sun facing a country that, you see, for example, let's say it's here in the UK, facing the UK, and as you're assuming that it's all one, you know, the countries are all one side of that flat surface, and you have night somewhere else. I mean that.
Okay, so if I had a stadium light and I was walking past your neighborhood, then it would illuminate your neighborhood, but as I moved away from your neighborhood, then that light would disappear.
No, that stadium, that stadium, that thing is facing just a. You have that just square. It's facing that square.
Let's be clear. What I'm talking about here is theoretical.
Yeah.
I obviously can't prove it.
No, I'm asking you to prove. No, I'm asking you just to.
I'm offering just a theory about how, having had 8 years of jumping off the globe, of how it might work. Given that we obviously have.
We're trying to reach to, you know, what's the truth?
Likewise.
We're trying to reach what's the truth. I mean, what's the truth? I mean, you and I mean, might be just simple people, but we're trying to see what's the actual truth. So, I mean, in the end, it might, you know, I'll get nothing, and you'll get nothing just from proving that the Earth is flat. I mean, to me, or maybe I'll prove that the Earth is just, you know, that it's rounded. To you, you might not just, you know, gain anything from this, but in the end, it's just worth it to just base your, you know, your thoughts and your opinions about things that you see, because otherwise it's impossible.
How are you, mister?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Nice to see you. Yeah, I know, but it must be what's imperative. You see, we're meant to be our own best scientists.
Yeah.
I think God gave us, Allah gave us the tools to discern our world.
Brain,
you see, but when you're 5, 6 years old, you're very suggestible. And so I send you off to school, and then they start suggesting ideas to you that you can't actually prove, but you have to believe when you're 5, 6 years old. And once I got you at 5, 6 years old to believe a certain thing, it's hard to shake you from that belief. And so they build on that belief through years of science class and so on, and the best kids in science class become professors of that same.
But you have you still have the when you grow up, you still have that ability to decide for yourself if it's true, if it's not. If you still have to believe in it, if you can just, you know, just that. I mean, it's still you have the reason why you grow up is that you start you'll be accountable, you'll held accountable for anything. Because even see the law, I mean, you'll be, you know, if you're 18, you'll be, you know, held accountable for the things that you do. So that's why, see, when you grow up and you have, you know, have that, you know, a intelligence, when you had it before, but it's not the way that you see things, it's not the same when you grow up. So you start to question the things that you already, you know, you were told, and then it's up to you if you want to seek the truth, to see, well, it makes perfect sense. Oh no, it's complete, you know, nonsense. So,
and you know, NASA in the Hebrew means to deceive. And I think NASA means to
I don't like it, to be honest.
So, and the thing is that a lot of what they offer us is, for me, designed as a control or a deception. And so if we are ever to find our entry path, it'll be once we've been able to clear and have the discernment to set aside this, you know, we saw with COVID, you know, how many people just got washed away with the bullshit, you know.
I do agree. I do agree. You see, there's so many, this, you know, the deception.
Well, this world is going through, that was a surprise.
Yeah, the deception is everywhere, to be honest. And the truth in this day and age, it's hard to be.
It's very hard to find, but the truth is within us, you see. And I think the space program is actually getting mankind to look outside of himself or outside of itself. If this is the creation, and we're trying to look outside all the time rather than go within and heal ourselves, because until we heal ourselves, man is going to be at war with himself in this way. And I think that's maybe why it creates the storm. It's almost like a damp forest creates the conditionality for the trees to rot, for the moss to grow and the ivy to kill all the trees, and eventually it rots it all out, and then the sun can get in and it cleans it all out and it starts fresh. And that's what I think is this earth, is that it goes on these sort of recycle programs that in the last few thousand years we might have had Noah's flood a number of times. There might have been events that have wiped out a lot of mankind a number of times. It might be God's plan. I don't know, but I do think that we're being controlled so that we don't look at these things and critically do not take our own self-mastery as the most important thing we have to do on behalf of our Creator, to honor our Creator. And self-mastery always is going to mean, respecting and loving the world around you rather than becoming some sort of, I'm going to be a killer, I'm just going to do bad things or going to rip people
Or even
off.
just be a number, just...
and have a worth, almost like a sterile existence rather than an abundant, rich existence. It's like taking a tree and saying, no, you're only able to grow a branch here and a branch there. I'm going to cut everything else off. You'll never be a naturally looking tree. And that we're all these natural beings that are being curtailed or constrained within this construct of materialism, Darwinism, and all of this government needs to run things because we can't run ourselves. We'd be a war. I've traveled a lot, brother. I'm sure you have. And then wherever I go in the world, I meet people who just care about their families and want to have a quiet life. But their government seems to have a way of getting us into war with each other.
Well, you can't blame someone who's taking care of just his family. I mean, maybe it's
But that's all a guy should. That's great. That's what a guy should want to have. But that he's got to now pay his taxes or support a government that's decided it wants to go to war with another country. We have no choice in that matter anymore. We are being controlled by people who are deceiving us.
They're doing things on behalf of us.
Osama bin Laden, weapons of mass destruction, all of these things. What was the real truth about all of these stories? What were they trying to create? Social engineering is what's going on.
Social engineering. That's a term in cybersecurity.
Big time.
Yeah. Thank you. What's your name?
Dave.
Dave.
Trinity 4 on YouTube.
Trinity 4?
Yeah, you can find my YouTube channel. I'll give you my flyer.
Is it more of a Christian?
No, Christian. I don't have a religion.
I'll take a picture of it. So just
Sure, you can take a
from
picture.
South Africa?
Yeah, are you?
Because the accent is not from here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Terrible scenes in Joburg recently. Again, to do with poverty, to do with pushing people out of their own countries. And it's interesting when you go to South Africa, you see that there's a racism that's existing there between the black guys of Zimbabwe, Malawians, other countries from that.
The racism is everywhere. I mean, it's not just white people against black people against. It's the white people within themselves, the black people within themselves, Asian within themselves.
And there's gangsters in the black and brown and white community all doing their dark
Well,
side.
that's also orchestrated by the elite. They want to divide.
As much as
as possible, even with this whole LGBT agenda. Further division is better.
No, and break the traditional family and to reduce the birth rate. Reducing the birth rate is a big part of the agenda.
It's actually happening. It's either someone, I'm not sure if that is a European, I'm not sure if he's a intellect or he was saying that he wrote a book saying, I'm not sure even, don't remember the name of the book, but he was saying that the Islam or the Arabs are invading a Europe, and because of the European, those who used to live here in this continent of Europe, because as you see that they tend not to seek marriage or just giving or just having kids, so that will result into the numbers of those people will start to decrease. And then you have because of what's happening in the Middle East and the majority of the Arabs and the those from the Middle East, they're all just migrating to Europe, and they have completely the opposite. They completely they have an opposite approach to this, where they prefer to have more kids. Yes. So he felt this. He felt that there is some sort of a threat coming from the Middle East or the Arabs, that they're actually overtaking Europe, and they're actually, because their numbers are growing, and the numbers of the European are decreasing. So it's actually true, but I mean, it's inevitably this will it will happen. And
Enoch Powell comes to mind. Rivers of blood, he said. There will be rivers of blood.
Yeah.
You see, and it's not because the man doesn't. It's like, and you can pick one country. It doesn't matter. You can pick the Irish, the English in this country don't like the Irish, and the Germans, and the French, and the this, and the that, and the what. And and I pay tax in this country, and therefore I do not want him coming in and taking my tax money, and blah 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 blah. And we don't.
As if he has an opinion on just providing anything to Ukraine or to any country. He's just taken from him, just whether you like it or not. I mean.
Yeah. And they need a certain number of people to be in here paying tax, and that they can use their birth certificate as a means of exchange. Blah blah blah. So there's a whole lot of social agenda reasons that go back hundreds of years in these empire wars, colonization.
They have the same inclination. They have the same agenda, just from day one. I mean, when we have the I don't know the name of the brothers, but one of the brothers killed his brother, and then it's just start from that day. I mean, it's just till this day until the the final day.
And they will find ways to get us to be in enmity with our own brothers, so that we are divided, and that there's a reason to rule. See, I say to people this analogy, like if I went to your village and I said, hey, I'm a security firm, I'd like to offer you guys some extra additional security, and you said, no thanks, we have no crime here. A week later, 5 or 6 of my friends, you don't know that they're my friends, I send them round at night, they start doing damage, and then a month later I turn up going, how's security? Oh, actually,
that happened,
by the way, I'm sorry, the price has gone up.
That exactly what's happening. See what's the name of the CEO, the Microsoft? What's his name?
Yeah, Bill Gates.
Bill Gates. See that exactly what's happening. See, they're creating the disease, and they're we're inventing the antidote for that, or the cure for that. Well, what a coincidence! You just within a quite short time that you have the cure for this disease. Well, it looks like you have the magic in your hands just to come up with.
You listened to Bill Gates' speech just a couple of years before the pandemic broke out.
He mentioned
he was saying, how are we going to reduce the world's population? Vaccines, Planned Parenthood, and then we can reduce it by perhaps 15%.
15% if we're successful. 15%.
Have you seen what's the UN? What's his name? Is Tedros?
Schwab.
Tedros, the head of the UN. Yes, what he said recently is that he was actually saying that the new boost, that they'll use this, to cure the elder, one, and then he said something. I'm sure that he regretted this close after the interview. He said that, well, we'll use this to help the old people to fight the disease. And then he said, not like other countries, they're using this boost to kill the children. He said this live. Yes, you have to check it. I mean, he said.
The UN guy.
He said, Tedros. His name is Tedros. He said, we're using this. We'll suggest and we'll try to trying to convince the countries to use this boost, shot.
A booster shot.
The boost shot, to help the old people to fight the disease.
Okay.
And he said we'll use it for them to fight the disease, not like the other countries who they're using this boost shot to kill children. So imagine just saying this, and at the same time, if this is killing the children, I mean, why are you having it in the first place?
Send it on TV.
Yes.
We know the excess deaths are much higher now than they were in 2020. There's a lot of young people.
It's quite funny, to be honest.
Suddenly, all that
They're
stuff,
becoming a lot more outspoken about things like lately. You look at all the Klaus Schwab and the like what they say with this whole WEF thing. It's just blatant, So it's like they say it in your face, more and more.
They're not having to hide it anymore.
But I'm glad people are just kind of like waking up to what's going on, because there's definitely an agenda, that they're pushing very hard, to basically impoverish people.
In a way, isn't it like the wake-up call that it's almost like how fast asleep do you need to be for you not to notice that there's a
dog.
There's a pipe brewing over there.
Oh, that happens often.
If you come to the flat Earth, there is no need to fight on the flat Earth. Well, there's still lots of squabbling in the flat
I
Earth.
have a question to ask about flat, because I've watched all the videos online. My brother's heavy duty.
Is he? Much respect.
I'm not 100% convinced, because I've watched Eric Dubay. I've watched. During the pandemic, I had plenty of time to research.
Yeah.
But then I was debating with guys online, and then because I was saying, the Earth must be flat. How can you prove a spinning globe and etc. And then one guy came up with something that I can't answer. He was saying that on a flat Earth map, there's a flight from Johannesburg to Sydney, right? Johannesburg to Sydney daily.
Yeah.
And that flight is about 12, 13 hours.
Yeah.
I looked that up. It's Qantas Airlines. It happens. But the same flight from Johannesburg to London daily is about the same time. Now look on a flat Earth map. That's a huge.
Yes, I agree.
Like it's almost.
I agree.
It's almost double.
Okay, so let me give you a couple of things on that. Firstly, I don't think that's a standard 747 plane that's doing that flight. I'm aware of it. It's more expensive than normal. Because normally, and for most of my lifetime, we've had to fly up into the north to get to Australia. We always had to fly up north to get to Australia. It hasn't been a straight shot. But my sister has taken that flight to Australia. However, she's married to a very wealthy man, so they can afford it. I believe it's a modified plane. Concorde never went away. I think it might have been, some of the technology might be hidden in some planes that have ratings to fly faster. The pilot wouldn't know once they're at 40,000 feet. He wouldn't know that they were flying 200 miles an hour faster. Not only that, there is a jet stream that they can pick up on some of these flights. Now, that being said, you can also take the Johannesburg to Heathrow flight on a globe, put a piece of string on it. Everyone knows that's an 11-hour flight. Put that piece of string from Johannesburg to South America, where there's another South African Airways flight. It's same length of time or same distance on the string, 4 hours longer in the air. That works on a flat Earth, doesn't work on the globe. We've never flown underneath the globe and come out the other side. Billionaires, millionaires, people with a bit of money to spend should be able to, if they chose to, fly in and out, one side or the other.
I want to show you the video before leaving. That was the... I'll just wait for him. The video will start from... Yes. He'll start speaking now.
Of its benefits, especially with elderly groups, senior citizens, especially above 65 and above 60. So if it's going to be used, it's better to focus on those groups who have risk of severe disease and death, rather than, as we see, some countries are using to give boosters to kill children.
Wow.
Yeah, complete. See, yeah, I know, shock. So I mean, that was it live.
I mean, someone would say, and I'm not saying you didn't say that, but some people could say to me that he was English is not his first language. And he used the wrong word.
As long as he's head of the UN, I mean, there's no excuse. There's no way that you'll put someone as him just being the in charge of what the globe, I mean, just health regulation, and then they'll say, oh, this Libya, his English is not good.
Genocide is a real thing. They get us to go to war with each other. I went to war as a 19-year-old kid in Angola. The wars in the Middle East, the wars in Europe.
See, I'll tell you something. See, regarding the COVID, not even the COVID. I mean, anything that's not, you see, man-made. I mean, it's not just being, created or manipulated, any kind of disease. Anything that will affect your body. There's nothing left. See, when you go back to nature, you'll have the cure. You have the for any disease. But see, the problem is that the humanity and those people, because they have nefarious ill will, and because they're this is their business, they created the problem, and then they just we have the solution. I mean, that's the only reason why, because will go down, the humanity will go down.
And the Stockholm Syndrome is part of this, right? It's that we just start to love our captivity. At least I can do this. At least I got a nice car. At least I can go on holiday once a year or whatever. So we start to love our captivity rather than saying, you know what, we have to be willing to step back from so much of this. But it's the journey of mankind. I'm not angry about it. It is what it is.
No, it is what it is. See, you have to do what you have to do. I mean, in the end, you do what you can do, and then you'll leave everything because you've got to do a little. I mean, yeah.
But the more you can kind of have your own voice.
Yes.
And not someone else who's steering you and pulling you and giving you this message from young. Then the more you are your own master. And
being more of like a ventriloquist. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Take care.
Cheers, brother. You're welcome.
Off camera, quickly.
All right, yes.
Everything that's in space is circular for a reason. I'm mostly
interested in this.
Oh, yeah.
It makes sense. Gravity attracts. Exactly. It goes towards the center, so you never get anything. You'll never get a cube. Not a cube, but you won't get.
Yeah, like Rakia, I think.
Like on the way to the east. That doesn't happen even in near. If you think of it, most of the space is just space.
Like you spread a sandwich.
And then you've got a very small
Spread a tent. A tent is really spread.
galaxies. So anything within your galaxies. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Only I don't doubt it because on my phone, which is GPS, I need 3 to make. In other words, if I can switch it on.
Yeah, okay, well, how it goes up and down, it may be explained like this. That you can see an aircraft flying at cruising altitude above your head. Approaching you. And as it approaches you, it appears to be rising. It appears to come almost from out of the ground, depending on how far you can see that. It appears to come out around you, rising, and then as it goes past you, setting. And the same is true with the clouds. If you can look on the beach or someplace where you can see the clouds in the distance, they appear to be setting into the horizon. But of course, if you take a plane, you'll see that that's actually a level blanket of cloud as far as the eye can see, much further than what you can see with the sun. So this light is traveling over your head. I could do it with if you had a big ball, you could get a friend to set up a light 1 meter above your head, and you could watch it sort of rise above you and then set as it goes on the other side. So this is how
Once I switch my Android on the GPS.
And then the time zone.
Okay, there's 2 schools of thought with flat Earth. One is what we call the Pac-Man model, whereas if you look at the wall map that you had in school, the regular wall map, from the land of the rising sun, where Japan is, a pulse rises every day and comes across the plains. And once it's 24 hours it takes to get past Hawaii. And then it goes out, and a new one comes in like Pac-Man. You know the Pac-Man model, what I mean by Pac-Man. You know the game Pac-Man where the character goes out this gate, and immediately he comes back this side. That's called the Pac-Man model. So that's the one model. The other one is that it's a circle, and that the sun travels around that circle.
And it goes like this.
Yeah, and it's low, close, and local to each of us. Because if you look at the moon on a cloudy night, you'll notice that the moon is making like a headlight or like just a hotspot above your head or by your town or where you live. Now your friend who lives 5 miles down the drag, you look where he lives, it looks dark. But he goes out his front door and he sees the moon above his head, only lighting up by his house, and not so much where you live. You see, so the moon and the sun, both of these are local to you. Each of us, we have our own sort of receiver that receives the energy wave as it pulses over the Earth. So the circular model, which is probably the most popular model in flat Earth, says that this once a day it goes around, and on an equinox it's on the equator, and in the summertime here it's up in Cancer, and then in the wintertime it's down in Capricorn. Yeah, like an old LP. You know how the LP, the record player, as it moves in, that's the seasons coming towards summer in the middle, and then when it comes back out again, because it can reverse back out again, to the winter.
I'm just thinking about when it's at the top of the sky. So
you can actually predict this.
you know that, and then it goes to the side.
That's interesting. If you think about, right. You have to.
Yes, when the sun's up there, that's the second curve. When the sun's to the side, and your shadow is same length. It's the third.
Fourth. Oh, third.
Fourth is when it sets.
Okay.
Fifth is when it's black.
Okay.
And the stars come up. And then first one is crack of dawn.
Okay. So the interesting thing now, it's a good example you bring up, but if you consider this, that you can go out at like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the winter time, the sun is in the sky, it doesn't feel that hot. But you can go on, not so much in England, but maybe in, say, the Middle East. You can go up in the summer time, the moment that sun cracks above the horizon, boom, you can feel the heat. Yes? And that's a summertime thing. Now, and the sun is still low. So using that same analogy you were giving me, that shouldn't work. It should be like, because obviously in the wintertime the sun is low in the sky for us here in Europe and so on. So we say, that's why. But when the sun is, where the sun is now, if this was Dubai and it was summertime and it was that low, you'd still be sweating.
But it does get hotter when it's there.
Sure.
I can't leave, when I'm over there, I can't leave my house.
If I brought it down to a hot lamp or a little flame, yes,
a big lighter, and I come towards your arm, you can start feeling it getting warm. Oh, now it's hot. Yes, it's my midday as it goes right above me. Yes, that's the hottest. And then as it goes by, it's cooling down. Yes, and that's the same with this. Is that yes, it does have a locality thing, and it's traveling over the course of the sky. And so as it's above you, it's going to be hottest no matter where you are in the world. But the example is versus winter and summer sun. You see that this winter sun can be right here in the sky in England and still not hot, but it breaks above the sunrise in Dubai or in the Middle East. Phew, it's hot now. In 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes.
Quickly.
Sorry. No, airline pilot, no. But I know pilots who are.
Yeah, they go different ways. Instead of going A to B, why are they sent that way?
Yeah, but when you see those routes on a traditional flat Earth map, which is the same map that the United Nations logo is, and the WHO, all these places use the same flat Earth map. If you plot those flights, most of them work on a flat Earth map perfectly, which is why the Middle East, Dubai, these places have been chosen as hubs for airports, because they are in the center pretty much of the flat Earth. That is almost the center of the flat Earth. The flat Earth puts Africa and the Middle East much more central to the whole system than our current world, which has you looking up in the cold where no man can live, blah, 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 blah. So I think, again, it's a bit of a distraction of just getting us to think there's something up north, maybe something up south, when the center might be like in the center, near the equator, near the warmest places, the places that are easiest to live.
It depends on where you are. Your centre could be anywhere. This could be a centre.
Well, I mean, okay. So if we had to choose the centre of London, would that we could agree on a fixed point that was, say, Westminster or?
Sure, because it's relatively London. You can choose anywhere.
No. Well, so if they give a distance to London, if you're in Scotland and they say how far is it to London, they're going to tell you to a central point, that the post office or whatever they've chosen as the given centre of that place. So,
but it's not defined. Anywhere can be wherever. You can choose whatever.
You could choose whatever, but if you were, say, taking the M25 and saying what would be the centre point between the M25, if you had to make a centre point of that.
I'm not from here, but just.
Okay. Well, it's possible to say, all right, let's draw a ring around this place and say that's our agreed centre.
Yeah,
but
you can do that anywhere.
But there is a central point of England where you're equidistant from any ocean.
But it can be it can be from wherever you want. Like that's.
If it was a globe, then you would make sense.
Which yeah.
So if it's flat like a pizza, then there has to be a centre for the centre of the pizza.
Yeah, but there's no centre, so therefore.
Can I ask you a question? Well, I'd suggest that there is a centre. I think that there is a centre. Although even on the globe, we've got a sort of axis point, right, which creates a centre around which we spin, theoretically.
But we make that up. We make that up as a thing.
Yeah,
so
it's not,
if you believe that the Earth is flat, how far, like, if you take a microscope and you look at other planets, they look like a circle. Are they like flipped 90 degrees? Like, what's your explanation for that? Why would the Earth be the only planet who's flat?
Okay. So we don't think that any of them are balls necessarily. They might be balls of light, but even if they were balls, just because a football is round doesn't mean the pitch must be round. Yes, just because the stadium light is round doesn't mean the stadium must be round. It can still be flat. You can still drive around the town without it being a ball.
Yeah, but would only planet be like flipped 90 degrees towards us? Like, what's the point of that?
So think
you
about
will
it
see
like
maybe
this.
some planets like that. Some planets
Okay, think about it like this: we're lying on our back in a disco.
What?
We're lying on our, you know what a disco is, yes?
Yeah.
So we're lying on our back in a disco, watching the lights play on the roof. Yes? Okay. You can see that? And that's all I'm saying. So we're lying on our back at night, watching the stars play on the roof. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else is moving, just that the lights are moving in a controlled way that for thousands of, really high cultures from thousands of years ago, Sumerians, beyond them, they were saying that they had the same star patterns and they came with the same regularity year after year. Just like the disco lights would go over your head every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds, you'd see the same flash, the same repeating pattern coming over your head as that mirror ball or whatever spun around.
But the Egyptians and the Greeks, the Egyptians and the Greeks knew that the Earth was a globe. Like, they broke it down with the math back like 3,000 years ago.
You've heard of Archimedes, right?
Yes.
All of that was done on flat Earth ideas of displacement and so on.
And by the way, about round Earth before Archimedes.
But wait, no. The first globe recognized to be in existence and ever known about, 1497.
or 1493. So it's 500 years old. Now I know that
the
Aristophanes.
Greeks
I know-
and the
well,
Egyptians actually proved that the Earth was a globe. I don't remember like the
we're
mathematical
talking about
basis of it.
Aristophanes. 2,000
Pyramid
years
Giza, because like they got the sun thing where like the moon hits and you can actually get the
Something
center
like
of the
that,
time.
but it's not 500 years.
1493.
First announced.
No, the first globe was ever built. Now, if there's one globe in the world, do you think everybody knows about it?
Reaching out from.
It's a new concept.
It's a much newer concept, but people cite the Greeks as though these things are real. They will not necessarily
Oh,
believe
no,
Muhammad
looking at
or
that, yeah, like
Jesus,
the butterfly,
but they
like,
will cite
say, like, how can
Aristophanes from 2,000 years ago. And there's very much less evidence for Aristophanes than there is
like
for
you get a
Jesus.
dead butterfly, you drop it.
What is on the edge then? What do you believe is the edge?
That,
Well, I think it's
56
like,
miles.
I think that's a real possibility, but it's more like this. Like, think about us being inside of an orange.
circles on those.
Now, in the center of the orange is the seeds. So that's where continents are. But we cannot leave the peel of the orange. So we're inside of that. So our whole world around us eventually becomes too cold, too hard. The material changes such that we can't move through it. You know, the deepest we've drilled is 7 miles, 7.5 miles into Earth. That's as deep as we can go, the best mining in the world. And that's just using a single bore drill. And the Russians, they gave up on it after years and years of getting no further. So we don't actually know what's beneath our feet, really. And we don't, because if you don't believe what's on the TV from NASA, we don't know what's above us either. So we know what's in this world, and I think we're meant to be humble and not claim that we can go to Mars and go to all these places which are outside of God. It's almost like something in the cell in the orange saying, I'm going to leave the orange, or something in your body saying, I'm going to leave your liver saying, I don't know, you know.
Oh, do you believe that? Sorry, do you believe Australia is real?
Yeah, that's an old meme, man. From
I
a
know,
long time.
but like, because that's where I'm from. I got here.
Yeah, but you could fly through Hong Kong or...
No, Singapore to Barcelona.
Yeah, and so that flight also these flights make sense on the globe, you know, but for flying to Australia was hellish difficult in my youth in South Africa. In the 70s, we had to always fly into Europe to get to Australia, whereas it seems like it's only a 12, 13-hour flight or whatever. Well, then we should have been able to do that because we were doing them back in the 70s.
Depends on the infrastructure.
Also, yeah, again,
I used to make that excuse.
when was that? Was that like 80s or 90s? Like
80s.
80s? Well, yeah, you had corruption back then.
No, but that's, you see...
You had the political... That's why you had to go there.
We offer all these excuses, but I say to people, like, we got a flight from South
No, it's not
Africa
an
to
excuse.
London.
It's fact, my friend. Like,
So we got a flight from South Africa to London, Joburg to London. It's 11 hours, and you take a piece of string on a globe and you run that piece of string to South America, because there's a flight that they fly from Joburg to South America, and it's the same distance on the string, 4 hours longer in the air. There's a lot of things. There's a guy who wrote a book, 15 flights, emergency landings that prove the flat Earth, because in that people have died on flight and they've had to drop the plane, they've had to land the plane quickly. Sometimes they'll land the plane in Russia, and it was like, what, you were meant to be flying over Europe, yeah, why are you doing over Russia?
Russia is part of Europe.
Or a plane... Or a plane flying from Alaska to Los Angeles, having someone die on board, landing in Alaska. Makes no sense on the globe, bro, but you look at that on a flat Earth, it's like, yeah, that's pretty much a straight line. That's not far to go off course. Really, look at that. Go back and look at the globe, man, and look at the Hawaii.
well, it is a straight line if you get a flat thing. You're a line. That is going to be straight.
No, but the flight wouldn't need to go up to Alaska and come down to Los Angeles.
I get there's other things. Like
There's plenty of things. Yeah, we've never flown underneath the globe. You know, there's so many things. No, bring the evidence of that. There's no evidence of that.
I think that you should just...
There's people in like Argentina to like Antarctica.
No, but that's not going in at one end and coming out 180 degrees on the other side. That we can't do. Flying to the place and then back is not proof of it being a globe that you can fly under.
No, because it makes no sense. Like, why the fuck would you go on? Like,
Actually, the quickest route from South America, from the bottom of South America to Australia, is underneath Antarctica. Then people reel out all these excuses why they don't. But they're actually not allowed to fly because it's dangerous. They're not allowed to fly below the 70th
You just agree it's dangerous.
No, that's your making excuses.
Have you seen Antarctica? It's a shit show.
Do you know that Ranulph Fiennes, he's a celebrated explorer, British explorer, Sir Ranulph Fiennes, took him 5 years to get permission to walk across one peninsula.
Yeah, because of political
Treaty.
yeah.
Because of what? Because of penguins.
No, because of the political...
Yeah, so the Russians, the Americans, all these countries have kept no, they're not fighting. They have a treaty. None of them go there, other than for scientists drilling cores of ice and all that.
One of my friends is a chef there. He's like,
Okay.
he's kind of like, you can go there. You can even pay to go there. You
I
don't
know. I
realise
met
that.
an Antarctic explorer the other day, and what they do is they'll go onto that peninsula, and that'll be their world. They won't go halfway around Antarctica.
Because it's too
Ask him
dangerous.
that. No. Magellan apparently went all the way around there, or Captain Cook went all the way around there hundreds of years ago.
No, he
Why
didn't.
is it too dangerous now? We can land on asteroids, but we can't fly under our road.
Captain Cook didn't go there, dude. He died in one of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
He never touched Antarctica.
Well, we think that he may have sailed around Antarctica.
He never did.
We think he might have sailed around. Well, he claims to have gone around Antarctica.
Yeah, but he was a narcissist.
Okay.
He
Did
was
you
a
have a
liar.
question, bro?
Like,
anyway, good to talk to you.
Again,
we can't agree. That's okay.
Person to person, you're okay. My belief is, I don't believe in preaching wrong. Like this, it's wrong. You've got stuff that doesn't make sense.
But what if your teachers were mistaught themselves and then taught you?
No,
that?
yeah, no, I get that.
So all I'm doing, because some people have said to me, "Oh, what about children?" I've got a young boy who's 6 years old who I intended to have once I learned Earth is flat, and I said I'm going to raise him with the truth rather than deception. So I've got my whole life
I get,
staked
dude,
on this.
that's okay.
I don't get paid like a teacher to brainwash people. I come out and say, listen, you've been brainwashed. I'm not offering you any more brainwash. I'm just trying to say, step away from the brainwash that you live on a spinning ball and realize that you've been tricked.
Look, I get that as well. Like, I believe, like, you're right, your child, you grew up, like, there's little holes in your thing, like the conspiracy, it's hate on hate.
But really, the flat Earth is still very much theoretical. What we can prove about water and not moving, that's not theoretical, that's practical. It's the globe that really is mostly theoretical.
So me and my friend, like, it's just, you're preaching hate on hate. I don't agree with that, but like, you can do your, no hate against you as a person, much love, but like, I just...
Peace, man. Go well, brother.
I don't believe.
That's all cool. That's good. That's good. Good evening, gentlemen, ladies. We've been deceived about who we are and where we are.
Standing on the posters.
Sorry, man. Can you not read?
Can you please not stand on the posters?
There you go. How's that? Well, you're really well turned out. What's with the occasion? What are you going somewhere?
I'm a journalist looking for the truth.
Fantastic.
I'm quite interested in your beliefs. You don't want the truth. Can you tell us why? You're not looking for the truth. Huh?
Yeah, I don't think so. I
You're
know
asking the wrong person. You're asking the wrong person.
I should come behind you. I'll come.
How are you, man?
Yeah, very good.
All right.
No, he's coming behind you, right? Watch out.
You like my poster?
Watch out. He's going to jump on you now.
He's going to take me from behind.
Like a prowing lion.
I recommend distilled water to anyone that I get to talk about water. Distilling your own water is the only way to get as close to pure water or rainwater that you can on Earth. And you know, you can add a little rock salt to it, but you should add nothing else to your water. The minerals are meant to come. You can take charcoal separately. You don't have to add it to water.
A little bit of Malaysian salt to be
honest. Oh, Malay, yeah, or Himalayan.
Malay salt. Very, very good.
Yeah. And now, so as you want to extract all the inorganic material out of the water, get it to as pure as possible so there's 0 parts per million, you might want to put a little bit of salt back in that. But you know, that's Evian. Is that Evian or is that...
Probably not.
Because Evian backwards is naive. You know, and I think we need to wake up and realize that the water we're drinking is not good for us. And yeah, plastics as well, but also the fluoride is, and they're fluoridating all the municipal water in the UK now. They've stopped doing that. And I don't know how this.
They had fluoridated everything, because I remember there was an argument that Transport was going to do it 1 or 2 years ago.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, so fluoride was used by Hitler to make the prisoners dull, to dull them down. And we believe that our pineal glands are calcified by the fluoride. So it's really good to try and avoid that. But the good thing about distilled water is it's like a magnet. It's almost like putting in a cleanser that's going to try and attract that metal and those toxins. If you use it like say on a pet's animal's water bowl, tap water will leave a ring around that metal bowl after a while. The distilled water will clean that bit by bit. It'll wash that away, get it clean. So you can buy your own countertop distiller. It costs about 100, 200 pounds, something like that. Everything is out of the water. So you have, even the fluoride. There's 0 parts. No, it can. It can get rid of everything. Yeah. There's a carbon filter in the last stage or phase of the distiller, but it will get rid of everything because you can put a measure into it, an electronic
solids measure, and it comes out at 1, maybe 2 parts per million. Having started at 300 parts per million, at the end of the 4-litre cycle, the inside of the carafe stinks. It's black or brown or very white, depending on which area of the country I happen to be in. So the different waters have got different amounts of different chemicals in. The pipework is sometimes worse than others with metals and stuff like that that's coming through the water, leaching through the water. That's in your cooking, in your tea, in your kettle. Even if you buy bottled water, most people still cook with tap water, and the same with bottled water. I would say it's going to have a powder left, a white powder left in the bottom. You don't need it. Yes. It doesn't really matter. You could double distill water, but I would say it doesn't matter, because once you clean your distiller out, you can get it back to stainless steel shiny again after every cleaning if you want to. Then it doesn't matter whether you put mud in there, any sort of water, it's going to come out pure. Some people double distill, but I would say one distillation round is absolutely fine. Now you want to chill the water. Some people put it over shungite, over energetic stones. Oh, you have? So they want to try and re-energize the water, because water carries memory and life and energy. And so if you can implant good memory like Dr. Emoto did, Dr. Emoto put the energy of love and hate into ice and froze it.
Tell us what shungite is. I've got it wrong. I heard that it's been like radiation.
Yeah, I believe that it's unique to Russia, this mineral. And it's got a good vibration. See, everything in the world is vibration. Like Nikola Tesla said, everything is sound, light, frequency, and vibration. So that means that the trees, this metal, everything that you see, and I saw this on DMT in 2015, everything is vibration, truly. And now you can be around good vibration, like Emoto was doing, and putting good vibration into the right experiment.
Could you sense vibrations on people?
Yeah. Or you can go into a room and feel the vibration of that place. Or you can just use sound as an example. If a siren comes past you, that vibration can be painful. The vibration of love can be really nice to be around, or the vibration of hatred. If you walked into a room where people were like Manchester United supporters and you got your Liverpool shirt on, and you could feel them crackling and hating towards you, you can feel that, man. It's real. We are all energetic beings, and so having a good energy, or like a natural energy, like shungite, close to you is really good for your own energy and EMF. And doing like sound stuff, sound with sound, and even are people aware that the music at 440 hertz was affected from 432, which is a far more
that music's bad for you, right?
Well, it's more the frequency that it's played at. Any music can be altered. You can take any song that you like and play it in 440 hertz and 432, and you'll hear it's stiller. It's not as frantic. What they call the devil's interval is 440.
Do you believe they're doing it on purpose?
Oh, pretty much everything in the world is. Everything in the world is being by design.
Who do you think's in charge? Do you believe in the Satanists? Do you believe in God and the devil?
I think that you see that God is everything, and everything encompasses light and dark. So that good and love and evil and negative is all within the same house. And those two tussle with each other, light and dark, over eons. And at times, like now, the dark is in ascendancy and people are caught up with dark stuff, and they'll go and work for corporations that are doing dark stuff on the people. And then there'll be other times when we're much more involved in nurturing, growing, being with nature. But for now, mankind has been drawn into this AI, smart city, lockdown,
low
vibration, fear,
radiation,
shortage, lack, to make people sick. Actually, it's going to sicken people, shorten lives, control people. So I'm saying that we should be the antithesis of that. We don't have to fight against the oncoming tide.
Earth yourself, are you saying like become more with the earth?
Become your own master and become one with nature.
I'm guessing you're big on like diet, I would say, like you're careful on what you eat.
Yeah, fairly. I've been homeless for 3.5 years, so it's affected my discipline on that sort of stuff. I've traveled a lot, been in many cities, more than 100 homes and stuff. But I am aware that I should try and eat good vibrations.
What would you say is like the best diet?
Well, this is personal to individuals, and I think we're omnivores, so we should really be eating from the food around us. So the food that's in your environment is normally your food. So if you lived in, you're an Inuit and you lived in Alaska or something, you probably only got fish on your diet, right? If you lived in some tropical island and there was fruit and a few like furry creatures, you would probably mainly only eat fruit. Maybe the odd bird, but really it would be mainly fruit.
How about if you're from London?
then you're going to eat at Nando's, right?
Chicken shop.
Local food.
No, well, no. Of course, this is part of the trick about being in these super cities is that it's very easy to get everything shipped in through Tesco's and through the supermarket and through the restaurant rather than it
That's
doesn't
all
matter.
poisoned by chemicals.
It might be, but it's also that, like, let's just say the nature shows you the dandelion at the time of the year in spring when you're meant to eat the dandelion, or the potato in the winter when you're meant to eat the potato, and the fruit in the summer when you're meant to eat the fruit. So there's times of years when we should eat certain types of food more commonly. That's what we find on the ground here. But normally what we do is we just ship it in from New Zealand, or we ship it in from South America, and so we can eat it all year round. So we're not necessarily eating cyclically in line with our body's natural needs. And of course, the younger you are, probably the more the kind of a certain kind of food you might need. It might be that you need more protein or something like that. If you're in a growing phase of your life, then when you're older, you might need more softer food and need less of that kind of thing. You know? So yeah, it's not for me to say, but I know that there's a big agenda about people going vegan, vegetarian, and all this kind of
They're trying to cancel out meat, so it's kind of made me think as well, like, maybe I should be eating more meat. They're telling me not to eat meat.
Yeah.
Do the opposite.
Yeah.
Is that the wrong way to think about
No, that's probably, but I'm obviously, extremism needs to be avoided. So whether it's extreme like I never touch meat or all I eat is meat, those are two extremes of the same kind of slide. When I say, well, actually, we are made of meat, or the vibration that we recognize as meat, so it makes sense to replenish that.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's why you should eat liver. You should eat the things that are in your own body.
I love liver.
Yeah?
Liver, kidneys, hearts, I eat that.
Yeah. So people who've gone long-term vegetarian or vegan, who've had health complications, have often gone to the liver next. And they start eating liver, and within days they're feeling a whole lot stronger, a whole lot better.
What's your opinions on sea moss?
Sea moss? Well, I think things from the sea are good. You know, you can
It's
get a
like
bit of
nature's
mercury.
superfood sea moss. It's got 92 minerals out of 102 minerals.
Yeah, that's really good. And I mean, people in Japan, those sort of sea-facing cultures, they tend to live really good lives on average. You
Yeah,
know?
a lot of fish, right?
A lot of fish, and maybe weeds from the sea, you know, grass from the sea and stuff like that. For sure, I'd say that stuff in the main.
So what's your beliefs on the Earth?
I think that it's an electromagnetic torus. That each of us is an electromagnetic torus, which is like an apple. So, but we don't live, the fruit isn't on the outside of the apple, the fruit is on the inside of the apple. So that we live on the inside at the core. At the core is the seeds of the apple. And that's where we see the macrocosm, we see the continents. Above us we've got water in the form of gas vapor, and beneath us we've got oceans in the form of sea. Outside of that, we don't really know what we've got, because we've been constrained from leaving this place. We're not allowed to go outside of the 60th parallel unless we're under controlled military operations.
Is that the Antarctic wall?
The Antarctic Treaty. Stops people from traveling
beyond the wall.
If we had the money, no, not even beyond the wall. 30 degrees before, 20 degrees before the wall, 15 sometimes degrees before what we.
I know there's a lot of government stuff going on.
It's all government stuff. From the 1950s onwards, it was locked down. We think that they established that there was something else here. Now, what does that mean? If it's possible that the ruling elite of the world didn't know that there was something to be discovered, it means that our society must have started anew in the last 500, 600 years, that we actually had a Noah's flood event of some sort in the last 600 years that cost us all the knowledge.
So do you believe in the biblical prophecies?
No, but I give them credence. I mean, when you say prophecies, you mean about like end times?
Like what happened, like Noah's, you just said Noah's Ark, the flood.
Yeah, so
the prophecies of the end times, do you believe in that, like Mark of the Beast?
Yeah, I think there's two ways of looking at that. Either that's a playbook for the people who are running the world to follow, or it's a truth drop about what's to come. Could be both. But for me, the last 7 years, I've been studying a subject called Tartaria and mud flood. When you go around all the big cities of the world, in fact, small towns as well, you can find all this evidence of the buildings being underground, where we're told they just simply dug them underground, but it might be possible. It seems to me like you've lost 10 feet or 12 feet, 15 feet, sometimes deeper, of your original foundings, and you've had to give up the last floor or 2 floors below. I was just in the oldest building, the biggest building in Europe in 1750s was a building that's now known as Haslar Hospital in Gosport. And that hospital has got 3 stories under the ground. It is huge. It's bigger than, it's 300 meters by 300 meters by, it's a massive, massive building, biggest red brick building in Europe at the time. And you go down into the basement there, they say this is the basement, and I'm down in this basement, it's under construction, so I snuck in. And I found a window at the basement floor level to another floor below, and it was broken through, so I put my head and camera down there, and you can see another 8 foot down. So I asked one of the staff there, I said, what's the deal with that? He said, oh no, there's not more, there's one more, there's another floor that's also been buried off and closed off that's beneath that. That makes sense with everything getting sunk underneath mud, rather than, oh, we were able to 300 years ago dig massive buildings, 30 foot into the ground. I've been around Italy recently in Rome. You see past the Colosseum. You go past there, they've got 30 meters, 20 meters into the ground where they're digging even deeper and finding columns, buildings, and all of this stuff deep.
There's a lot of underground networks going around London.
London is on 3 layers, 4 layers, that we just build on top of that. No, it's been covered by something. That's why we
Do you believe there's beings that are living under there?
It's an interesting theory.
Do you believe in the reptilians?
That's also interesting, but I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I keep these things on the table because we live in a supernatural
You don't know
world.
what to believe.
We live in a supernatural world. It's all light. Materialism is a lie. It's all light. And so at the frequency of light that we can see, there's very little. This is all we can see. But we know that beyond what we can see, there might be shit happening. But there was a story about the American military coming out with a certain type of night vision goggle in the Vietnam War that freaked the soldiers out because they were seeing shit that they couldn't see with the goggles off, right? So there's definitely evidence that there's things.
These blue goggles, right? Like some ink they put on the dog.
Yeah. And they ended up settling with green or
they
red
saw, like,
or whatever.
demons or something. Yeah, and they started shooting each other.
Yeah. So this is, and there's lots of people who talk about seeing energies and feeling energies and so on. So I give credence to this, and knowing that we can only see in the visible light spectrum and hear in the audible light spectrum a tiny amount of what's going on, then there could be other things happening at a frequency that we cannot touch, that could move through us, an entity. I say to people, there could be a superhighway of cars, trucks, at a different frequency running right through Hyde Park, and we didn't even know it, hear it, feel it, whatever. So that's all possible. Is there beings that can live underneath the earth as well? I've got to allow for that. I really do. What's outside of our bubble, our known universe? I really don't know, and I
feel like we've been brainwashed since birth.
Pretty much, because our parents were brainwashed, therefore they were brainwashing
the school
us.
system, by the Rothschilds.
And they start hurting you from birth. The moment you come out of your mother's womb, they prick you in the heel, and that's a really bad pain up your sciatic nerve into your groin.
In the heel?
In the heel. It's called the heel prick test. They've been doing it since the 1960s.
To wake the baby
every
up?
birth. No, to test for a potential brain problem, for the test of the blood for a potential brain problem that affects 1 in 10,000 children. Turns out you could actually take that blood from the mother's cord. You don't need to hurt the baby at all.
And they straight away when the baby's born, they vaccinate the kid with mercury and all that.
It, circumcise it, do all
What's your
sorts of
opinions
things.
on the circumcision?
Don't cut what God created.
I got circumcised, I won't lie to you.
That wasn't your fault.
It wasn't my fault.
Your parents were. I thought about doing that for my son when he was born 22 years ago. I was in two minds. I didn't know. I thought, people say it's a good idea. I wasn't, but maybe it's a good idea.
What is the reason for the circumcision?
Cleanliness, according to most people will say who've been
That's what my parents
circumcised.
said.
But God doesn't make mistakes. In my view, the Creator doesn't make mistakes. There are
there
some
for a
countries that
reason.
circumcise the lady too.
That's
this
wrong.
is definitely wrong. So for me, and why they do it by day 8 with the Jewish people is they do it to traumatize us, to cause an altering of yourself. And that doesn't mean I think that's a irreversible altering, because you can put poison down for 100 rats, and 5 of them will walk out of that poisoning session fine. So it's really just it's not to say because we all got heel pricks.
I think it looks alright.
All got
it
heel
looks
pricks.
pretty decent.
I'm not saying nothing.
No comment.
No comment on that. I'll just leave you guys to smile about that. You look so well dressed, actually.
Thank
Is this
you.
how you normally go out on a Sunday?
I just try to look for the truth. People think I'm here to troll, but I'm just here to ask questions. I don't think so. But I believe a lot of things that you say, 100%.
Cool. Well,
where do you think we go when we die?
Back to our higher self. I think we go back to our higher self.
Is that reincarnation?
Not necessarily. I mean, I wouldn't write reincarnation off. I leave that on the table for sure. But I had this experience with DMT in 2015 that took me from an atheist to a knower that there's a God. And during that 7 minutes, I had an experience of my higher self. My higher self was lying beneath me in state, this most powerful internal being that cannot be destroyed by anything here. So I think that when you die, you return to your higher self, which is like the Russian dolls, maybe a step towards God, not God itself.
So do you think that this life is a form of hell or a form of heaven if you have your higher self afterwards?
I mean, I think that this can be heaven or hell depending on how we play it for ourselves individually. In now, I think that where we go to is love. So whatever punishment religion teaches us about, we do not get punished. We go back to. We may have a moment of transition through a pain, if you like, and a cleansing. But we go back to love, no foul. It's almost like saying, you went to a paintball game today and some people got hurt. At the end of the day, you're sitting in the pub having a drink with them going, that was a good game, we're not really enemies. When you leave Disneyland, which is what this place is, you will go back to your higher self.
Disneyland's evil, though.
Yes, but so this place is created, and Disney and JPL, which is Jack Parsons of NASA, are best friends, by the way. And so is Scientology's L. Ron Hubbard. But they're creating a potential hell for us. But we could be in.
Taking that to the logical conclusion, and this is just for argument's sake.
Yeah.
Would that mean that if we're both good and evil, would that mean exploring the extremes of our individual evils is justified while we're here?
Well, extreme. Any sorts of extreme is probably like well let's take being a woman. You know, as a woman, you can come here and express yourself in all sorts of ways, and you can learn about yourself, and you can make mistakes, and then you can maybe learn from those mistakes or not learn from those mistakes, and then tomorrow or today you live a better existence based on the learning from the experience that you had yesterday. And that can be taken in any direction that you choose it to be taken. So, the hell when you end this life at the age of 90 or whatever, hopefully a good age that you live, you will either be twisted and gnarled and damaged, or you will be light and love and happiness and joy. Now, does either of those two states matter to your higher self? I can't say for sure, but I do feel like there's a reason why we've been tricked here, is that because they want to control the journey of the higher self that's here, the soul version of you that you're carrying. Is the avatar that you are, and the lady that you're presenting in front of me now is an avatar for something above you, something higher than you. And you are the representative here on earth of that. And I'm not speaking of God, I'm speaking of the next layer above in the Russian dolls, the nested dolls. The small one is you, next one up is your higher self. And your higher self may need to stay investing in this game, this level of lower, denser reality for more incarnations, or it might even be able to incarnate in more than one form at the same time. You know, your higher self could have the potential. I've thought about all of these things, and I've wondered whether it's possible that my higher self isn't. There's hundreds of me on the earth. Sometimes you might meet someone and go, we're very similar, or what's the energy we have together? Because maybe you come from a similar source or the same source.
The splitting is an interesting idea.
So does all of us or one of us need to carry the ball over the finish line from the soul point of view for this journey? I'm speculating, but as I say, I think that they've lied to us for a very important reason, and trying to conclude why they would have gone to such lengths to create this great deception. It has to be because they want to do more than just hold your body for paying taxes and being a voting slave and whatnot.
You're underestimating human greed, potentially.
But it's the use of human greed, the 7 deadly sins, it's the use of these 7 deadly sins that is used for greed and avarice and all these things to get us to hurt one another. So actually we become our own worst enemies. All the dark and the whatever is inside God. Dark and light is inside each of us. We have the potential.
We need both the balance.
Someone you could have had a different life story where certain things happen to you. You're born in a certain situation, and for years of abuse or torment or whatever, that turns you into something quite different from the lady you are now. Or though you have those experiences, and because of those experiences, you become, so there's so many ways that this journey could take you on a growth path through having given you certain experiences, which is why sometimes...
As humans, we're very adaptable, and that means...
Yes, but malleable and also trusting. That's why we tend to trust the authorities of man.
rather than trusting your own heart, trusting your own.
The trust is from being broken as children.
Spot on. Childhood trauma is the key.
So when you talk to a 3-year-old, they don't. You have to show them.
Yeah,
They want to know.
and it's that. You know what I say to people is that when they tell you at 5, 6 years old that your senses are not very good, you can't feel that you're spinning, you can't feel that the earth is moving and that the water is bending. You're actually being altered, you know, by beautiful teachers who really mean the best. But you are being altered because you are starting to doubt your innate God-given sense that I can feel the world around me.
Just going back to water and you work so hard on this. I don't like being on top, but in there anyway. But you've worked so hard on this.
Thanks. My friend did this.
How would you, between the two of you, how would you explain things like currents, waves, those sorts of things?
Okay. Okay. So interestingly, when it comes to tides, tides make no sense on the globe. We have some of the biggest tides here in England and almost no tides sometimes on the equator, when according to the science, that the Earth is attracting the water most of the bulge at the equator. Now, we have massive lakes and bodies of water called seas like the Mediterranean and the 5 Great Lakes in America. No tides. There's no tide on these things. So when it comes to how currents work on a flat Earth, and I've stood at the bottom of Cape Point in South Africa, at the very last height, the very bottom point of South Africa, and I've seen 2 oceans where I can see a dark ocean and a light blue ocean. The light blue ocean is coming.
The salt water and the fresh water is mixing?
No, this is the Indian and the Atlantic Ocean. And this is a meeting point at the bottom of Africa. And you can see one's colder water and one's warmer water, one's cleaner water coming up from the south, going up the west coast of Africa, and hot water coming down from Madagascar and running down Durban and Cape Town and then going down south. And I've stood there. This is before I knew about flat Earth. It was like, oh my gosh, I can see clearly as day the line between these 2 great oceans. Now, I think on a flat Earth, it's possible that you have an inlet drawing water down the east coast of Africa and an outlet pushing water up the west coast of Africa, and that water runs around the system. Now, there will be other inlet and outlet points. Do you know the Eden Project? Have you heard of the Eden Project?
Where they have the
big glass
bubbles.
geodomes in Devon or Cornwall.
Yeah.
Now, that place, can you imagine that was our Earth shrunk down into there? That place needs its own air conditioning system. It needs its own pumping system.
So you're not, sorry, just to clarify, you're not necessarily saying Earth is flat so much as Earth is an experimental setup.
No, I don't know about the experiment. I mean, it could be that. I wouldn't throw that out. But I say that it's more like, take a fruit. You know, the fruit has to be on the inside of the skin. But if we open the skin up by cutting her through the equator and popping her open, then when you look down on that and you see the little star pattern in the middle of the orange and the fruit seeds inside of that, that could be our Earth. Could be right there in the center of that. And then on the extremities of that is all this water, moisture, atmosphere, and so on. And your body is a microcosm of that macrocosm. That around you is the same.
Contained? If we are speaking of a dome type environment as they
well, I have to work in theory because we can't test this for ourselves.
So, what would be your potential hypothesis of how?
I'm just
not necessarily air, but certainly water, because when we talk about Earth on turtles, we think of water coming down the side.
Yeah, that would make no sense. Yeah. But a turtle is a tortoise, and a tortoise is a torus. And a torus, an electromagnetic torus. Yes, it's hidden. There's so many torus words. You have a thorax, which is a torus word. You have a clitoris. You have the equatorus, the equatorus. We have the equal toruses running the system. The English word Taurus, but I assume it'll be Latin eventually. But it's all Taurus. There are so many Taurus words. Even a tourist is someone who takes their Taurus to a different part of the Taurus system. Anyway, just say that we live inside an electromagnetic Taurus, and I'm going to shrink it down to an apple or an orange. The apple is hanging from the tree, and that's the North Pole. And then the South Pole is the butt of the apple, and all the energy can run around the side of the apple and then up into the core of the apple. If you've ever sliced an
electromagnetic field.
Exactly. Electromagnetic torus system. even in the primer field experiments, you can kind of see this happening. But if you cut that apple top to bottom, and you'll see there's a little spindly line running all the way from the north to the south, and it opens up the little seed pod in the center.
Yes.
So that would be an explanation of how our world could work on an electromagnetic basis. However, just to take it one step further, the apple has fallen from the tree and it is now lying on its side. So when we cut the apple top to north to south and flip it open, we have a north pole and we have a south pole, and then we have an extremity that we can't leave. It's called the apple skin or the orange skin. We cannot get out of that. What's in the orchard outside of that? Only God knows. We cannot know that. Maybe we're never meant to know that. I don't think we're meant to know that, and we certainly seem not to be able to get out to establish that.
In this example, is the apple the universe?
Yes, good. Yes, the whole universe, the known universe, what we measure with the WMAP, the background radiation survey that they do every year, shows Earth to be right at the center of what looks like an oblate spheroid, what looks like a pumpkin or a fruit or something like that. So it does kind of take that shape, and everything that we can see is within that. Outside of that it seems water. Like in the Genesis says that God separated waters from the waters, it seems as though there's water beyond, and it seems as though there's a dense water below. There's a compelling video that some guys made a few years ago. They were in a deep submarine and they were filming themselves go down, and they said, we can see like a lake, what looks like a lake, and we're at the bottom of the ocean here, and we hit the bottom of this lake and we bounce off it. We bounce off this lake and we cannot get down.
I thought you were going to talk about salinity.
Yeah, they put that down to that, but that's what people would explain it to, but they kept bouncing off, and then a year later the guy died. Surprising.
Is this the sort of as above, so below sort of thing of atoms within the self being, and then the Earth being an atom within your apple of universe?
I like that. But now, so as Nikola Tesla said, I like to quote him because he's well respected, but Nikola Tesla said, modern scientists are building models that bear no relation to reality. If you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of sound, frequency, and vibration, or light, frequency, and vibration. Everything is a tone. Everything God spoke. Everything is a vibration that's going on here. We interpret it as a female, a handbag, a metal bar, a tree, all of these things. They're simply, let me just try and tie this off. They're simply vibration. And so that's all that we're seeing in the world. And when we look into the light in the sky, they are simply cymatics. They look like cymatics, which is that, where you take a sand plate and you vibrate at a different frequency, you get that geometric shapes forming. Well, that's what we see when we look at Mars and Jupiter and Venus. We actually see these same repeating patterns at a particular frequency. Now, each of those stars will stay at the same frequency. It's always the same for Mars, Venus, and so on. Their own frequency, their own color pattern, their own repeating resonance, and then the sonoluminescence. And so we can see these when people slow them down with high-powered cameras. They slow down the footage of it, and you can get these. It's called P900. Just search for P900 footage of stars, and you'll see people. It's a very powerful camera, Nikon camera, and they film these things. They slow it down. It's like, wow, that looks like cymatics. It looks like a round thing. Doesn't mean it's a ball, but it looks like a round thing, just going. So are these energy systems that are linked directly to the chakras, the energy points in your body? I would say absolutely yes. On a flat Earth, it's all so close to you that it's no wonder that the stars have a bearing and the moon has a bearing on us, because it's all within our system.
But if we do have gravity, then you will have some vibration, because nothing is pulled. Everything is pulled in different directions.
If we have gravity. But we don't need gravity. We have buoyancy and density, and it answers pretty much every question you can throw at me. Think about it, things in terms of... Think about it, because it's the medium. If I alter the medium, then the buoyancy changes, right? You and I, if we jumped in a swimming pool, we float. Yep, because it's much more dense. It's much more dense than we are. Yeah. Okay, you can expel the air from your lungs, and you might start to kind of go down a bit, but really... It's simply a buoyancy thing. You still weigh well, not in the pool. If you got on a scale in the pool, you'd barely be able to weigh anything, right? Or mass would be the same, but you would have no weight in a swimming pool, which is why they do the spacewalks in the swimming pool, because it's a weightless environment.
I appreciate you being precise with your language. I very much appreciate that.
Yeah, so it's a really we can explain why the helium balloon goes up because it's lighter than the surrounding air.
Yeah.
So it will go up. There's an element of drag that it will go up. Same with the football. You push it underwater, it will go up because it's buoyant, and in that environment it's just less dense than the air. So the water, the up it goes, but it will fall on the floor. Same with the apple. Apple will fall from the tree, but float in the pool of water. But they teach you about the apple at school because you never think about how that water got there in the first place. You see, science is, Newton's laws is conservation of motion and equal and opposite, right? So if the tree lifts up 150 grams of water from the ground, then its natural tendency is to go back to where it came from. If I lift this bottle up, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, I impart potential energy into that product, into that thing. But its a natural place is obviously on the floor, and if I dropped it on a pool, because the lid's on, it'll stay floating for years, right? Because it's buoyant in water. So it's all buoyancy. Gravity's not going to pull this down. Gravity doesn't, like a leaf falls from the tree. Nothing's continuing to pull that leaf to the floor. It'll try to stay in its crumpled up shape. It'll stay there until it rots soft. But it's not being dragged exponentially to the ground.
Electromagnetic force that stops it from being dragged through the other.
Well, the electric force or the static force or whatever is, yes, electromagnetics is far stronger than gravity in quantum physics, right? Many times far stronger. So the electromagnetic nature of the universe, yes, but the need for gravitation, which is 24 power to 24 power weaker than the electromagnetic force, I'd say it doesn't necessarily need to be there. And of course, on a flat Earth, we don't need the magic of being able to walk underneath a ball and have the Nile River run up the side of Africa, which is impossible. Things do not run, water does not run up.
Why do they say, I've never looked into it, you brought it up, the Nile River stream is the only river to run up the street.
No, it doesn't run up the street. There might be periods where it seems to be running maybe uphill, but you know, you can follow, you can get like a geographical map of the run of the Nile River, and you see it starts at about 1.5 miles up.
And then it starts in the south, then it goes up into the north.
Yeah. How does that work on a globe? It's about gravity, you know? Whereas if it's just a flat Earth, and the highest point at Lake Victoria is sort of at the center of Africa, and then it's just going to run all the way to the northern part of Africa over a flat Earth, that makes absolute sense. I can model this to you all day long. I can model this all day long.
Well, it's definitely very well thought out. Which is very fun. It's lovely to talk to somebody who's thought out there.
The whole scam is very well thought out because they don't want you to know that you are the center of creation. I'll give you one of each of my flyers, if you don't mind taking one.
I'll take, well, if I take one and that saves you, do you have like a...
Yeah, my YouTube is on this one.
I'll take this one then. I love listening to YouTube. It's great. I can just do things about the house and listen.
Well, really enjoyed chatting to you.
Yeah, thank you.
And have a great life.
Thank you, you too. And I'm not going to ask how, because you said you were homeless for a few years. I'm not going to ask how, but
I walked away from, I worked in Westminster, I worked in the government. And when I found this truth out, I couldn't work anymore in this system. So I had to try and find ways, gardening, woodworking, and eventually I lost my house. But for 3.5 years, you know, the God and the flat earthers and the universe has taken care of us.
It's very hard to leave a system.
That's my channel.
Okay, I'll look you up.
Have you seen that
You
film?
can watch yourselves on
They live. Yeah.
I'm trying to find the truth. I'm trying to show people
they
the
live.
truth. Yeah.
That's true, man.
That's it. No,
That's
it's
true.
true.
That's
Yeah.
a documentary, according to Roddy Piper.
That's it. One of my favourite films.
Oh, okay.
It's a good film.
Oh,
yeah,
great.
it shows a lot about life, innit?
The longest fight scene, apparently, in any movie. Yeah, because how long it take you to convince your friends to look, put the glasses on and look?
I've got the glasses. There they are.
I have a question for me. Like I've been to Canada, and it took me longer to go to Canada than to come back to London. So
Jet stream?
Why is that? If
Jet stream?
If the Earth's flat, wouldn't it be equal time?
We still have a jet stream on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I was on a plane the other day. I took a picture. I couldn't see a curve.
Oh yeah, well, I got a pilot friend who's a young guy, 30-year-old guy. He walked away from the airline industry because he refused to take the needle.
I mean,
he's like,
the sky looks like a
no.
globe, like it looks like a curve
Yeah,
to me,
yeah.
From this distance.
Yeah.
I mean, the ground or the earth looks flat.
Yeah.
But from looking above, it does look like there's a curve.
Well, there's lots of scientists who admit, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, that says even though the Red Bull jump wasn't high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. So the dome of your perspective is like a Pyrex dish over your head on a table. So you're on a flat table with a Pyrex dish, and as the lights go overhead, depending on where you happen to stand on that table, the lights will play over the side of that Pyrex dish, depending on where the bowl. Depending on where you happen to stand. So we
you
can
believe the Earth is flat, but there's like a dome over it.
I believe it.
All right. Well, I think it's more.
People call me schizophrenic.
Really?
They call me a crazy nutcase.
Really? Well, you probably in a world gone crazy. The crazy people are the ones who are probably the closest to insane. No, it's more for me. I look at nature, brother. What I see in nature is apples, oranges. So I like to say I think we're a sphere, electromagnetic sphere, but the fruit is on the inside. Every time with the fruit, it's always on the inside. So we are inside of an electromagnetic sphere. Everything that you see in the stars and so on are part of my fruit, my orange that I'm going to describe to you. So the pith of the orange is where the stars reside. So the pith is inside the skin, so we can't get out the skin. We've got the pith where the energy or the electricity is running and giving you stars. At the center of the orange is the seeds. The seeds is the only solid part of the orange. Everything else is water, just like we find on Earth. The only part on Earth is the continents. Everything else is water. Guess what? The only place you can have life is here on Earth. And on the seed is where you get new life. So God is showing us in His fruit that this is how the Earth is constructed. That you are, same with your body, at the center of you is this physical avatar, which is the seed of life. Around you is an electromagnetic structure that is beautiful, but is invisible to us right here. So you are small in the large.
So
Macro.
what do you do? How do you fight the good fight? Like, is there communities, you know?
Yeah,
you gotta stop this tyranny, right?
Yeah,
How are we gonna do it?
Well, you see, I don't know that the only way we stop it is by people coming to their best self, coming into alignment. You see, like the Shawshank prison example, right? Shawshank Redemption. You open the prison gates today, mayhem tomorrow. You cannot take your neck off the prisoners, your foot off the prisoner's neck, and expect them to run around and be decent men. Men have to learn to become decent, self-respecting, honorable men, dealing with each other in honor. And that's how we become self-masters, and that's how we minimize the need for the tyrants. But the more you say, let's say I've got a security firm, right? And I come to a town and there's no one wants security, and then I send my thugs next week and they create a crime wave, and then I come back. Now, the more my thugs come back, the more you will pay me to protect you. It's a crazy thing.
That's like medicine, right? They make the illness to sell the drugs.
Yeah. It's a whole looping system in which they create the problem, and here's the solution.
I've been taking modern medicine.
Awesome.
Years.
Awesome.
I try not to anyways.
Awesome. Well, I'm the same
natural
as
medicine.
you. Yeah, natural as much as I can.
Do you have like a channel or something?
Yeah, Trinity 4 on YouTube. I lost my last channel because I was talking too much about COVID.
Is that how they do it? They just shut you down?
They shut me down and locked me out. And I was in South Africa going around to the Africans there saying, listen, guys, stay away from the needles, stay away from the nappies on the face, blah, blah, blah.
Is this your channel now, Trinity 4?
Yeah, we're live now.
All right, nice.
So see yourself later.
Put the glasses on.
Yeah, very cool. Well, I really enjoyed the conversation with you and with your lady friend.
Thank you. It's hard to find like-minded people.
Yeah, no, you're very fortunate.
Where do you worship? Do you go to church?
I don't have a house of worship, brother. I think that as I was saying, I have been homeless for quite a few years now.
Oh, sorry.
So that's okay. I've done okay. We've had a roof over our head. Praise to God. We've had a roof over our head every one of these nights for the 3.5 years that we've been on the road. In fact, on the 1st of October, it'll be 4 years.
Did you become homeless, if you don't want me asking?
Well, because I kicked the system, I said I'm not prepared to work for the government anymore. I used to work for the government.
Oh, okay.
And I ended up not being able to pay the bills and having to take the road. But by then, I'd already created a small YouTube channel for myself with a few thousand followers. And they've been helping me out with some money, with some accommodation, with some cars. I've had about 3 cars from Flat Earth supporters and stuff like that. Oh, thanks, you guys. And they've helped me out and then God has helped me out, and a bit of luck here and a bit of being clever there, and so we're still, here I am still doing it. The first time I came here was 2018, and to talk about Flat Earth.
Yeah, I remember.
Did you stay in London?
Not at the moment. I've stayed this year. I've stayed in 13 different houses in different places, parts of the country.
tomorrow I'm on my way, no, on Tuesday I'm on my way to Cambridge area, Cambridgeshire, so I'm hoping to hit the town of Cambridge with my banners over the next few weeks, the next month.
Are you a one-man mission? Or
I'm pretty much a one-man mission. Sometimes the odd person comes out to join me. Pretty much.
Let me know if I've got Instagram or YouTube, I'll come.
Oh, you're on Instagram?
Yeah.
I'll get my wife, I've got your card. My wife's on Instagram. I'll get her to hook you up and say it's Dave from the park.
I want to join the fight.
Cool, man. What's your name?
Caesar.
Caesar. You are Caesar. I saw your card said Caesar. I thought maybe that was just a kind
What's
of.
your name?
I'm Dave.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise, Caesar.
I'll see you soon.
Yes, Caesar. See you soon.
We'll do the mission
Assalamu alaikum,
together.
brother. Assalamu alaikum. All right, guys. Well, that's a really high point.
Does that mean it's Islamic law that's allowed? No.
That's a high
You
point.
can have Christians that say, for example,
How we think the time
the law says it goes break up.
Does it say 6 hours?
You're not allowed to this, or there's a limit to how much you can have, right? And then they go and drink, and they become
Supporting from the past. Thank you very much. Right.
Does that mean the Bible allows them to they should become drunkards, fornicate and die, alcohol?
As I can't really read, my eyes are tired. 12 or 0. Thanks, James. Thanks, Francois. Thanks, Simon. As I said earlier on, there have been 1 or 2 people that have made a huge difference in this family. Chinese and yeah, there's 1 or 2 names that I'm not coming to mind.
In fact, I see them at my work. I'm telling you,
I've been on
getting smashed.
and I've run out of
Smashed. Bottle after bottle. And you're like, hello, the book of Numbers says you're not allowed. Why are you doing it? Like, we're under grace. We live under grace. So therefore we can do that. Right, sorry.
And yeah, Robert Patterson has been the hugest of all supporters. I suppose after Francois' generosity with his 2 months, 3 months on his farm and getting us a car home, his brother getting us a car home. It's good. It's been pretty awesome today. Good conversations. I hope you've enjoyed it. I've kind of enjoyed it. It's been, hey brother, how you doing? I'm good, how are you? All right, man. I had almost down on the thing, so if you didn't see this, hello. What does it say? You will comply. Or will not. It'll be missed on something there. I was hitting them with the ULEZ. Trying to calm down. We had some good conversations and some of the usual toiletry. But I got here, had my mark, said my thing. This is my handiwork, Caesar. Of course.
Why is it spinning like a plate?
We'd be able to measure it, eh? I think we'd be able to measure it. Is that this, if the wind blows through these trees, we know about it. If you put your head out of the car, the sunroof, and it's moving, you know about it. So we're meant to accept that this place is moving without us being able to know about it. And the best experiments in the world, best scientists in the world worked on it for 20, 30, 40 years. And eventually they just came up with theories as to why they couldn't measure it. But that's really where we're at, is that they want to continue to believe it's moving despite being able to not move it. You know what, the movement is over the speed of sound. Faster than the speed of sound. If you're moving faster than the speed of sound, that would be you know what I say to people, the crazy thing is that if we're moving at 1,000 miles an hour here at the floor, we have to be moving the air has to be moving faster above me, because according to the mainstream, all the column of air above London is moving with London at the same rate. So the higher you go away from the wheel, the faster.
To hold everything down.
Each meter you go up, the speed has to continue getting faster and faster. So it's 1,000 here, By the time you're 10 miles, it's 500. And by the time you're 100 miles, it's very fast. There's nothing to push it. It's all made up poppycock. Just because a pencil fell on the floor doesn't mean all of this stuff is real.
Can I use the chalk?
Yeah, sure. I'll give you some chalk. Take the mask off, brother. That's me, my man.
About the Earth is the flat?
Yes, brother.
And you believe it's flat?
Yes, sir.
You believe it's flat?
Yes, sir. Because the sea is flat.
No, but it's not flat because I can see from a lot of program in the TV is look round.
Programming and TV. Yeah. The word tele-live vision is designed to program your mind so that you don't know where you live. But because you see it on TV, it doesn't make it real.
It is real.
It doesn't make it real, sir.
Yeah, it is real. If you look at the moon, it's round or not?
Round.
Round.
Yes.
So every planet,
No.
is the same.
When you look at a football, is it round or flat?
Football?
Yes.
Football is a small place.
Football?
The football itself, yes, it's round.
Yeah, but the pitch is flat.
Yeah.
Because the football and the stadium lights are round doesn't mean the floor has to be flat, round. So what we see is a round like a frisbee, like a plate.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily know it's a ball. We've never been around the back of the moon. We can't go around the back of the sun. The stars that we see in the sky, they look like round to me, but I can't say honestly, hand on heart, that it's a ball. I can say it's round, but I can't prove to you it's a ball. Neil, no, can you prove it to me?
I'm going to prove something to you.
Oh, okay, good luck.
If the earth is flat, there is no river will be in the earth. River. You know what river is going? River Nile or any river walking like that. The water, because there is up and down. When it's round, the river is the water is walking like that because there is up and down. But if it's flat, it will not be any river.
Okay. So you're welcome. So if
no river in this planet, if there is a flat.
Okay. You just get your own. It costs about £1 for a big box. No, you're more than welcome. But I'm just saying you can pick the stuff up at the shop.
Everywhere.
And then I do it where sometimes when I get like that. And no one, the police will never bother you, by the way, because it's not vanity.
I'll pick some up. Thank you for that. What's your plans tonight?
I've got to make my way. I'm staying in South London tonight, so I've got to make my way back to South London. Get back to my little boy, my wife, my family.
What does your wife think about this?
For 2 years, she wasn't willing to look at it, but then she heard the cosmic egg theory, and she's like, "Wow, that makes sense to me."
I tried to wake people up, but they just don't want to hear it.
Yeah, no, and it takes a long time. But she totally knows we've been deceived by NASA, by the government, and so when COVID came along, she had no problem going, "Yeah, I'm also not buying this either." So she's cool with that.
A lot
but
of people woke up during COVID.
Yeah, a lot of people. But she is, because she's the feminine energy, she's more inclined towards understanding how the stars work. So she's really getting deep into astrology from the flat Earth perspective, because you've got to read your signs from either the perspective of the globe or the flat Earth. And in the flat Earth, it really is beautiful, it really is close, it really is significant. And so she's really running with it, which is great to see.
Anyways, wish you luck.
Thanks,
See you
brother.
soon.
Yeah, in touch. Yes, sir.
So what I say, if the earth is flat, there will not be any river in this area.
So I would say
what
it's
is
the other way
making
around.
the river is because
I heard your point. You made your point. So here I am, sir. The Nile River is on Africa, and according to the globe, it's running up the side of the globe, not down. It's running up from Lake Victoria to Egypt, and it's running more than 1,500 miles, 2,000 miles.
Up the water is going
No,
up.
water only runs downhill. In Earth, in reality, water can only run downhill. So a stream must start at the mountain and end at the sea level. It can stop at a lake, and another lake, and another lake, and then the sea. And each of those lakes is parallel to the next lake, to the next lake, and to the sea, to the Suez Canal, which is also level to the glass in if you're in the ship, it'll be parallel to the water in the Suez Canal.
So
all
the
water is level.
So you're telling me if it's the earth is flat, it will be river?
No, remember, we still got mountains on a flat Earth. Yes.
Water, it doesn't walk in the flat thing. Water walking from up to down. It's always like that.
Correct. So how does it run up the side of a globe?
The sound of the globe.
No, side. You see, if we live on a globe, and you look at Africa, the Nile River comes from Tanzania or something, right? Yeah. So it's going to run up the side of the globe. So go look at a globe at home. When you get home, look at the globe. You go, okay, that's running up the side of the globe. And we say on a flat Earth, Victoria is 1 mile above sea level.
Yeah.
Lake Victoria is 1 mile, 1.2 miles above sea level, 3 miles, something like that.
Yeah.
And it's going to come down
Yeah.
1.3 miles over 1,000 miles.
Okay.
It's going to slowly until it gets to sea level. But that's worked perfectly on a flat Earth. In fact, it only works on a flat Earth. This idea that rivers and things and lakes are underneath the globe and just sitting there, and then the lake is running, the river is running this way up the side of it. No way, sir. It can only run, water can only run one day.
Yeah, you go, okay, lovely. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, bye. God bless. Cheers, man. Cheers. See that?
Oh, look, this is what those folks are. The dark side of the species. Not many people will know that reference. So. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I think it's time to wrap this baby up. How long are we doing this for? 6, nearly 7. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that might be 120 miles. Okay, 120 miles, not kilometers. Sorry, I'll never forget that. I think I knew that. Right, true. So, you guys had long day. So it goes.
Show me the best thing.
It's been pretty positive. Thank you for the thumbs up, thank you for the support. All those who have supported me.
Show me the best.
And my family for their support. It seems to be a crazy journey. We're getting an interesting sky tonight actually. It's feeling quite red here. And lots of streaks of the sky scratches. Cloud makers. Be well, guys, and hopefully we'll see you in Cambridge in the next few weeks. I'll let you know close to the time when it's going to happen. I find really, honestly, I really struggle with these things. I don't know if you do really well. Yeah. And I really am pushing myself to do like a hangout where it's on Zoom and I can invite people to come and chat with me. You know, just people who are regular supporters of the channel. And you know, who want to be involved in having a chat. I do that. I swear if it's got water and I'm going to drink some of it. I am. I'm that thirsty, I'm going to drink water. I tell people not to drink. That's a relief. You know, at the end of the day, water is water, but we want to drink the cleanest water we can drink if we can. So there is, if you've been interested in the distilled conversation, there are links on my channel to a distiller company, but there are others. One that I recommend. But you know, I get $10 if you buy a distiller from them, so it really doesn't make much odds to me where you buy a distiller from. Buy the one that suits your budget and your own discernment on that. But distilling your water is, oh man, and we've been to so many places in England now where the toxin, the stuff in the water or in the carafe is just so foul. And I'm just grateful that I don't put that into my children and my wife, in myself. But I felt a good energy. Apparently, I mean, it started pretty scratchy for me, but that might have been my own energy. Apparently, we're going into interesting energetic times over the coming days. So we come through what apparently was quite a difficult period, and energetically. And we went to that full moon. Did you guys see how big the moon looked? Wow! Where we were, we didn't have the best view of it because it was behind these trees, but man, it was large.
not the biggest moon I've seen, but the mainstream explanation of it somehow zooting, despite all this whatever, is zooting closer all of a sudden in towards Earth and then zooting back out a few days later. It just makes no sense. It makes no sense. Perigee, and it's just on some kind of, ellipse orbit, and all of a sudden it's like here, and then it's jumped to over there. Just excuses after excuses. Always just one more explanation after another. Rather than, my thoughts with the people of Hawaii, actually, that did come up, and the people of Johannesburg. Of course, how many people have been harmed by actions taken by this system. I mean, and this is just, by the way, it is the physical avatar that's being harmed. Hey, we are much more than this physical avatar, and so there is an element of, let's not, I care, but at the same time, I can't be like, it's easy for me to say when it's not someone that I love and care about that's passed on, right, or been sorely affected. But of course, we all know people who've been injured over the last 3 years. And someone has tied this on here. Someone has tied like a really long, crazy knot on here. That's funny. That is funny. I might try and burn that off. But the easy thing to do is just to write this piece of string off, tie it off, pull it off over here. Because I'm not standing here for 15 minutes unknotting that piece of string. This is military grade string that I bought. One of the first things I bought as we went on the road back in 2019 was I needed this reel of military grade string. One time I tried to tow a car with it, but it failed. I think we were in Portugal. I forget now. Maybe Spain. Sorry, little fella. Yeah. Is anyone had anything else to say to me? Actually, that guy went away a little bit more. We lost the chat. That guy went away a little more like contrite. He was not so. I think he said, "I'm going to teach you something." Well, I think I taught him something at the end of the day. So that's a score. And I'm not trying to get one over on people. At the end of the day, I'm trying to get people to think. And it's not a me versus them thing. At the end of the day, we all only, we can only kind of theorize about what our world really is. But we can come together under the common banner of we've all been deceived, and that we are all meant to be the master. Okay. Yes, Speaker's Corner is darkening out. I mean, because of the number of people from darker skinned countries. It is mostly brown skinned people, though, I have to be honest. Now I look around, I haven't really looked around today, but it's mostly that. Hey, it's interesting. And people talk about this sort of invasion of brown-skinned people, particularly Muslim or Islamic-based people, into Europe. And I mean, we talk about child trafficking. Well, there's people trafficking going on all of the time. The exploitation of these people for exploitation of everybody. It's not like there's I don't really want to pick sides and say a group is being more exploited than the other. Locally there are points of exploitation for one group over another. That's very clear, that's very obvious. But, you know, we are all in this together. And the exploitation is real, you know? Oh, there's some little bit of energy there between participants. See, so no matter what religion you have, there's this sense that my religion is better than yours. You know, and my savior is bigger than your savior. Which is really sort of childish ego playing out, really. To be honest, to be brutal, childish ego demanding that my guy is better than your guy. That's why they like football. My player is better than yours, and sometimes your player might be better. In this area, it's like I think these are the basic tenets of what these guys were trying to espouse. Is really what we should be taking away from them. Seems to be a little bit of tension brewing in the camp. Like I said earlier, I plan to be in Cambridge. Next week or two. So please look out for me if you're in that area. I'd love to have some companionship here. It really does help when a few flatties come together. We're far more capable of holding, because when it's just me and then a group of people start kind of going, oh, it's rubbish. But if there's two or three, then two are together. It's hard to pick one off. So, how about me scoring a little bit of free water here? That's the score. I don't have this last trip in mind. You know, one of the interesting things about, you know, here, it's like I leave my bag hanging on the balustrade and no one will touch it. No one will mess with your stuff here, you know. That's one of the nice things about this place. Well, not guaranteed, but generally that's a rule of thumb. You shouldn't have to worry about. Which I get into a conversation.
Every time will confess that Jesus is Lord, Lord of the heaven and the earth.
I'll bark on if Jesus gives me a dog, I will bark on Muhammad is a demon possessed. The Bible says
although it's written in one book.
Spread some love. Cool. I'll have some of that. Thank you.
Now tell me the answer. What is this?
Awesome. Cheers, Caesar. These guys will argue over this stuff forever.
Yeah. Fit it.
Oh, what's this? What I'm saying? I wonder who wrote that. Actually, I'll walk to the. I can't walk for too long with the camera, but I'll walk for a little while because I did write some stuff down here on my way in that I can show those people who are watching the end of this stream, which maybe 6 or 7 hours in there. I'm humming, that's my, and it's a song that my little boy and I use for communicating. The one that I was humming to him from the get-go. Animals went in 2 by 2. Raha. Oh, London by Night, Hyde Park. For those who haven't ever been here. Down that way, in that direction, is the Serpentine, which is a lake. Some questionable stuff around all of this, really, where it fits in. And anyway, it's a little bit like Central Park. I don't think as big as Central Park. Where you got like the Mayfair. And there's car dealerships at the bottom there. And cars and whatnot. Mayfair and through there to Oxford Street. Through that way. Marble Arch. Yeah, it's just 1 or 2. I put some chalk down on my way in. It's quite a pretty sky. I know obviously it's been man-made. You can't really see it like that. Yeah. This camera doesn't have the same thing as my old iPhone. We were talking about the old iPhone 4 or whatever, or 5 or something I had years ago, and I could take some really good sunset photos with that. And I sort of transitioned, I think, away from iPhone. So before I got to be on the stage 6 or 5, I can't remember. I really walked past some talking. Oh, someone's trying to push the tree over there. Oh my gosh. No chance. But hey, have a go. Oh, maybe they're doing stretching, something that I'm very much in need of. Oh, what's this? Now, who could have come up with that kind of situation? Oh. You don't say, eh? Like if you look at most developed nations, I think you'll find there are similar bubbles and anomalies in there with that. And because it's not on the media, it can't be real. I had someone today tell me he'd seen it on TV. Of course it's real. You may have heard that because it was the last half hour or hour ago. That it must be real. I saw it on TV. I grew up in that era, so I know the moon landings were real. But truly,
you know, I mean, when you come into the city and you see all these millions, or thousands, hundreds of thousands of people going about having kind of an enjoyable day and fun day. And then I happened to drive out yesterday evening and see lots of people. It was, Saturday night and nice weather. And there were a lot of people out and about in the local area that we were staying in. And, you know, who could want to deny people from just having some fun, having a good time, etc. And why bother about all of the stuff? There is an element of me that's, you know, we're so deep in living this alternate truth that, like Martin Kenney, you know, we can end up getting, you know, the whole life is really just this ultimate truth, and maybe that's the inevitability, or you fall back in line and you go and pay all your taxes and get all your licenses and permission slips and grants to do things. Oh, what's this here? That's interesting. I've never seen that before. I wonder who could be so callous as to write such a obvious mistruth. We love our government. I can't wait to go and vote at the very earliest opportunity. I'll show you guys one more little scratching. Nice to see it's still there. No one's poured water on it. And you know, you've got to hope that all the thousands that have wandered past here today, 7 hours since I did it, you know, some of them have started a conversation themselves or with loved ones.
Tell me and I have to grab on.
Yeah, that's me and my shadow. You hear me singing "The Space May Be a Final Frontier" on today. It's not the only one that tells the truth. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. You see, Conspiracy Music Guru is bringing out a new album. He explained to me that it was a fairly, let's say, rage-releasing experience for him. Opportunity to really slap it down on the table and say, look at this fucking thing. Excuse my language. I don't know what the boys want to see. Look at this thing. So everyone needs to do that. I was trying to catch people because further down there's like flat earth ones, but I was trying to catch people with it's a London thing, but it's coming to a city near you if you're in England, and I believe in New York already. They charge you $25 a day to take your car into the city limits. So, all sorts of tightening, all sorts of control. Is that 7-Eleven? I can't actually read the time on this thing. So that's 7 minutes 10. Because you know what? The train I caught into London today, it was 11:11. The train. So I think 7-Eleven is going to be a great time to end this stream. You know, the funny thing is that even though I'll end it at 7-Eleven, any dropping out that it's done during the course of the stream will actually minus away that time. So it actually may not be 7-Eleven, but I don't care. It has been a 7-hour stream. I can chalk that one up to a good day at work. Thank you for support. And those who can support us, please continue to if you can. We'll see where this leads. And at the end of the day, it's meant to be back to love, back to the self. So, bye for now, my friends.